But look, Rhythm are still, I hate to say they're still in it. Obviously, they're still in it. The game is still being played, but I do feel as though Rhythm aren't, necessarily fully out of this yet. However, this round will be quite telling whether Elevate looking for a dominant round number 9 or whether Rhythm will be able to challenge them. And for now, it doesn't look like there's a lot of attention from Elevate on the vertical play necessarily in terms of roams. Obviously, that Pulse is getting all the information needed.
And Rhythm is just spending. Oh, that C4 through the gap doesn't land though. That was that could have been deadly. What I was gonna say is just Rhythm were getting quite stalled out about that entire scenario. That was about 40 seconds of Novaics just scanning that Pulse and deciding whether they were gonna push through, how they were gonna deal with it. So we're already seeing half the round go before they've gotten any vertical control. And they are yet to really tear it up. Leb is trying to do so now to flush Vast out of that lobby. Didn't get the pick though. So I think, again, time is really starting to play a big factor in Rhythm's attacks.
See as well, 2, potentially even 3 players across toward that western side by bars. And God Legion just sitting on the top of Cool Vibes. Might be able to cause even further nuisance, but Leb finding Hot Shot, taking down the smoke. No smoke babes being used prior to that, so the time wasting isn't as prominent now. Worthy will be able to find boats, however, so it does even out the man count. Firepower is still well and truly there for both sides as the 30-second mark starts to lean in on us a little bit closer, Raven.
Yeah, I just feel like vertical control could be being utilized a lot better from Rhythm right now. It's not allowing a safe plan. In fact, it's not going to happen at all. It's all up to Lev. He's the only one that's up there. God Legion flanks and closes it out. That's going to be Elevate moving to match point, Manic.
Wanted to hold more promise for Rhythm, but, by we, I mean you. We were talking about the vertical control and how crucial it is for that top floor, and like you said, it just felt like they had wasted so much time before they'd even tried to make a play. So very unfortunate for Rhythm in that it did look like they were in control. It did look like they had an opportunity, and Elevator just feeling a lot stronger right now and increasing with every round as we do head to Hookup. Digital 6-picking. And so too Novax looking for the Jackal. No, in fact, it will just be the Capitao. Thought potentially trying to rid Worthy of the opportunity to roam efficiently, but not yet.
It's the first time we're seeing Hookah Billiards as well. This is Elevate playing all 4 sites available on Coastline, so flexing a bit of flexibility, so to speak, there. And look, this could be the match. We might not see them ever repeat a side, and that is the strength of having 4 competent sites in your arsenal. Is you can try and avoid repeats for as long as possible. So right now, I think for Rhythm, they just need to be, I think, a little bit quicker and more efficient, and capitalize on the ground that they're taking.
Yeah.
Because in that last round, they just were not utilizing that vertical as well as I think they could have.
Yep. Yep. Well, Rhythm have 3. Oh, wow.
Oh.
All right. See you later, lad. Sorry, mate. You are out for the count. Was that a run out on VIP? Yep.
It was. Yeah, very, very Bouncing Balls-esque.
Bouncing would be absolutely fuming right now after all those attempts. At least they do find one back there. Drex catching all the way through bar.
Well, speaking of Bouncing, he's down to 1 HP. Bit of an off-site fight there. Didn't quite see where that was. But look, that's it's not a great start. On top of that, it's the Buck, which could be very critical. He is a great operator of Coastline in general. There is so much of sight you can tear up with a Buck.
Yep.
So missing that is going to be a bit of a big deal, I think.
Yep. A lot of the presence that you would generally be able to gain from underneath bars is kind of diminished a lot more, and it's then harder if that's what you are looking to play for. but even though it is a 4v4, like you said, bouncing on 1 HP doesn't really give a lot of promise. So they are going to have to rely on headshots only from here on out for bouncing. Any kind of confrontation and fight will not bow favorably to him whatsoever.
Even just hotshot chucks a gas babe on the window. That's him done.
See you later.
Even if he tries to move out of the way. So definitely gonna be tough. They look like they're ready for an execute, but there's still so much denial and control from Elevate. I'm not too sure they're gonna be able to get away with this. You know, mistakes can be made though.
You definitely have to hope there is a mistake made from Elevate at this point. Rhythm with their backs up against the wall. Their first 2 opening games in the Playdays with no victory thus far. Default is going to be stuck on that plant. Vast will shut down bouncing. They haven't really made much of a move there. Plant does go down, but he won't be able to get away. Drex does fall at the hands of Vast. And now a retake is in full effect here for Rhythm. Rather Elevate. Rhythm have to hold strong. Boats will find one. Novak still cautious of luggage being pushed. Vast tries to make a play, but it's not going to happen. God Legion trying to hold him down, my word. Novax will manage to catch him as well. How on earth have Rhythm made this work? It hasn't been successfully done just yet. Vast cannot catch a break right now. And it looks like Novax is just going to go out and go ahead for the rappel. It will be all but impossible for Vast to pull this off at this point. And there we go. The time has expired and Vast will fall at the hands of Novax. Rhythm, my word, they get the break they were looking for.
They do. They managed to get that plant down, and then in that post plant, really strong crossfire in Aquarium that was held. Managed to close it out. So great job to them. Elevate just maybe caught... not even sleeping, actually. I think just the utility used to get the plant down was really effective from Rhythm. In particular, they denied what looked like it would have been a C4 from God Legion on the Malusi. The concussions coming through and then the angle held. That really stopped that denial from coming out. So yeah, great job. They saved themselves in this game. They got 2 more rounds to find. Just really stay alive.
Yep. And with that, they're going to continue to flick through the deck of sites that they can go to. As you alluded to, they've already visited pretty much everything. Bars, with no exception. Elevate are just that 1 round away. It really did feel like they had the upper hand in that. It felt like they had everything they needed to stop Rhythm from getting that plant down, but nevertheless, sometimes when you tap heads, it can be a little bit too strong.
Sometimes it can be. So, see what Rhythm have in store. They're going to keep it going. They did win this last time. Blue Bar Sunrise. Pretty convincingly as well. I mean, God Legion almost had a solid retake, but didn't really work out. So I'd be seeing or expecting a little more from Elevate in terms of their vertical presence, because that's what really hurt them. Was Leb actually really effective in Hookah, and there wasn't much they could do in Sunrise.
So once again, will they play the one player, in the anchor of the corner? Wait and see. Worthy looking for any kind of opportunity to take Rhythm's attention away from the side, away from controlling the western side. And as per usual, Rhythm doing their due diligence, ensuring that this clear is safe and sound. Vast, however, waiting underneath. Could potentially look for the C4 the second they make any kind of movement. Now with a little bit more vision on top of that as well.
A bomb has been located.
Yeah, bit of a cheeky little 1 minute late Valkyrie camera to go out. IQ is out that direction. They would have heard it land, so I think they will probably find that and get a clear on that pretty quick. Out that pulse of digital onside as well. This is IQ being very effective for Rhythm right now.
Digital getting a fair bit of information. That is, oh my word. Oh, I thought Digital was just going to hit that. I thought that was going to be left, right, good night. And it's not. Unfortunately, it now sits there and resides potentially out of reach. Fast, still watching cool vibes with the information Digital was able to give him. Someone just sprinting directly through Hookah and on toward the top of cool vibes, bouncing things, chilling out for now.
G4 coming out. Oh, shot just in time. Thinking it was going to miss the mark, but Novakes was low HP, so could have been, or lower HP than full at least. So might have been deadly. Either way, Rhythm starting to get a little low on time now. It's just less than 50 seconds. They still have Hotshot to clear out. They did a great job clearing him out last time, but then again, felt like he could have stayed longer. Leb has been tagged up in a gunfight right now. So definitely not as comfortable as the last time this attack went well for Rhythm. They need to hang on, Manic. 30 seconds to save the map.
Saving the map is what is completely at stake, and Drex will step up. A little cherry on top as well, but 20 seconds left. It might not be enough here, Raven. Vast is still causing troubles. Drex will find a third, but Worthy, he's not out of this one yet. However, Novax will come through for the cleanup, and game on, Raven.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We are potentially going to the full OT. Maybe. It's one round to see whether that is the case. Elevate trying to close this out. Rhythm hanging in there. That looks like it was going to be an Elevate round with 30 seconds to go. Elevate had what they needed, but Rhythm dug deep, got the picks, and they ended up winning the round. So here we are. It will be kitchen service.
Geez, there were so many points in which that continued to pivot.
Seriously, yes.
Drex really put in work for Rhythm there, and that will not be understated. Finding a 3K entering the site, it made way for Novax to push through with relative ease and obviously have two, I wouldn't say free fights by any means, but easier than usual. Now, one round to wait, and Elevate, you do start to wonder what if they had brought that Monty in the last round of their attacking side. I hate to dwell, I hate to look back, but that's the only way you can connect the dots.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely think that could have been a round in their favor, but it can be hard to say. I mean, you never know how that might have panned out.
That's it. The what ifs.
Yeah, though. Vast on the Oryx is not something we've seen yet in this match, at least. We saw it a bit earlier tonight, but see, changing it up yet again. Vast has really clawed his way back on the scoreboard. I mean, we highlighted that his whole attack half, he basically played Monty. He had 1 kill. But he's all the way up to 6 now. So really excelling in his defense. Here we go, Elevate. Can they close out the map? Or are we going to be seeing OT?
There's definitely a vibe that it feels as if Rhythm are forcing us to OT. Sometimes this is where the almighty do fall. They stumble. Digital just getting away from bouncing, who we have seen time and time again be more than happy to get aggressive, more than happy to hot-foot it into anywhere that is even half safe. You can see now holding a deep line to kitchen.
Sometimes that kind of confident aggression that we've seen from bouncing can be both a blessing and a curse, right?
Yeah.
It can be really great. You can catch people off guard and just really open a round, but can also be shut down, leave your team at often a disadvantage. Right now, Rhythm only really have that horizontal control from the west side. So maybe this is going to be a pure kitchen play. It looks like they might just heavy it onto site around kitchen door. There is no vertical control at least. So if Elevate do manage to hold them off there and hold that control, could be really tough to get a plant off. Look like one Rhythm player at least is starting to push towards the IP.
Right now, what could Vast potentially do on that flank? A little bit of damage being tagged up. Novak's quite low. That is a really nice smoke, babe. That will absolutely demolish Rhythm there. I mean, realistically, the Nitro is just a helping hand. That was very well done. Oats now trading out. God Legion does go down, so a heavy fragger off the board for Elevate. So too, though, Drax is gone for Rhythm.
And there it is, that vertical control. Worthy just sitting right above the diffuser, pinging it for his teammates. Also saw Vast holding the long angle from Luggage. So again, Rhythm have just gone go before they actually had the control. And right now, it's a really tough ask for Rhythm.
I don't even know whether they necessarily knew where he was for a second. Hang on, you said tough ask. What has happened there? They've gone in and they've found themselves every trade they needed. Worthy's left wondering what has happened. The diffuser is still down, so there is every chance for Worthy here. Grant is being stuck, and unfortunately, he can't do anything. Rhythm somehow pull that round out and force us to overtime.
Oh, and that shot too through the gap. Are you serious?
Bouncing, dude.
I can't believe that round ended up that way. Elevate had all the control, 5 versus 3 advantage. And yeah, geez. I'm shocked, Matic, but here we are, OT. Unreal.
Yep, that's one way to say it. Unreal. And straight away, there is no questions asked from Elevate. The only 2 rounds they did not bring the Monty were the 2 rounds they fell to on the defensive side of of Rhythm. I went to say Elevate for a second there. No. Naughty. But
Attackers need to locate.
they're going to go back to what they know and to what has done them well. And I think one of the big questions for me as well is surrounding Bouncing on the on those roams. We were saying he's a very fast-moving young lad, should we say? So whether he will continue to do so, you would just imagine at this point that is 100% going to happen.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. And again, like it could be a blessing or a curse for Rhythm. He might open the round up and it might be able to move them in towards that match point, but there's always the flip side to that. It's just the nature of that kind of play style. So we'll see whether he does do it and whether it works out. Looks like Leb may be getting a little aggressive too, peeking in towards Ruins. Might catch someone off guard. He is hungry.
Hungry like a wolf, I'll tell you that. He'll pull away after a short period of time. Now, not sure whether I just saw that, but Bouncing is the only one downstairs at the moment. And once again, he has to run with his tail between his legs, and away he goes. Out come the pings. Bouncing just hoping potentially to catch someone. And instead, he's the one that's nearly caught out. But they've really needed to be careful of Vast in this situation. They do not want to drop that Monty.
Yeah. Look, he almost got himself cornered too. He is absolutely being hunted right now. There are Elevate players all over this map trying to shut this down. They haven't been able to do so. He has been tagged up at least. Back to site as well. He's over in Aquarium? No, he's over in Music. Cannot keep track of this guy.
Seriously, let's put a GPS tracker on him and just watch him. I reckon it'd be like a cat around the neighborhood. Just here, there, everywhere. However, like a cat, he always comes home. Back to the site. Not just yet, though. Still holding from VIP. They're still decently unsure of where he could potentially be, I guess. But they are starting to make their way up. Cool Vibes, a little bit more pressure now from Elevate as they'll start to hone in a little more.
Yeah, this is really good use of the buck again. Just ensuring that at the top of Cool Vibes, there's no one playing tucked in that corner of Hookah. Leb has rotated there, so could get caught off guard. If Digital is keeping an eye, he's going to get out of there, tagged up a little bit as well. Vague's playing at the top of Cool Vibes. He's going to try and stop Vast getting up with that Montaigne.
Leb playing hot potato almost. Dancing around with the shoes, and they heard that C4 coming from a mile away there. Bouncing, as we say that, does take down Hotshot. Still not really sure where he is, but that was seeming from behind Hookah, and that was Leb. He could drop Hatch if he wants to. There's a fair bit of attention across toward Cool Vibes and just out of Hookah at the moment, Raven.
Yeah, I'm just surprised Elevate haven't got somebody on Hookah window. Leb could so be easily shut down or stopped from moving at least. They have sunrise controls, so not much of a run out can really happen. Maybe from VIP side. That's Vast going down to Nevake now. 3 versus 5 Manic, 15 seconds.
It does not look like there's enough time. The C4 will well and truly dismiss the push from Digital, and Worthy is left with it all to do. Cannot get past that first hurdle, and Rhythm, believe it or not, have taken the first round in match point. They are one step closer here to pulling off what many thought the unthinkable.
It would be the second time tonight, too, that we really are seeing a solid upset. And look, Elevate were on 6-3 match point. It has been 4 rounds in a row for Rhythm to bring this back. Pretty unbelievable. And look, it was Elevate's attack half that was more successful for them. So statistically, this feels like it might end up being the Rhythm map. But you know what? It's hard to say. See what they've got right now on their Hookah Billions defense.
Oh, I love a good storyline, Raven, and this is just getting thicker by the minute. Surely Rhythm cannot make this work. Surely Rhythm are not able to pull off. So what was it again? Sorry, I think it was. This would be their 3rd win in 27 officials. Is that correct?
They've had 1 win in 26 officials. So yeah,
it would be their second
win in 27.
Holy moly. Oh, Elevate. We were talking to them before the start of the season. They were obviously very displeased with themselves in coming 7th last season, and they said themselves, obviously, there were very close games. They were just unable to win some of them, and that really pushed them, I think, 3 points behind 3 other teams. So, that's how close last season really was. But this is not going to be the greatest of signs, especially starting out. Again, I will just remind all of you at home, the bottom 2 teams have to fight relegation, and it's quite serious consequences. If unfortunately you are relegated, that's a whole year that you will be sitting out, if I'm not mistaken there, Raven.
A whole year that you're not playing Oceanic Nationals, that's for sure. So yeah, look, not a great spot to be, and I think I said it on the reload. These are the games that you need to be winning. Like, if people are considering Rhythm to be one of those teams in the relegation zone, like, these are the points that you need to secure. So yeah, if Elevate drop this, it's quite a warning sign here for their season. Yep.
I think I will just. You know what? I'm not going to say it just yet. I'm just going to hold off and say it at the very end of the match. That's all right. We'll wait. I think you know what's coming, but anyway, it's a very promising sign from Rhythm, considering the fact that they were doing so well at the start of the game in the previous week. Against Okami. They had a couple of rounds where potentially we might have even seen a 4-2 half in favor of Rhythm on Clubhouse. Unfortunately, it didn't happen like that. Bouncing, well, that's mighty unfortunate. That is not a great way for Rhythm to kick off this second round of OT.
All right, so man advantage for Elevate. Half the round gone. Some control obtained right now from Rhythm. It's going to be about Elevate holding off. And I mean, last time we saw them defending Hookah way back in round 10. Elevate had a lot of control, but Rhythm were able to get the plants off. Quick trade coming out makes it a 4 vs 3 Manic coming into this last minute.
Had Worthy have not found that, it would have been a bit. Oh, well, talk about using a body shield. That is literally a meat shield if I've ever seen one. Rex trying to take some pot shots. They do catch Worthy out here. Raven, dare I say it, but a 3 vs 3 right now. Rhythm are looking really good to take this one. Still, obviously, the Smoke Babe and the Maestro left up, so they need to get rid of the utility as fast as possible.
Yep, they still have A really strong position here, though, with hot shots. So this could be tough for Rhythm. They may have to go deep, but go deep they do, Manic. They are pushing long. God Legion with a huge double C4. Saves the round for Elevate. We're going all the way, Manic.
My word, talk about a moment for you to step up. Talk about a moment of need for Elevate. We've said it before and we'll say it again. God Legion has been the savior for this team multiple times. And look, we can talk about the support players, the flex players. We can talk about the ability that they give him to be able to do things like that. But it is really executing on those kind of plays that manages to just get it across the line. And that's exactly what they needed there. They needed a saving grace, a Hail Mary, and it came in the form of a Nitro Cell from God Legion. All the way 15 rounds as we head to the bar for the last defense of this map.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, this is a 50-50 for Rhythm in their defense half. They won it in round number 1. They lost it in round number 5. When they lost it, of course, Vast did have that Monty. He's gone for the Jackal this time, so still going to be assisting with the roam clear. Maybe they are just concerned about the fact that they lost track of Bouncin in that round 13 defense.
It's pretty easy too.
He does not stop moving. I'll give him credit for that. So maybe that is just something that they wanted that assistance with, because the Monty obviously can't keep up with a 3-speed defender. It's just not something that happens. Or a 2-speed, sorry, because it's the Jaeger. But yeah, see whether this adaptation works out for Elevate. There is no mistakes left to be made now. Well, you can't make them at least. You don't want to, because it's all down to this round.
On a nice edge. And honestly, you really couldn't pick it. You wouldn't have picked that this game would have gone as far as it has, and you would not have, like, you cannot pick who's going to take this last round, because equally, as much as Elevate have had good attacks, they've also had some pretty weak attempts that Rhythm have been able to capitalize on. And I should also add that Rhythm have played decently well this game, so by no means would they not be deserving of this. They've gone through thick and thin. Now we're down 5-2 at one stage. Oh no, sorry, it was only, I think it was 5-3. I think that's the lowest they've really been down, so got to give props to them. They've kept hot on the heels of Elevate the entire time.
They have. Yeah, it's definitely something to commend Rhythm on. They are looking like a lot stronger than last season, that's for sure. There are things working out really well for them. As you can tell by the fact that they are 7-7 right now against Elevate. But all positive things that they can grow on. Starting to tick away here as Elevate obtain some control across this east side of the map here. Bouncing, of course, lurking, and there is a player heavy playing top of Vase with the shield, so a lot of utility is going to be needed to clear this out. It's a good start to get really hairy for Elevate. These gunfights are going to be tough to take.
Especially with your speedy boy Bouncing, who just never stops moving. There's also one more supporting from Cool Vibes. Bouncing's actually gone down. Thought for a second someone may be coming down the hatch as he takes full control of Office. And this is exactly where Elevate looked to attack in their first round. However, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case this time. It's quite similar from the last time that Rhythm attempted to hold bars. Not a great start for Elevate whatsoever. I don't even think he was able to really get any kind of vertical control there.
Not a lot, and that's big, because that's really important. If you're going to be trying to get a plant down in Sunrise, you need a lot of that floor torn up so that nobody can sit in bar position or behind pink couch. And of course, we saw it when Elevate did win this. Nobody can rotate through the double. Digital himself was holding that. Trade back from Worthy. That's bouncing off the board, Manic. 4 versus 4, 20 seconds to go.
Johnson has been a nuisance. Boats just doesn't really fire at that. God Legion now in a great opportunity. Hotshot starts to stick that plant. Rhythm, it's all falling apart for them, but Leb steps up. Can he do any more? They're still going to stick that defuser, and it is down. It is waiting. Drex will drop Vast. A 2v2, 30 seconds remaining as Leb making sure from behind Trying to flush that player out who is just sitting deep there, Raven. This has to be it. It has to be now.
Hot shot, great prone angle, good crossfire held from Courtyard. They know the position. Leb, it's all up to him. 15 seconds. He has to push through. He has to find at least one of these guys ASAP. 3 seconds until it is out of reach for Rhythm, something that was so close. And there it goes. It's going to be Elevate's map 8-7. Manic, they secure the win.
Holy moly. I cannot believe it took us 15 rounds. Elevate saved all of us our map picks for Snowball. That's all I've got to say. No, seriously, it was, you do have to give credit to Elevate, even though I'm sure, oh my God.
Welcome to Rainbow Six Esports for Oceania in 2021. We're proud to share with you the timeline for our 2021 season and the format of our Oceanic Leagues throughout the year. Through a sustainable approach to the region, we now have 2 clearly defined tiers and a proper flow through from our newly created Oceanic Challenger League to our returning Oceanic Nationals. Both leagues will meet for 3 stages in the year-long season, with participating teams accumulating points based on results from each stage. So how exactly will each stage be played out? We have 8 teams per league, playing single round robin best of ones with overtime. A regular win is rewarded with 3 points, while a loss gives 0. When the 2 teams fight up into overtime, the winner gets 2 points, while the loser gets 1. At the end of each stage, the top 5 teams will qualify into our new Gauntlet format playoffs, while the remainder of the teams will have their placements and points locked in. Playoffs for both OCN and OCL will be best of 3s, with best of 5 grand finals. At the conclusion of each stage, teams will be allocated points based on their final standings. For OCN teams, the conclusion of Stage 3 will show us which teams have earned enough points to enter a promotion relegation tournament and fight for a chance to enter the Asia Pacific Regional League, whereas OCL teams that accumulated enough points will have their promotion opportunity into the Nationals, OCN. For both OCN and OCL, the top teams from each league will compete in seasonal finals to be held on LAN, where we will crown a champion in each league. This will be a great opportunity to celebrate Rainbow Six Esports in Oceania and come together as a community. We will have more information on these events later this year. Ubisoft's commitment to the growth and sustainability of esports in the Oceanic region is higher than ever, with 2 exciting leagues of 8 teams, broadcasting over 9 months of the year, and direct pathways through to the coveted APAC League and ultimately the 6th Invitational. Opportunities are abundant for players in Oceania. You won't want to miss this exhilarating year of R6 Esports, so follow us at R6 Esports OCE to stay up to date with our season, support your favorite teams, and catch exciting content from the best players in Oceania.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out of feeling so. I'm running out of time.
This could be huge. Manning is the fighter.
It's Playday number 5 for the OCN. We are back once again. It's been a bit of an Easter break, of course. We had Sunday off, but it's all about Monday now. 100% Oceanic, of course, is the lovely Guz. He's even decided to have a shave tonight and show us his best features. He's looking absolutely amazing. How are you?
Thanks,
How was
mate.
your Easter?
Yeah, pretty good. Still in a bit of a food coma, so might be a bit slow for the first couple of maps tonight, but we'll be alright.
That's good. Yeah, of course, we had a bit of a break, so of course we didn't have any matches yesterday, and it's been a little while since we've done OCN. I mean, can you believe it, guys? It's Playday 5, but I feel like we've only done one broadcast for OCN.
Yeah, we have. I mean, the boys did the double stint last week, so good on them.
Yeah,
but
yeah, that's right.
now we're back, so we rule the roost.
Yeah, we're going to be taking care of things at least for today, and I think even the next one as well. Let's go and look at the standings and sort of see where we are at. It feels like the halfway mark for the season. I guess it kind of is now, and the leaderboard is starting to take shape, guys. We've got Elevate still on top, tied with Bliss, who in a way has been a bit of a surprise this season. Down the bottom though, Rhythm, Alipho, they're in a bit of a dogfight.
Yeah, well, I mean, all 8 teams really are in a dogfight situation. It's only a 5-point gap from the top to the bottom, so a lot of these positions will be far from finalized, and basically any team can still qualify for the playoffs. So it's been a crazy season. We've seen a lot of unexpected results, or at least results that we thought would have been unexpected at the start of the stage. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and look, I'm sure the battles will continue.
Last week, you know, we speak about some of the results. I don't even know if we have a graphic for last week because it's been so long. Of course, we had that big match between Order and Knights, and you can see on the scoreboard there, Order take that lead. Now the fact that those two teams no longer have to play each other, guys. Now Order's already gotten that win over Knights. I feel like it opens up the rest of the season for Order. Looking at their schedule ahead, you know, they've got Alipho, they've got Elevate, and then they've got ROFLCOPTERGG. You win two of those games, and maybe you give the Elevate game away. You're definitely going to be ending up in the top 4, like at minimum. There's a chance though, if Order win all 3, they could be in first place by the end of the season.
Yeah, real possibility. I mean, you look at Elevate, for example, currently in first. They arguably have a little bit of a more difficult run. Sure, they have a Rhythm tonight, but then they take on Order and then Wildcard in the final 2 play days, so a little bit tougher for them. And Bliss as well, they'll be taking on Ruffle, Wildcard, and Knights in that order. So you could definitely make the argument that Order are in a decent position to try and vie for that first place.
Of course, that was the big game last week. Let's look at the games tonight, though. The schedule for Playday number 5 as we get closer towards really the end of the season. It feels like already it's been so quick. ROFLCOPTERGG versus Bliss will be our first matchup tonight. That is certainly going to be an intriguing matchup. I can't even remember the way I tipped that, and quite honestly could go 50-50. Rhythm and Elevate to follow after that. Kind of expect Elevate should get the job done. Order versus LFO, and then Wildcard versus Knights, which in months gone by, guys, would have been a very hot prospect, and maybe could very well be once again with Wildcard finding a bit of form recently.
Yeah, I looked at this fixture and it was almost like presents under a Christmas tree, and for me, the Wildcard in Pittsburgh Knight is like the big present, the one that you think is going to be the biggest and the best for the last one of the night. Open that one up, unwrap it. Will it be though, with Wildcard seemingly out of form? I don't know. Knights have been struggling a little bit in OCN as well, so I'm painting that one as probably being the most exciting one of the evening.
We're going to look at the predictions for tonight, which, having a look at that schedule, I kind of sense we might see some mixed results. No, it is as even as it can get, except for the first matchup tonight, ROFLCOPTERGG versus Bliss. Basically split down to the middle, 3-4. We've gone for ROFLCOPTERGG, guys, so yep. I kind of back us in there. We're doing a bit well. My prediction is in OCN, not as good as they are in APAC, where we are 1 and 2. And even for yourself, you're losing out to Raven of all people.
I know. Look, I'm happy that we're on the same page. That's a good sign of our synergy. But yeah, a little bit concerning. If Bliss do win tonight, I'm also going to fall behind Sky and Ducky on the right as well. So a little bit concerning, but yeah,
a lot on the line.
I think it does show just how close this first matchup is. When I first looked at the game, I was like, yeah, probably lock that in as Ruffle. But hey, Ruffle has struggled a little bit of recent times, and Bliss seemingly are the dark horse this season. So
I think the big thing for Bliss here, and obviously we both sort of hit ROFLCOPTERGG, we have our reasons for doing so, but you look at sort of the past results for Bliss. They beat LFOs, you kind of would hope that they would be able to do that. They took Elevate to OT, I mean, that's not bad, right? Gets them a point. They beat Order in OT in Playday 3, and then they've gone and beaten Rhythm as well last week in OT. So almost all of their matches have gone to OT for Team Bliss, and I think if they are going to win this though, it probably would go to OT, because ROFLCOPTERGG themselves really are a team, I guess, that is around that same sort of level.
Yeah, for sure. I'd say that they're at a very similar sort of pedigree. As you mentioned, if it does end up going to OT, and I mean, there's a strong likelihood of that happening, I would probably have to just edge out Bliss. I, of course, did predict Ruffle, but that would be a regulation win. As you mentioned, so many of those games have gone to OT for Bliss previously in this season, and in almost every occasion, they've ended up winning. So sure, they don't get max points, but they have that experience in longer games, and sure, it might only be an extra 10 or 15 minutes, but by that stage, you start getting pretty tired, and I guess Bliss has already been tested in the endurance department.
Well, we spoke about OT, we've spoken about ROFLCOPTERGG. We'll look at their lineup, but also one thing I want to just add to this OT discussion. They've only played the one overtime match, but it was a win, Guz, and a win against Knights. So you can take a lot away from that. This team, of course, though, they've been extremely fun to watch throughout this season of OCN, but things have slowed down in the last two Playdays, Guz. They got off to a flyer, didn't they? Winning their first two Playdays. Since then, though, they haven't really been able to make much of a mark. They got demolished by Elevate 7-2, and then they got beaten up by Wildcard 7-5.
Yeah, they went from 1st to 5th in the space of two Playdays, which really is a testament to how close the league actually is at the moment. And tonight will be a test for them. Are they able to rebound, or will it still be a bit of a shock to their system considering they had a strong start to the season? One player I really want to highlight, and a player that I think needs to try and step up a little bit more to try and help his team, is probably Hotshot. He jumped across from Elevate last season, and so far this year he is finding it a little bit tough, going 19-29, only 67% cost. So expect him to try and put in his best effort, and if he steps up, I have no doubt the rest of the team can play at the best of their ability, as we saw them earlier in the season.
Their best is very good. We'll see if they can bring that tonight. We'll look at their opponents. Team Bliss, though. Hashtag Bliss up. I know there's a large contingent of fans in the chat, as always. Look, they've been another surprise story, kind of like ROFLCOPTERGG. The only difference is they've been able to keep it going for quite a bit longer. They won their first Playday, then they lost, and since then they beat Order and then they beat Rhythm, both in OT, as we sort of mentioned before. This kind of feels like you win this and top 4 is all but secured for Bliss with only 2 Playdays to go, and you're getting rid of one of your rivals.
Ooh, big call. I mean, their last 2 games did go to OT, of course, with 2 of those being wins, and I think the question that really needs to be answered for these boys tonight is, are they just hanging on by a thread, or are they actually a serious contender for that top 2, maybe top 3 sort of position? One player as well to highlight, bottom of the list there, probably Repix. He's been looking pretty sharp. I mean, his stats necessarily haven't been amazing, 27-30, but he is rocking a 71% headshot ratio. So the man has been clicking heads and producing some nice content for us, which has been fun to see.
Both teams have been fun to see. Of course, you can only have one winner, though. I think the reason why I mentioned Bliss, they win this, they get top 4. They've got Wildcard, then they've got Knights. Those are their last 2 games. You don't win tonight, Guz, and then it will actually be a bit of a struggle maybe to get those points to secure it. They're on 8 points at the moment. So when we spoke about that log jam of the leaderboard before, when we were looking at the standings, they're kind of above that log jam, right? They've got that little buffer. You win tonight, you extend that buffer. You're not part of that middle of the pack. You can then afford to lose maybe a 1 or 2, even both Playdays to close out the season. So it's a pretty big game, I guess, for both of the teams. We've obviously gone for ROFLCOPTERGG, but yeah, I think we're both sort of on the fence, right? It's a 50-50 game as much as we could say it.
Yeah, well, the one factor that we haven't discussed yet is the caster curse. Last week, Dev Mata vividly said Bliss is going to be #1 at the end of this Playday, end quote. He is currently the bottom predictor in the Snowball Expert predictions. So,
is he?
Yeah, I think he was going 6 and 11 or something, or whatever the number was. It was definitely last. So I think, yeah, Bliss will have to overcome that curse on top of the difficult opponent in Ruffle.
They certainly will. Let's go and have a look at the map vetoes here for this match. Of course, best of 1, and is it going to be Oregon? No, it's Clubhouse.
Yay.
We haven't had Oregon for so long now, guys. I'm starting to forget what it's what
No,
the
don't
map
forget.
is like.
I do not forget what that map is like. Once you have it 3 times in a Playday, you will never forget.
Pretty good map, I think, for both teams. Stock standard. It's the Oceanic map. Let's be real, right? Home of OCN Stage. I think just gives both teams a pretty happy playing field.
Yeah, honestly, I can't think of anything too notable to say about this map. As you mentioned, played very frequently in this region. Both of these teams have plenty of experience on it. And it is one of those maps that really comes down to who plays better on the day, has cleaner executes, minimizes their mistakes, and that'll be what both of these teams will be trying to do heading into this one.
I mean, it doesn't change my predictions. I'm assuming it doesn't really change your thoughts going into this, still backing ROFLCOPTERGG. If anything, I think actually maybe favors ROFLCOPTERGG even more in terms of my predictions a bit.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, these two have actually played off against each other. The last time was in LPL Pro Season 3, so a little while ago, not the same stakes as this sort of competition. It was a 7-4 victory to Ferox at the time, now Bliss. So, look, I mean, I'm just bringing that up as a bit of a talking point. It doesn't really mean a whole lot, but
no, it's something, I guess, you know, but times have changed, right? And it's been a little while, as you said, so you kind of take it with a grain of salt, I guess. Sure. But in a way, for Bliss, it is something that they could look back on and say, look, we've beaten these guys here before. We're happy with this pick, and that's what I said. I think both teams would be happy. We saw Coastline was the banned map of, you know, the choice technically for ROFLCOPTERGG. So electing to go to Clubhouse rather than Coastline, which I think is the right decision. I'm sure we could have had a massive wacky mess had we gone to Coastline with these two teams causing a marker. It would have looked probably something resembling ranked.
Yeah, would have been a very interesting matchup. Thankfully, we don't have to wrap our heads around that. Clubhouse should play it a little bit more structured and a little bit more predictable, which is great for me, at least as a color, as I can try and set things up as they should be. That said, both of these teams at times can bring some pretty wild playstyles out of the gates. Both of these teams extremely explosive, particularly on those attacking executes. So I think that's something that we'll need to try and monitor as the map progresses. It'll be difficult because there'll be a lot going on, but I think it is important that we do just track how these teams are going, particularly in that last 30-second phase, which is, of course, of increasing importance.
Do you have any sort of, I guess, final thoughts that you maybe want to bring up here, Guts? Because going into Clubhouse for me, I don't really have too much else to say. It's I know our job, but at the end of the day, we don't have too much to go off going into this. We've already said it's 50-50. We're just going to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I mean, I literally have it written on my prep. It's a difficult game to predict, and that's why we were so split.
It is. We saw it in the predictions as well.
It's just going to come down, like I said earlier, who plays better on the day. If it doesn't go into OT, it'll be a Roffle win. I'm happy to put that out there. But if it does end up going the distance, like we mentioned earlier, Bliss do have tried and tested endurance in long matches, and I think that will probably give them the edge if it goes that far.
Yeah, the other part to look at, of course, as well, defense. So far in OCN Clubhouse, it's been about a 55% win rate on the defender side. So for either of these two teams, if they're going to make hay while the sun shines, you got to do it on the defense. ROFLCOPTERGG versus Bliss. Oof. Are we going to see anything crazy in the bans though as well? Surely we just see stock standard bans here on Clubhouse. First game of the day, first game of OCN for a little while now.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams at times can play a little bit unconventionally in the server, but outside of that, and I guess more broadly in OC, we don't really see a whole lot of crazy bans. If you stay up to date with APAC South, you'll probably see some of the other teams in that league, for example, do some crazy stuff, but here in OC, it tends to be pretty stock standard. Thatcher to kick things off reflects that, and Maverick as well. So, of course, that will make opening some of these major walls a little bit more challenging for the attack, but it's nothing these teams, again, would not have dealt with over the last couple of years, really, that has been popularized.
I was going to attempt to try and make the noise of like, well, I actually did attempt to. It didn't come off good. Kaid's going to be taken out as well. Yeah, this is very much stock standard right now, of course, and not too surprising, especially going into Clubhouse.
I don't know if the stream can hear. I don't know if the stream. Because people in chat going to be like, "Why are they making the sounds?" We could hear it.
I thought that as well in my head. I was like, "Oh, surely, hang on, is it just us?" We go into round number 1 for the night, first game of the night. It's gonna be a long one, of course. All 4 matches as per usual here for OCN, all best of ones. Team Bliss on the defense first up though, and we go down to basement. We go Church Arsenal. No surprise there at all. The one thing I do want to bring up though, guys, is playstyle. We saw in APAC South, and obviously neither of these two teams are in APAC South, but a lot more action happening actually on a site like this, for instance, more so around first floor, second floor, rather than waiting to the last 20 seconds and then dropping down, which is what we're used to seeing in OCN. And I'm kind of almost just sort of preparing myself for that once again. But is there a chance maybe one of these two teams may elect to play a little bit more aggressive with their roam game, and we do see more action on that first floor, second floor, like we do in APAC?
Yeah, well, I mean, the operators picked, at least in this first round, indicate to me that we might see a solo roam from the Vigil. I think it was Nazgul that picked it, if I remember correctly. We didn't see the likes of the castle, the mute mozzie, etc., that you would expect from the more SSG structured roam style. So we may just in its first round in isolation see that solo vigil roam, which either it's again a coin flip. He's probably either going to find a 3K as they hunt him down, or he's just going to get absolutely destroyed at the start of the round. But either way, I'm keen for some more early round action. Sometimes Oceanic teams, they like to be a little bit boring, take their time. So any action earlier in the round
I
is
don't know
always
if I'd
fun
say
to see.
boring, but definitely taking their time. I think that's the right way to phrase it, right? The other part of it as well, actually, and sort of speaking about the game as we should be, is that a lot of the APAC teams don't really put much pressure though on that first floor if they do elect to stay down, right? It's like you either go all in one way or the other. You either go all into that heavy roam or you go in for that heavy turtle. So this is something that we don't usually see in OCN.
Yeah, Repix inside of Lounge. Trying to deny the entry into bottom garage. Might be able to collect a couple of drones, and it does. So the drone economy already here a little bit dicey for Ruffle. 3 drones down. And Repix now can pretty safely go down blue if he wants. Maybe hold it for a little bit longer, try and support Shade now playing Rafters. But I think his job has basically been done this round. It wasn't much, but it was enough.
I can't remember the last time I saw someone playing Rafters on a basement site, but see how it plays out. Definitely a lot of pressure from Team Bliss above, making it a little bit difficult for ROFLCOPTERGG to get a footing inside. So that 1-for-1 trade, I guess, in the end, not much really comes from it. Losing the Bucks, not great, but it's not going to be end of the world for ROFLCOPTERGG. Nazgul's going to get spotted out as well by Campo on the Yana. And ROFLCOPTERGG with a slight advantage for now. Still a minute and a half in the round. Lots of time here. And if Team Bliss do fall back, they're going to be obviously at that disadvantage down a player, giving ROFLCOPTERGG all that freedom above.
Repixing side of blue, the 2 remaining players inside of Armory. Oda underneath the hatch, not running impacts, so not looking to trick it. Todd already using his, so he won't have a major impact in this round in terms of utility. Ruffle, meanwhile, they're above opening up these hatches, or at least attempting to, and I don't think it will be all that difficult as Hot Shot will pop the stock hatch. Come across to Bar and pop that as well. The Ruffle just ticking off the checklist at the moment with that Kaid band. There's not really much they can do to deny these hatches, and Ruffle now in a 3-on-3 need to consider the execute. Oh!
Nice shot from Repix to catch Campo, and unfortunately for Ruffle, they do go from 4 now down to 2. Unfortunate for Bouncing. Hot Shot does get one onto Todd though, and again evening things up. 18 seconds left in the round. OJ's going to go for that plant now. Banshee just sort of slowing down Hot Shot for a second there. Oh, OJ gets it down. Hot Shot watching's now got 3 for the round. And Repix is in a 1 versus 2 retake scenario. Has to hit those shots, and he does, and he punishes him. 1 versus 1, 30 seconds left. And he knows where he is as well, but it's OJ who hits the shot and wins the first round for ROFLCOPTERGG. A round that had just about everything.
A valiant effort there from Repix at the end of the round. That shoulder pick did look very, very dangerous, but it was shut down. Good first round there from Ruffle, and we did, I guess, briefly mention earlier that we were expecting to see some shenanigans between these 2, but so far, pretty straightforward, right? We saw Habana open up the hatches with ease. Again, we've got the Kaid band, and then a pretty stock standard execute through the black box wall, that triple wall at the bottom of the main stairs. So, not really giving me much to work off here, Ruffle. Not really much else to say.
Well, I'd say it was more stock standard from Ruffle, but I think Bliss definitely trying some different things. Legion up in Rafters. They put a bit more pressure on that sort of top red area, looking towards CC wall. So I think Bliss trying something different. Didn't quite work out. They lost too many players really early on. That's I think the biggest problem there. When you commit to, it wasn't even really a roam game, right? They were just sort of putting pressure on that second floor. When you commit to that, and if you lose those players, then falling back down. If you're down a player on defense, it just makes it so much easier for the attacking team, and we kind of saw that firsthand in the end for ROFLCOPTERGG. Despite Bouncing, who obviously lagged out there, leaving the game midway through, ROFLCOPTERGG still ended up winning.
Yeah, I just wanted to make it a little bit more entertaining for the first round of the night. I get that. That's a perfectly reasonable strategy. Of course, Ruffle are looking for an organization, so the more they can do, I guess, to spice up that department is probably for the better. But on a serious note, it's always good to see a team can recover from that. I mean, you don't really have a whole lot of time once it happens to sort of process it. You've just got to quickly adapt and just pretend you died, for example, to a frag as you normally would. So good work from them. Again, I don't really have much to comment on the attack, but as you mentioned, Bliss on the defense. Pretty strange stuff going on there. Also, the aggressive roam at Rafters, Repix as well, looking pretty sharp over towards Lounge, and then that later flank in through Garage. Narrowly missed this flank as well. I really thought there was a fair chance he'd win that, but OJ, he's been playing pretty well so far this season. He's been playing at that like Habana ace support role, so came up strong when it mattered.
I feel like we're owed this early little break because for those who missed, was it Playday 4, Guz? I think it was Playday 4 that was like horrendously plagued with issues, and me and you were just sort of like laughing it off because we were meant to cast that night, but I was absolutely sick. So we got the night off and skipped it. And of course, as we start Playday 5, we've got a Players DC'd, and we have to sit here. We don't really go too much off of that, really, but it's a good start for ROFLCOPTERGG when you're all things considered. They're on the attack, right, for that round on a site that's generally favored to the defense, at least according to the statistics. So that's all you could really ask for. Get off to a good start. Good signs for ROFLCOPTERGG, for Team Bliss. I don't think it's bad signs. I think that their willingness to try something kind of highlights that they're up for this game, that they're happy to try different strategies to put them in that winning position. All right, doesn't work out round 1, plan B for round 2, right? Just try and do it all again, but we'll just tweak a few things. They are going to go up to CCTV and Cash, though, and I actually think this will suit them, right? Because the way that Bliss kind of set up for that basement site last round was kind of similar to how you would actually play CCTV and Cash.
Yeah, the one thing really standing out to me here from Bliss is that mirror pick. Todd selecting her. I don't believe it was a 6-pick either, so it was shown to the attack. Now, it is an operator that you wouldn't traditionally see a whole lot of play on this site, but in APAC South, for example, we've seen some of the Southeast Asian teams bring it to the board. Giants is one that comes to mind, where they just place it on the main wall. We might not see it on this occasion as Todd places one on the con wall. Maybe the other one will... No, it won't be holding main because the reinforcement is on the other side. Okay, this is...
Okay, this is different.
Soft wall, and then it probably shotgun.
They're gonna go heavy defense top red.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It feels like even Todd looks a bit lost. Surely he just places the main wall, right?
Yeah.
That's the play. It'll facilitate Oda on the bandit trick, though.
Now, I could be completely off the mark here, guys, in regards to, because I remember the first time we saw this and we were a bit like, all right, what's the main purpose? But to me, every time I've seen the mirror placed on that wall, I notice that the wall is 10 times harder to really open up and actually become a pathway. A lot of the times what ends up happening is the mirror itself gets destroyed, leaving sort of the hole, which is still the cross, but no one's able to come through.
Yeah, not only does it make it more difficult to actually open the wall, but it increases that visibility for Oda if he wants to try and trick the wall. That said, he's getting pressured from below, so he'll need to be mindful. Again, Maverick has been banned, so opening the wall is going to be tricky at the best of times. So Bliss really just trying to make it as difficult as possible on top of the bans already. So a challenge for Ruffle to deal with.
You got pressure as well from Campo on the subroof, just watching into CCTV while Oda is, well, presumably trying to trick it there. He's gone around twice now. They've got Repix below, so they don't have to worry too much about a player from ROFLCOPTERGG being below and catching him, but of course that wall has been opened up. It's not ideal for just making a quick run through. It's mostly there for the cross. Bounson, of course, can watch this at least for the remainder of the round. Minute and a half, though, and a lot of time has been eaten up on the clock, which is good news for Team Bliss, looking in a much better position this round than they did in the last round.
Trying to think about how they're going to shape up for the execute. They don't have garage control. In fact, the door's still up, and Nazgul considers a run out, but thinks better of it. Does look like the attack's all stacking towards Cash. Con bedroom side. So that's probably where the execute will come from. Bouncer might stay on the rappel to watch that cross on the breach. Campaign, meanwhile, does find the first in towards site. And Sabana will open up the wall. So it looks like it will definitely be a Cash execute. OJ with that diffuser in hand. just sitting back, waiting, giving his team intel, and they might try and find one more pick before they go in.
And they're really going to just sort of pinch these plays in top red as well, because they've got that cross from the CC wall, so they can only really go down the red stairs. Otherwise, the players pushing in from con know exactly where they are, and they're watching those sites at least going over towards CCTV. So really, really good opportunity now for ROFLCOPTERGG. Oda with a big C4 though onto OJ. Bouncin has to get involved and is trying to do so. His hot shot will plant that diffuser. Boy, they're just spraying into the smoke completely off the mark, but he will catch him with the skeleton key onto Oda. 2 versus 3 now with the plant down. Hot shot pushes in, swings in. He didn't even check top red, but somehow still comes away with the kill onto Shade. I don't know how Shade didn't kill him. Nazgul now in a 1 versus 2.
Those is a play top red. Misses the first burst. 25 seconds. The timer continues to tick down. 7 seconds to counter defuse, so even less than what's displayed. He gets flashed there. Great work there from Hotshot, who now sprays through the wall. He knows there's a player on the other side. Nazgul does line him up as he runs away. Both these players one shot. But there's only 10 seconds left. Nothing Nazgul can do at this point, and the post plant is played perfectly by a ROFLCOPTERGG. Boydie can swing wide, find the final pick, and secure the round.
Well, it got messy towards the end of the round, but for the most part, I actually thought it was quite clinical from ROFLCOPTERGG in the way they were able to do with the mirror wall, go through con, open things up, get the opening pick. You know, it's sort of like a checklist, and they're just ticking them all off one by one while dealing with the bouncing issue that's now plagued them for 2 rounds in a row. And considering the fact they're on attack as well, like this is by far and away the perfect start for ROFLCOPTERGG so far after the 2 rounds.
Yeah, bouncing. Keeps bouncing in and out of the game, apparently, so...
Oh, jeez.
We'll have to get that sorted out. That was all right. That was
pretty good. No, that was good.
It's probably the funniest thing that's been said on broadcast all night, which really just is a testament to how low the standard is at this point. But it's a long day. It's a long night. We've got plenty of time to up our game.
You got to save the best till last, guys. That's the way you got to, you know, it's a marathon, not a sprint, is what I like to say.
Yeah.
It looks as if we're going to go back down to Church Arsenal once we get Bouncing back into the game. He can bounce his way back in. What do Bliss need to sort of change? I mean, it's only 2 rounds. They're not looking too horrible, but it just feels like ROFLCOPTERGG are just really having their way with them at the moment on their attack, able to just push in, keep getting these early picks and have these early advantages, except for the fact that Bouncing keeps obviously lagging out. Don't know. It's an intriguing one, especially the fact that Bliss are on the defense. Usually I'd be sitting here saying if it was Bliss on the defense that were winning these rounds, you would say, right, you know, if you're ROFLCOPTERGG and you're struggling, you're on the attack, at least at some point, you know, you're going to switch over and go the defense side yourself. But for Bliss, they're going to have to get a wriggle on here. They're going to need to really win this next round going back down to basement.
Yeah, it's always the risk in that 3rd round, right? If you lose the first 3, then you start to really doubt just how deep your site pool selection is. I guess the fact that they're going back to Church, if they win that, they're not looking too bad, then they can maybe try Bedroom. No. But I would be more concerned if they pick Bedroom as that 3rd side and then lost that, because then you're in real strife, especially on Clubhouse, which only has the 3 sites. Apparently Production is a big fan of OJ. Just want to see this clutch once again. And the most recent round, I think the one thing that was maybe a little bit concerning in this most recent round was, remember Bliss set up that mirror on the wall, they invested the bandit trick, so they seemed pretty confident, and it was their game plan to stop them from getting in that breach and maybe going for the garage execute. Adding on top of that, they were playing aggressive in-bot garage, but Roffle, they didn't play into that. They rotated, as Bliss, I would assume, would have suspected. Yet they still struggled in that later stage of the round. So I'm not sure if Bliss failed to adapt well enough. Maybe Roffle just shut down too many of those angles once they got the cache wall open. Of course, it's a little bit difficult to tell. You'd need to do a proper in-depth review of that, but a little bit concerning if your game plan isn't really being executed the way that you would like.
I mean, the other thing as well I should mention is we're only 2 rounds into this, and even though Bliss are on the defense, it is only 2 rounds. It's pretty easy to come back, and starting slow is a thing. Some teams do have some nights where the first 3-4 rounds just don't quite go their way, and then they start to bring it back, even if it's on the attack, even if the stats say it is defender sided, at least here for OCN. I don't doubt that Bliss are capable themselves, especially Bliss, the way that they play on the attack. They're fraggers. So by no means is this over. It's just a really good start for ROFLCOPTERGG. I don't know how else you could really phrase it there. You can only play each round as it is, put in front of you. and deal with the rounds as they are. I think for Bliss, going back down to basement, you win this, it's 1-2, suddenly you get that reset. At least mentally, you get that reset. You're not that far behind. You've won a round, right? Go back up. Let's do CC cash once again. Because gym bedroom's usually the third option, right? Usually the attackers find it a bit easier to open up. It's a little bit easier compared to the other two sites. So I would have been very surprised had they gone gym bedroom. I think we saw one APAC team do it. One of the SCA teams go gym bedroom early on for their defense. Don't even know if it worked out, but yeah. So that's where we're at. I'm trying one round at a time every 10 minutes.
I'm trying to think if gym bedroom might be slightly better than church if you play it well, purely because Kaid is banned, so you can't defend any of the hatches as you would like, especially with the Hibana buff, right? So you know that all 3 hatches are going to get open no matter how hard you try. It's just going to happen. The mute's banned, so if you want to do a roam, you're limited. You'd have to just bring the Mozzie, which means you only have 3 pests. Not great. Whereas bedroom, I mean, you can deny the wall, you can extend over towards cash, deny CC wall. So I don't know. We'll have to see if my hypothesis rings true. If Church and Arsenal ends up being better or worse than bedroom, but I just think it's something interesting to note, especially with those bans on the board.
You definitely bring up good points as to the positives to it. How it can work differently based on the bans. That's why you get paid the big bucks.
Yep. I bring the hype as a color, remember?
Yeah, exactly. Look, I still think you've just got to go stock standard. Go down to basement, as Bliss have elected to do for this round. The real question will be not so much the site guys, but how they play it. As we saw in the first round, Team Bliss, they had the Legion up in rafters. They had, I think, 2 around top red. Sort of just change your positionings and the way you sort of want to defend this site. And the round itself will probably play out entirely different.
Yeah, I like that from Shade early on in the round. Some people probably wondering why the hell is Goyo just randomly on the other side of the map. But Shade's goal there is to try and shoot a couple of drones. I think OJ did send one in to strip late, but it didn't get caught. That said, they did find one, so that isn't much for Bliss, but it is something. Campo with 1 less drone to work with for the rest of the round. And then, of course, like Goyo can just go back to site, and he's got plenty of time now to do his setup. So there's no real detriment to him.
The big thing, though, is the pressure and where they're going to put it. You can see Nazgul over in kitchen, right? We don't really actually see too many players just sitting in kitchen. But I don't mind it. Sort of just playing mind games a little bit. Of course, he can just push down the central stairs as well if need be. Not too far. He's got multiple angles, though, that he does have to watch. But you can already see the difference in the way that Bliss have set up this round compared to, say, round number 1, where they put a lot more emphasis on this garage section, trying to deny blue. Red pick's down there at the moment. They had a player over towards red stairs as well. But you can already see also the way that ROFLCOPTERGG themselves are moving around the map, guys. They are expecting Bliss to be anywhere on this map.
Yeah, that's probably not too ill-advised considering what we saw in that last round as Nazgul finds the first pick of the round. It's Boydie with a C4 over towards the kitchen hallway. So an opportunistic Nitro cell does hit the mark. Not sure if that was maybe off the back of Todd's intel on the Valk. Potentially could have been. But either way, it is a nice pick. Hatches being opened. As I said, they should be uncontested, and that's a great sign if you are a Ruffle fan or a Ruffle player seeing those hatches open. Plenty of opportunities to enter in towards the side and try and get something done.
And there's still 1 minute and 15 seconds left as well. So this is, well, this is all right. I think this is par right now for ROFLCOPTERGG. They're down a player. They got the hatch open nice and early. The question will be whether or not they've got other avenues of attack. Bliss have been defending blue area pretty well. I don't think there's anyone pushing in towards the dirt. So if it's just going to be a hatch drop, I do like the chances for Bliss, especially when they got that player advantage. Okay, so hot shots over in dirt. This at least opens things up. If you can find a pick from dirt, try and make it about a 4 versus 4 with 30 seconds left, ROFLCOPTERGG will be in much better shape.
Bliss is super reliant here in the back of Armory playing off those shields. They have good coverage from the hatch as Nazgul gets aggressive over towards the main stairs. As you can see, causing issues for the likes of OJ. Ooh. Up above, gets lit up. Hot shot sends it though. He does find one. Hatch drop initiated, and OJ will try and stick the plant. Campo holding that long angle, but Repic swings wide. Plant is stuck though.
for the third time this evening. It's a 1 versus 2 for the side of ROFLCOPTERGG having the 2, Bliss with just the 1. Another retake. It's 3 plants now, though, for ROFLCOPTERGG. Will it be 3 round wins as well? Repix with a bit of time, 27 seconds. Knows that Campo is above. And above is exactly where Campo wants to be. And Repix needs to get into that kitchen position as well. If he's going to deny him, he's not. 3 plants and 3 round wins for ROFLCOPTERGG to kickstart Clubhouse. And further bad news for Bliss because this map is just falling away from them. And it all started with Hotshot. I mentioned it late in that round, guys, but that dirt position was their second avenue of attack. And if you could find that kill, it opens it up. He can push onto site without having to drop down the hatch. He does that. He ended up finding a second kill there onto Shade as well. And that basically won the round for ROFLCOPTERGG.
Yeah, I applied the blowtorch to Hotshot a little bit in the pre-show, said that so far this season hasn't been great from him, at least by his standards, but as you mentioned, stepping it up in that round and really aiding in the win. Looks like Bounson has said sayonara once again. He's just getting back. All right, how much did Rob and Dev pay you to do this task? It's intentional. It's intentional.
He's back in. All right.
It was just a
I was
magic
half
trick.
expecting another 10-minute wait per round here. Anyway, CCTV, Cash. You're gonna laugh though, because right now it's actually it's a little bit doom and gloom for Team Bliss. 3 rounds. They haven't quite gone the whole world. We haven't seen Gym Bedroom, but the sites that you need to be winning on defense, they haven't been winning. So we're not. That's the reason why we're not going to see Gym Bedroom, because they're struggling on these other sites.
Wow, that's quite a peculiar 6-pick there. The Wamai onto the Warden there for Nazgul. So I would assume that he's going to play Rafters, but sure, he can contest the flashbangs, but any grenades that are sent out by Campo could pose a threat. That's something to monitor during the mid-round as ROFLCOPTERGG decide where to push from. They didn't in fact push Garage at all last time, so
No.
we'll have to see how that plays out. And I assume it might be similar this round because Todd has brought that mirror and will probably put them in the same spots.
They dealt with the mirror. That was priority number 1. Once they got that sort of opened up, they all rotated over to Con. I mean, it was like 4 Con, 1 on CCTV wall, which was, I believe, Hotshot, or I believe it was Hotshot, or was Bouncin. Actually, it was Bouncin who was repelling there. So it was a 4-to-1 sort of split. And as you said, there was no pressure at all on Garage. So Rafters was never really a factor. And what ended up happening is the players for Team Bliss who were over at top red basically got caught in the crossfire, and they couldn't go anywhere besides either staying in their position, which is where they get pinched, or rotating down, effectively giving up sight.
Has Repix got ants in his pants? I swear every time we spectate him in the first minute of the round, he is just off doing his own thing. He's going alright though for a 3, as I mentioned earlier. Quite a nice headshot percentage as well. So the man's been hitting his shots. Benson hits his there onto Shade. That's inside of Lounge. A good early pick, but Todd retaliates from Lounge.
but
but that
back
as well is traded.
Yeah,
So
and
I'd
if
say
it wasn't going to be
Ruffalo on top.
Campo, it was going to be OJ anyway, so... Ooh, yeah, not a good start for Team Bliss. They are in these precarious positions, but then it's ROFLCOPTERGG who are winning these fights. They're just winning the ones. Off-site. And kind of eerily similar to round number 1, where it was 4 versus 3. Bliss then fall back to site. 3 players on site. ROFLCOPTERGG have the advantage, and they can start remodeling these floors. They can start putting the pressure on. They've still got a minute and a half. It's all too easy right now for ROFLCOPTERGG.
Nazgul though. Could be the lifeline here for Bliss as he finds that pick there onto the Buck. Not sure if that was through Vert or if he went down below. It might have been from the top of the stairs, but he continues on. Finds a second. The table's now turned. Hotshot and OJ left to try and clutch up. Hotshot's below OJ. Not exactly sure where he's positioned. In fact, he'll be on the roof. They need to try and think about how they're going to link up and bring this one back.
They've still got time. They've still got a minute. Now down a player, although I'll take that one back. Nazgul just caught napping in CCTV. Nice little swing from OJ. Still a minute. Repix at top red, Oda's over in Garage. I mean, they have got, I guess, both A and B sites covered extensively well in these positions. But if it comes down to Hotshot and OJ pushing together, well, they're going to create a 2v1 scenario every single time.
Could not be the case. Still quite disconnected. It looks like they'll try and go through a con push. Of course, it is a risky cross. You have Oda watching from deep in rafters in the other top red. That breach open, though. That could change everything if they try and send it through there.
I just have to wonder how much information that they have. Do they know that there's a player in rafters? Do they know that there's a player top red? Well, this definitely looks like they know there's a player there. Nice swing, OJ and Hotshot. They have that 2v1. They come out successfully. There's the swing from Rapix. He's got ants in his pants, like you said. He wasn't going to sit idly by. He swings that, even though, you know, 2v1 could have easily had the player covering get the kill, which would have won the round. He still takes the swing. He still wins it, and Team Bliss are finally on the board. Oh, no. What? Is he just, like, bugged or something? I swear, at this point, he just can't stay in game.
There's 3 things guaranteed in life: death, taxes, and bouncing DCing after every single round. Well, it is what it is. Bliss, they got a round on the board, so that's pretty big.
Yeah.
Rapix, he's looking sharp. I keep talking him up, and he delivers, which is awesome to see. I think that round, if anything, just displays how bad Hibana can sometimes be in clutch situations where you need to find a couple of picks just because of how small the mag size is. So unfortunate there, but Rapix taking full advantage, as you said. Didn't want to sit idle, and that was the play. He had to send it. There was no opportunity for that second player on the plane to ever get off that and refrag. It was just never going to happen. So he retaliated really nicely, and a quick little 2K to end out the round. And Bliss now still in this map. If they had have lost that round, honestly, I probably would have called it. But
yeah,
they're still in it.
You say they're still in it, and we both agree, as we were just sort of saying there at the same time, we both would have called it. Had it got to 4-0, I mean, at that point, I would have just said, wave the white flag more than anything, especially considering, you know, it's quite obvious ROFLCOPTERGG having a few little issues themselves technically. So the fact that they're up 3-1 is even worse there for Bliss. They needed to get that round. When they get it, they will most likely go back down to basement. Didn't quite catch the site there at the end before we went into the rehost. But I mean, you've got to be winning basement, right? They've obviously struggled with it. They win that, and then obviously we'll see gym bedroom to close out the half. So there's a real opportunity, and I can't even believe I'm saying this, that this could be 3-3 at the half, at which case, obviously, if you're Bliss at that point, you are ecstatic with 3 in the half.
Look, I'm not going to be too happy if they go down below. I think I stated my reasons pretty well before, and the fact that you've lost it twice just honestly gives me no hope for the rest of this half. Please just bite the bullet, go to bedroom, and if you lose it, you lose it. At least die trying. There's no point going to the same site and losing it 3 times. You honestly just look a little bit stupid when you know that bedroom is still a viable site. It's like bedroom is absolutely terrible, and like I said, with the bans, very playable. I'd love to see them at least, if they try it and lose, well, so be it. But you don't go to a site 3 times in a row after losing it. At least that's in my opinion, but I have never played in OCN, so what would I know? What would I know?
Exactly. I don't know. Obviously, you've got to, you know, play the game at a pro level to really understand it, guys. So you absolutely know nothing.
I've got absolutely no hope.
What I do know, though, is it's 3-1 to ROFLCOPTERGG. We are in a rehost at the moment, so what we're going to do is we're just going to throw it over to a break, and hopefully when we come back, we can finish off the rest of this match.
hey, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it, I can't help you now, okay, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, push follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, push got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up to get X and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say Donis, why you sad? I said I just need to think. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you fornicate it bad. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. You need a friend. I can't help this time. I'm in trouble. It's your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter 'cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park. But when you call, I give you my heart. You rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you.
Well, I said at the start of the night, this was going to be a marathon, not a sprint. Little did I know that implied mostly to this first match of the day. We are back from the break. Thank you guys for sticking around. It's ROFLCOPTERGG versus Team Bliss still in hand. Bouncing is back in. It's 3-1 and off we go again. Down to basement. Let's redo it all.
How was your Easter? I forgot to ask you. You asked me, but I didn't get a chance to ask you back.
Mine was good.
Do anything fun?
Not particularly, which means it was good.
Yeah.
I don't like doing things.
Can confirm. I can confirm that. You do like being late to meetings. That's what I do know. All right.
No comment.
Round number 5. Let's jump in. Operator lineup's looking pretty similar. One thing that's standing out there actually is Nazgul Bandit on basement. Not something we see every day. Maybe we'll see a roam facilitated here. I don't really, outside of like the triple wall at bottom main stairs, I can't really think of a use
You're gonna
case
try
here.
and bandit trick the CC wall?
Nah, surely not on basement. I wouldn't think so.
I don't know. I've seen some crazy things. I saw a player up in rafters before for basement. So, but no, it's gonna be stock standard. So triple wall down in church. Before we went to the break, we were kind of setting up the storylines and where this match was kind of heading, guys. And of course, Team Bliss, they won the previous round, round number 4. So they were down 3-0. Now it's 3-1. You go down to basement, which typically defenders do well. You make it 3-2. You head to gym bedroom to close the half, and it's all in your hands at that point. So for Team Bliss, it does feel like this round in particular, though, is still a must-win. And Nazgul is so aggressive.
That was
Just got to think for Vents.
yeah, quite scary. Uses his nitro cell as well and gets cut off.
No.
That's really well played there by Ruffle. Upon reflection, it probably does make sense bringing Bandit with the mute Kaid ban. So I take back what I really was sort of suggesting there earlier. But either way, Nazgul's impact, at least in the frag department, will be nullified. And it's up to the rest of the team to hunker down. All 4 members, in fact, back towards the site, and that gives Ruffle a lot of freedom now. They'll be able to get those hatches open, establish that vert, and they are not really under any pressure on the clock whatsoever yet. 2 minutes is a lot to work with.
It's weird to say this, but I still think that was the right play for Bliss. They now just feel the effects of not winning that exchange. I mean, the idea there is pretty simple. You get that run out, you make it a 5 versus 4, you run back down, and then you've got the advantage for the rest of the round. Makes it hard for the attackers when they're down a player trying to push onto a basement site, really on almost any map. Boydie has just been taken very, very low, though. So that almost paying dividends in the end to get one back there. At least a little bit of pressure, and it also means Boydie can't put a foot wrong for the remainder of this round. But yeah, the idea was there for Bliss, just didn't quite work out. They were going to fall back down regardless and just kind of back themselves in from here. And the thing as well, right, in terms of the risk versus reward, 5v4 isn't end of the world for the defensive team. But if you go up 5v4 for the defense against the attacker, I find that is typically worth it. That's worth going for.
Vert established here by the attack, bouncing, posted up over towards blue. Repix, he's been sharp tonight. Need to push back this fierce resistance from bouncing. It continues to trickle down. It really feels like Ruffle may be trying to find one more pick, just make the execute a little bit safer. This could be the one. Repix sees the barrel of the gun, but doesn't hit any shots. Swings and gets shut down. Bouncing's going big here. Maybe gets wallbanged though. Bit of damage inflicted, but he swings yet again.
Ooh.
What are they doing? They just cannot shut him down, and now Todd is left in the 1-on-4.
Well, most players would have expected Bouncer to just fall back, right? That pre-shot over to the barrel of the gun is almost like a warning shot, but Bouncer just took that as time to actually push forward, take space, and then knowing that he was going to get peeked again, but this time he's in a position that the defender doesn't know he's in. That gives then the advantage over to Bouncer, and boy, does he take advantage of it. 4-1 and a nice clean round for ROFLCOPTERGG. It all stems from the start of it, though. You know, if that's a 5v4 in favor of Bliss towards the end, I don't know if ROFLCOPTERGG have as much strength to be able to just push onto site like that and overwhelm Bliss, but hey, you got to take advantage, and they did. And we finally head to gym bedroom.
Finally, yeah. After 3 losses down below, Team Bliss will count their losses and head over towards gym bedroom. A 4-2 result here would keep them in it. I'd say a 5-1 though is really pushing the envelope. Again, considering how defender sided this map should probably be, considering those bans. Who knows? Once the side switch over, we could see a change of momentum. In this round, however, though, Oda electing to bring a Maestro this time round. An operator that doesn't get as much love as he used to. Still got the older, a strong primary, as well as the two evil eyes can gain a lot of intel and inflict damage on the attack. Outside of that, nothing's really sticking out as being too wild from either side. Shade still continuing to stick the Goyo though. So we might see those shields placed around to strengthen the hold a little bit. One towards main stairs. Of course, that will facilitate the swing from bedroom to hold the breach. And I assume the second one will be placed inside cash or maybe top red. But no, actually smack bang in the middle of bedroom to fortify that mattress position.
Just giving Shade a bit more breathing room as well around that mattress area from attackers on the balcony. Looking in through bedroom window. Repic's going to play from cash. Intrigued to see whether or not we're going to see a player at top red as well, or they elect to just go for one. There's a player roaming below, and I would imagine Nazgul may eventually find his way back over towards top red. Or just look to sort of roam in, try and catch someone from ROFLCOPTERGG on that first floor eventually when he pushes back up.
Drone's heading out here from Ruffle. It's a sweep from CC and Cash across.
Boydie.
Repix will be the first to meet a player from the attack. Wall's soft and gets smacked open there by Boydie, and Repix now needs to be mindful of two angles, the door and the recently opened hole. Elects to swing the first and now make it 3 holes as the breach gets opened. Doesn't find that pick though. 2 traded out though, so it's a 4-on-4.
They also used a lot of drones for that too. There's only 4 drones left for ROFLCOPTERGG, right? Just to try and get rid of that one player in cash. They did lose a lot of drones, so really credit to Repix for being able to be such a nuisance in that cash position. Campo's low as well on the Yana on that balcony. Hotshot finally has control of top red. Nazgul's made his way back over to main stairs. OJ. This is not looking good for ROFLCOPTERGG right now. 2 players extraordinarily low. All members of Bliss at full health. Minute and 10 seconds left. And they haven't got Jacuzzi open at all.
Hotshot and Bouncing, the 2 players still with full HP, looking to team up towards Cash. Campo use his utility to scout out the site. Gemini gets taken down though. The players will look to act upon this. Came spotted there by OJ, good clearance of utility, but those evil eyes, they could have a big impact late round here. Again, keep in mind 2 players super low. If Oda capitalizes upon that, yikes, it could be very tough here for Ruffle.
This is a very one-directional attack as well from ROFLCOPTERGG. They haven't got anything coming in from Jacuzzi, so they don't have control above main stairs. You can see sort of where Shade is playing from right now. He is free to just sit there and, well, in the end, he actually found a double with the C4s. Nazgul from Logistics will catch Campo, and that is the round 1 in the end. The Guzzler was right. Jim Bedroom was the play for Bliss all along.
Well, I said it, didn't I? Bliss, they should have headed to Jim, and it would have been a round win. They finally convert it. They just holding on in this matchup as we welcome you back from the break. 2-4. Ruffle, though, with that round advantage, and I would have to assume they have the side advantage now on the defense. Maverick and Thatcher both banned out. This will be quite tough. That said, of course, Kaid and Mute taken off the board does, in my opinion, make Basement probably one of the weaker sides, so I guess it is a little bit interesting, at least from my perspective, to see Ruffle go there first. We didn't see Bliss have any success, but who knows? Maybe Ruffle are the better team and they'll be able to show us how it's done.
I think though you're looking at it from just the win-loss perspective, whereas I look at it from how did those specific rounds play out. You look at the very first basement site for Bliss, and they opted for a pretty unconventional approach. You know, play up in rafters. They had 2 in top red. It wasn't your stock standard sort of basement defense. Then the second round after that, they did sort of reel it back a little bit, but they still lost a player or two pretty early on. And then the last one, as we saw pretty recently, you know, that swing out from Kitchen, completely unsuccessful. And then I think it was Nazgul who was pinched from there. He gets taken out, and suddenly Bliss are down a player for the rest of the round. So all 3 of those rounds never played out in Bliss's favor from the get-go. Whether that be a credit to ROFLCOPTERGG or Bliss's own undoing remains to be seen. But I think for ROFLCOPTERGG here, if they play this similar manner to the way that they've played their attacks, which is, you know, they set the tempo, they find the opening picks, they're constantly in front, and they make it hard on Bliss, I think that they will be fine here on basement.
And we did see Rebix on the defense playing a similar aggressive position on their defense to what we just saw from Bouncin. So a little bit ironic to see those two duke it out early this round. But Bouncin, after feeling the heat, will play for his life fall back, and he can hold that gen position. Rebix will likely post up there. And yeah, it is a little bit of a difference in the approach, and maybe that's just a sign that Ruffle will be a little bit more disciplined in this half as Repix gets taken down. So that's nice.
Yeah, and Bouncer knows this as well. He knows he's hit him enough there to get that down. And kind of like what I was saying here, ROFLCOPTERGG have the advantage for the remainder. Bouncing though, nicely done from Nazgul. Did Bouncing like run to the end, stop, turn around, and then peek it?
I don't know.
He must have, because he got clear. Either way, fortunately for Bliss, they aren't at the disadvantage that they could have very well been. You saw the idea though from Bouncing, right? You get that kill, you get back, and then you've got the advantage for the remainder of the round. It makes it so much harder for the attacking team. 4 versus 4 though, it's still pretty much on par. With a minute left of the round, they're able to now have this first floor control Bliss. They can open up these floorboards, put the pressure onto ROFLCOPTERGG.
Chipper wall getting opened here by Oda. Those summer charges will do their thing as Oda sends out some X-Kairos on the Bombardier to open up the left side. So a bit of versatility available here for the attack. Now, Oda does have the kit in hand. He'll need to cross here, and it is precarious. OJ gets his ankles lit up. Both players now taking a bit of damage. Time continues to tick down. Shade getting aggro, though. He's dropped the hatch. Can he find the pick here? The answer is yes. OJ gets shut down, and now it's hot shot and camp on the 2-on-4.
Yeah, and that's credit to Team Bliss, because they've got different avenues of attack. They're able to get a lot of eyes sort of across 2, 3 different locations, rather than say a kitchen hatch drop where it's pretty easy for the defense to play to that. Hotshot's going to make this interesting, but in a 1 versus 3, it will be very, very difficult, and we haven't seen anyone be successful. He's going to get that kill unintentionally onto Shade. Shade had no idea. Fortunately, Oda and crew were still there for Team Bliss, and they will get another win on the board.
I'd be interested to know how he got that kill, if that was a drone, or if he was trying to make the sight line, or if it was game sense. I don't know. Either way, doesn't really count for a whole lot in terms of the context of that round, as it was basically secured there by Bliss. And I guess that the trend continues, right? Basement 100% loss rate for the defense. So I don't know. I'm still not convinced.
I swear he made it and had plenty of time, and then elected to peek, knowing that Nazgul was running behind him. I mean, like, I don't hate it, right? If you get that kill onto Nazgul, it's a 5v3 for the remainder of the round. Yeah. Is he just making? I was gonna say, is he making a rotation hole or trying to make a second rotation hole so that he's got an option, and it gives the defender 2 holes to look at? But yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's just big brain.
Yeah.
Just figured maybe he would be sitting there.
Either way, moving on. Looks like we're heading above. If and when we get in above, maybe.
Are we getting the bouncing treatment?
I'm getting a bit nervous. The tension's rising. I'm standing up at the moment. I don't want to have to sit back down again. I just made I'd have to sit down.
Find out on the next episode of OCN if we get into the game. He has to sit down. Get down.
I'm down. I'm good. Good to go. Getting my daily squats in.
Up and down tonight for you guys. Look, it's a very look. You brought up the good reasons as to why basement isn't being held as strongly as it usually would. The band's making it a bit more difficult. I think it's a bit more than that. I do think it's the way that it's being played. definitely from what we saw from ROFLCOPTERGG was more conventional, right, in the way that they were playing it, more on site, not really trying to give too many away. The trade from Nazgul in the end was huge to make it 4 versus 4. But the biggest thing was Team Bliss's attack. More than ROFLCOPTERGG's defense, I don't think ROFLCOPTERGG did a whole lot wrong, right? Which is a stark contrast to where I felt like Bliss did a lot wrong on their defense. But Bliss's attack was just very thorough. They had many different angles of attack, and overall, just in the end, overwhelmed ROFLCOPTERGG. So full credit to Bliss. We'll see if they can back it up here. And as we sort of touched and alluded to very early on in the series, yes, the stats might say it's defender-sided, but Bliss is a good attacking team. And I think that then throws out whatever, other rounds are or what other teams usually do. And we're kind of seeing that right now. Both teams, just the way that the rounds are playing out and the maps are playing out, not usually how we see it.
Boydie bringing Aruni into the fray for the first time tonight, and the first time, of course, between these two. To see what impact that has in this round is Bounce, and again, aggressive towards bot blue. There's a player repelled outside. I don't think Repix will pick that too willingly. Seems to be shoulder checking it, so not much intel to play off, and Bounce and he might play into this, but he gets droned out. Good work there from Team Bliss, and Repix will stay alive for a little bit longer.
That's fine. That's another drone off the board. 7 left for Bliss. They've lost 3 pretty early on. Nothing like one of those earlier rounds that we saw from ROFLCOPTERGG's attack, where I think they had like 3 left with a minute and a half remaining. Down to 5 drones now. Bouncing still just being so aggressive in storage. Paying dividends, but they do lose a player elsewhere. Boydie goes down to Shade over in Garage.
Minute 30. Breach being worked now by Bliss. Oda fulfilling that hard breach role as he has for most of this season. I know a bit of a fan favorite in the chat. I'm sure y'all will be happy to see him pop off here, maybe. Shade, secondary hard breach. In fact, he's already in rafters, so double reinforced off. No one really playing off that, but they impact trick it. All right, that's pretty cool there from Ruffle.
They're the Salmas now.
Yeah, it does follow it up, so they have an entry in towards the side. They can still think about a default plant. Repix holding that cross. Droning currently knows it's clear. He'll be able to relay that to the team, and with Bouncing dropped, let's have a great chance in this round.
And Repix keeps thinking that he's going to get run out from storage. He's just going to commit now. Todd catches Bouncing. 3 versus 4 for the remainder of the round. Blues have got the advantage here. Can they capitalize, though, with 35 seconds left in this round? Shade's now going to go in for the plant. Does he get denied, or is he going to be able to stick it? He actually gets off of it. Right out. C4's in from OJ. Doesn't quite stick it. Doesn't quite land. It goes back out again. OJ playing a very aggressive position from Con. Now he drops down. He's going to go for the rotation. Campo watching this angle from Cash. 15 seconds left. I mean, Shade's gotten off this diffuser a couple of times now, but he's gotten to the point where he has to stick it. No matter what, he's going to stick it, and he's going to get it down. Gas canisters go out. Shade gets it down, but he takes a big chunk of damage for it.
Tricky post plant with the cross being held outside. Hotshot here's the repel, but can't find the pick because he's playing too low down. OJ received the call as Hotshot finds the pick. It's a 2-on-2. Equal in man count, but still so challenging. Repix continues to move left and right, right. Oda, in fact, will be the one to pick up that kill, and he finds the second. Hotshot taken down, and Bliss will claim the round.
Really good positions. They got 2 very good angles on that diffuser. I don't think there was really ever much of a chance there for ROFLCOPTERGG. Unless it would have had to have been a misplay from Repix if he was just sort of peeking at the wrong time and then gets caught and then leaving the 2-on-1. That would have been the only way back into the round there for ROFLCOPTERGG. But credit to Bliss, they're playing well here now on the attack. And we head back down to basement, and so far I'm getting a sense of deja vu, guys.
Ooh, yeah. Imagine we went through the entire map without seeing basement 1. That'd be pretty wild.
Has that ever happened in OCN? Surely not.
I don't know. Dev!
Where's Dev?
Has there ever been a game where no one's won basement? I can't hear him. He's too high in his apartment. I can't. Living the high life. You can't hear me from down here on the street. I'm sorry. I'll get back to you on that stat. I'll make it my mission by the end of the night. I'll go through all 600 games on Wikipedia, and I'll get back to you. I'm sure there'll be plenty of time if there's more rehosts.
I said OCN, not ever. I just said for OCN.
Yeah, but remember, it's the map of Oceania, so it's probably been played 600 times.
You're not wrong. I love the suspense as to whether or not we're going to get in to this next round or not. Like, we're not 100% sure.
It's a possibility. Bounce
Oh, no, bounce it! Oh, battle line! What, by battle line?
Uh-oh.
This match... this match has had it all tonight. Welcome back.
I wonder what
I love it though. The suspense was just perfect in the end.
I'd love to know what we want to know, has there ever been a game in OCN where no one's won a defense basement on Clubhouse? Second stat to try and work out. I'm sure Dev Marta, we can contact him for this as well. What is the longest best of one in Oceanic Nationals history?
Ooh. We could ask Rob and Raven because they've probably they probably casted
They
it,
set
right?
the record last week.
They've usually had pretty rotten luck with these sort of things. It's our turn tonight. Look, it's been a fun match to watch when we actually get to watch it.
Yeah.
It's 4-4. It's back and forth. We've had, of course, no success on basement for the defensive teams, which we're not used to seeing. There's obviously reasons as to why. I still think it's not like the only reason, Gus. It's just a good one to bring up. You know, the bans do make it a little bit easier to attack the site.
Yeah, I feel like we've hammered that point to death. I don't really know if I want to talk about it anymore. I know I get paid to talk, but honestly, I'm
just gonna sit back.
It's the food coma from Easter, man. I'm still just tired, like, and this match is not helping. But we'll push through. We'll push through, just like these teams will. You know what? This game's gonna go to OT. I'm calling it right now. It's gonna go to OT, which goes against my prediction because if it goes OT, Bliss win. But hey, it's only fitting, right?
I did kind of mention OT at the start, right, in the pre-show. I thought that if Bliss was going to win this, it was going to go to OT. Like, the majority of their games have all gone to OT. The last 3 games have been 8-6, 8-6, 8-6. 2 of those in their favor being against Order and Rhythm. So, yeah, it would be very fitting, very, very fitting if it does go to OT. There's a lot in this game. Right, this may be the longest match ever. There's some funny moments and the whole bouncing thing and everything, but it's still a very impactful game for the season as a whole for both of these 2 teams. If ROFLCOPTERGG lose this, it continues their downfall, 3 losses in a row. At what point do you almost say season over? To be fair, I mean, they've got LFO and then they've got Order, so it's a mixed bag for the next 2 play days. Puts emphasis then to win this one, and as we sort of touched on for Bliss, they've got a difficult road home as well. Wildcard and then Knights, again, puts emphasis on this one. So both teams are really, really going to want to win this. And we're even. We're as even as we can be. Both teams can't win basement. Both teams doing better on the attack. It's 4-4. Yeah, we just need to see more. We literally just need to see more. Bouncing, fix your PC. Whatever's wrong, fix it. I will pay for your internet.
Yeah, it's been a bit unfortunate. Yeah, can please? I assume we're going back to basement because it was picked before the rehost was called or whatever the case was. Just go to bedroom.
Welcome
please.
to the Xenox and Guz podcast. Look, I think this is a good point. This is a good point, Tickerman. This is a good point. We need to get a podcast for Siege in the Oceanic region. It needs to happen.
I think it will. Wink, wink. Eventually. Remember that? Remember that thing we had last year, Xenox? Do you remember that? Is your memory good enough?
Yeah,
to see?
well,
yeah.
That was last year, right?
Well, who knows? Maybe it'll make a return. I mean, I don't want to leak anything, but they potentially could return.
Right. Can we call it the Potentially podcast?
Only if Manic's hosting it, then yeah, sure. What would we talk about?
Rehosts?
We do enough of that. I can't deal with it. I don't think. Well, yeah. Well, there's like a limit of how much a caster can handle it in terms of like minutes of rehosting, but oh well.
I don't mind it. I think it's fine. It's just the fact that it's the first game of the night. Also, when it says we have a short rehost back into the action soon, it should be we have some small amounts of action. We'll be back to the rehost soon.
It's like a game of NFL, right? It's all these small plays just broken up with breaks.
Yeah.
You know that like I said off stream earlier, this is why me shaving the beard has literally cursed us. Because now
I tell you what, I could probably go
to show it.
to the bathroom, shave mine off as well, and then be back, and we're still here.
Don't leave me alone. You've done that before on a cast, and it was not. That was not fun. I remember that still.
We should probably be a bit serious. I guess it's Oceanic Nationals, though. We can have some fun. We have some short gameplay for this podcast. Production is just A+ tonight. They're helping us out here. Of course, for those maybe just tuning in or not sure what's going on, this match has been going on for at least an hour now, and it's still only 4-4. Unfortunately, there's been some player issues. We will hopefully be back in soon. We've got a long night to come, though. If you love Siege, then you're probably not too upset because there's a lot of good games to play out after this. We've got Rhythm Elevate coming up, which should be a good game. I mean, Rhythm have shown they've got some form in them. They took Wildcard, 8-7 with a good win there, and a resurging Wildcard at that. They took Bliss to OT, and Bliss has proven this season they're no pushover, and they beat Order. So Rhythm is not exactly a walkover team. Elevate are going to have to play their best, and we know, Guz, I hate to say it, but sometimes Elevate play down to their opponent. They can be inconsistent. So it's a game to watch. Order versus LFO should be a bit more sure, but LFO beat Elevate last week. So, there's another one there that if Order don't bring their best, LFO have a chance. And then Wildcard versus Knights to close the night off, which a resurging Wildcard versus a pretty poor OCN Knights. It's yeah.
So what you're basically saying is any of these games could go either way.
Wow, I don't know if I'd say that. There's a reason why the predictions from our expert panel had everyone the same for the three. They would be upsets. I think they would be definitely upsets. When you consider ROFLCOPTERGG Bliss, there's no upset. It's not like if Bliss wins, that's an upset, or if ROFLCOPTERGG wins, that's an upset. They, one team might be slightly favored, but it wouldn't mean it's an upset. But I think for the other three, there would be upsets, yeah.
And we've just, believe, received confirmation that Cynics is going to be jumping in for Bouncing, so the coach of ROFL.
Did we?
Yeah. So that's very spicy. I think it was Cynics that was playing in some of the 10-man servers a little while ago. He'll do okay. I mean, it's pretty difficult for your coach to just jump in 8 or 9 rounds into a match and try and show up. So yeah, I don't know if they're trying to wreck my prediction.
Does this change though now the whole course of this? Because it's 2 rounds lost in a row for ROFLCOPTERGG, and then now their coach is coming in.
It really just depends.
They're on the back foot.
Like, sure, you can chuck him on a hard support role, just put him on the hard breach, flank watch if you really wanted to. But yeah, it's actually going to be really tough. Well, they're going to be on the defense. So what would you play him on? I guess you'd going downstairs. You just got to chuck him on something util heavy that you can place prep phase, and just hope that he holds on and plays deep in armory or something.
I'm going to write to Snowball Esports and make a formal request that this match and the prediction and results just don't count.
But the result does still count for the standing.
I think there's a big enough outlier here as Cynic Soaker. The Soaker is in. I don't know what he's soaking, but he's in for Bouncing.
It's playing the Mozzie.
It's a tough ask.
Well, this is actually... Wow, okay, so they have a sub come in. They're going back down to basement, which hasn't been won at all between both of these teams on the defense. They're bringing a Castle, they're bringing a Mozzie, so they're going to roam.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got to respect that. I have got to respect that. That is very, very ballsy. I cannot believe this. I honestly would have thought they just total down on side and try their luck, but...
Well, actually, this makes a lot of sense though, right? Because what you're saying, and what you sort of alluded to earlier, was that the site itself is... The strength of its defense is affected by the ban, so why don't you just play off-site?
Yep, I agree.
Why don't you just have that roam game?
Why not? Bring it to the table. You don't have, as I mentioned earlier, the mute to complement the Mozzie, but some strategically placed pests could probably be enough. I would have to assume that Cynics would know the ideal places for them. If he does help out in the strat department, can't confirm that, but I assume he'd at least have some basic understanding as where those should be placed. The rest of the team can play off that. Keen to see how Bliss approach the site though. Sometimes we see teams completely avoid the roam. Sometimes we see it get played into quite heavily. You can really do either. It really just depends how you're feeling.
I'm sorry, but did you just... I just want to confirm this, but did you just assume that Cynics doesn't know, like, how to play?
No, I didn't say that. I just meant like the specific Mozzie Pass spots that are in the strat book that I would assume he'd be involved in as the coach.
Because he's the coach, yeah.
I hope that he knows if this is
You see where I'm getting at here with my questioning?
Yeah, if this is
good.
an actual strategy and not just like a random pocket strat.
Did he just almost shoot his own drone? Look, talk about being thrown into the deep end for Cynic Soka. But it could be the storyline if he can perform well here and help his team across the line in what is a very close affair. But it is most definitely advantage Bliss now for the remainder of this match. Has to be said. And they've also got the advantage for this particular round after Campo was eliminated. But I don't know how much of this rain game is going to be too effective from here on out. Down a play already. Droned out.
But he runs off. Doesn't decide to re-peek rather, like his teammate didn't bounce and got his head taken off. Maybe that's the ultimate reason why he quote-unquote left. Maybe he actually just got booted mid-game. We'll have to wait until
He did. He got booted by Battle Eye.
True. We'll have to see a thorough investigation on that. Look, I wouldn't be too concerned. I don't think Bounce was playing that good to warrant anything too serious.
Rip that drone. There's 3 drones left, by the way, for Bliss with a minute to go. Certainly bodes well for ROFLCOPTERGG if there's not really many drones left later in this round, and as they sort of reposition, right, from a roaming sort of sense, there's not going to be too much intel for Team Bliss.
Shade loves dropping that Moto hatch. On this occasion, though, he'll open up the triple wall. OJ repositions, though, catches him off guard. That's a great play there from the Falcon with 25 seconds left. This will be challenging execute. That said, Bliss do have the man advantage and pressure from Dirt.
Nice shot. OJ catches Nazgul, Cynic Soka on the board as well with the elimination onto Repix. One in Dirt. And should be known, Cynics, though, losing that exchange to Todd. 1 versus 2. OJ very, very low. Oda has the diffuser in hand, loses it. Just don't peek. Don't peek. OJ gets the kill anyway. He felt the pressure mounting, and Todd is eliminated. Found the double at the end, and clutches the round win.
Really a round there of milliseconds. Difficult to know if he held his ground, if he would have won the round or not. My gut tells me he probably still would have won if he didn't swing, but very, very close. He had to go for it. Too close to call in the moment. Look at this. 1 swing there, make it 2, and make it 3.
It would have been 0 on the clock, but I think if he hadn't have stopped running and he swung and shot, would have he got the kill in time that the round hadn't ended? I don't know, but I think when you're in that moment, heat of the moment, guys, you can't really blame him there. Expecting the push to come, you can hear the footsteps. At that point, you want to be the aggressor there, because I guess in essence, you're not really expected to swing it, right? So you're going to catch him off guard by actually swinging at the end there.
Yeah, swinging in Siege can be pretty powerful. Often difficult to shut it down. So good work there from OJ to play into it. 4 kills in the first round, and Cynics as well on the board. Huge.
Woo!
Putting the heat on the rest of the team. Stepping up when it matters.
I like how
it's on the Jaeger as well. Like that.
I like
honestly,
how it's emphasized.
Sorry, go.
It's all capital Soka, you know?
Yeah. Like I said, I thought they were honestly just going to chuck him in like a support role, like maybe even a smoke or a 1Y or something. But no, we'll just put him straight in the Fragger, let him run around. Cynics has the confidence, well, why not?
The other part of it as well is once you set those ADSs, right, and then you can kind of just run off and do your own thing.
Yeah.
You're less reliant. It's not as if he's trying to bandit trick or he's playing, you know, the smoke in the late game. So now it's sort of like, if you're Cynics, he may even have just been told, like, just straight up, like, just roam, just try and catch someone. Play your own game. Think of it as ranked.
Campo's on a pretty aggro roam. He also set up the rotate overwards at the stock wall, which might help Cynics if he continues to linger inside of Lounge. Wall getting opened above that, of course, with the exterior CC wall by the Salmers. So good work there from Oda. Nice and clean.
Now this is he's just going to hold top red, right? So he just plays down the stairs at times, but then he, for the most part, once there's pressure from Team Bliss onto CCTV, he'll hold top red with the shield. The question will be, how long does he want to take before he leaves? And I feel like I'm getting my answer as I watch him run back over to bedroom. Literally, it didn't last long.
It's up to Bliss now to drone that. Oda sends one out. Should be able to drone it out and call it clear for the rest of the team. And provided they capitalize upon this quickly, they'll have plenty of time for the rest of the round. In fact, we're only at the halfway point.
They gave that up really quick, guys. Like that top red cash position, like there was not even an exchange. They just left as soon as Bliss had some sort of a foothold on CCTV. ROFLCOPTERGG vacated very quickly. Minute and 20. That gives them so much time now for Team Bliss to set up through con. Don't know if they're going to go over to the logistics hatch, open that up and have that. But of course, Todd on the balcony, Nazgul on the balcony as well. So a lot of pressure.
Bit of
on to ROFLCOPTERGG.
Bit of a peculiar defensive setup. So they've double reinforced the Logi wall and electrified it, keeping in mind Thatcher Maverick banned. So I don't think they'll actually really be able to open that unless they take control of the hatch. Shade off screen does find one. He might play that hatch position and try and clear that out. But I like what I see from Ruffle, utilizing those Arena Gates as well to spice things up, bring something a little bit different to the board. Bliss, though, with the man advantage, should be able to work through it.
Bliss are playing this really well. They've got so many different avenues into the site now. Shade above as well,
sharp.
opening up logistics hatch. Nazgul catching Campo through Jacuzzi wall. They've got con, they've got the windows. I mean, there's really no place to hide right now for ROFLCOPTERGG. That's why Oda's able to just walk straight in onto site, because Team Bliss have got all of these angles covered. They're getting the kills as well to go with it. It's down to just Cynic Soaker in a 1 versus 4.
Well, not much you could really do there, was it? Bliss to take the round. Cheeky shot at the top of main to finish Cynics off. Probably not having the desired effect he would have liked off site playing the Jaeger, but again, subbing in mid-match as the coach, you shouldn't really be expected to do a whole lot. It's up to the rest of the team to step up. Wow, 5-5 scoreline. I just can't help but feel that OT really does beckon.
You say that, but I wouldn't be surprised if Bliss just win the next two. You can feel the shift. The what's the word I'm trying to think of here? Momentum. That's the one I'm thinking of, guys. Jeez. The momentum has shifted over to Bliss. And a lot of that is not just to do with obviously the score lines or the rounds as a whole, but you know, in fairness to Cynics, I mean, like ROFLCOPTERGG have been forced into making a sub here halfway through a match that's already gone on for an hour. It's not ideal. It'll say a lot about ROFLCOPTERGG though if they can actually come out and win from here. But Team Bliss have the momentum. I expect them to close this out.
Oh, big flip-flop from you in the predictions. I'm a little bit disappointed that you don't have the same faith I do in Ruffle.
I told you. I'm sending an email to Snowball Esports to get this match retracted from the predictions.
I think this relationship might come to an end very quickly. I just flip-flop mid-game on me like that.
There are reasons why.
It's just not good enough.
Reasons why.
Look, I still have full faith in Ruffle. They're heading back over towards CC. I look at my sheet and I'm a little bit scared. They haven't won it yet. They actually
lost. Is that Yokai drone in place to stop a default plant?
I don't know.
I believe.
Was it placed on the vent in garage? There's one on top of the rack inside. Where was the other one? It was inside garage, right?
I didn't see the second one. One's in garage.
Yeah,
on the roof.
So it might have an angle in towards the default. Could be right. Maybe we'll see that played out later in the round if Bliss get control and go for a default execute. So far, their spawns and early movement would suggest they'll go for a garage take, open up main wall, and do the old default onto B. Todd to drone out bot garage, calls that it's clear. Cynics, meanwhile, he's lurking a little bit over towards Lounge, trying to support Boydie in this position. Let's see what he can do.
I do like this though, that they're just giving the freedom of Cynics to be able to sort of just set those ADSs and then run off and roam and at least have some presence defensively elsewhere on the map. Roam around, get some information, get some intel, maybe clear out a few drones. 6 left in hand for Bliss, minute and a half in the round. I think this is working out okay for ROFLCOPTERGG, certainly better than Jim Bedroom. Boydie not under a heap of pressure, but the wall below him has been opened up, so a couple of avenues that he does have to keep an eye on. This position is allowing him to at least maybe get a chance at catching them coming through the door, all from underneath. Nazgul's gotten 4 kills in the last couple of rounds since the rehost. Make it 5. They cleared out Boydie with relative ease in the end. That Rafters position now open.
This is a little bit scary though, maybe from OJ, who drops the con hatch, sends a burst out the main door to scare off that player. Position, of course, now revealed. He'll need to be careful if he wants to go for a flank, and will insist on doing so from the bottom floor. But Bliss now. The next hurdle.
40 seconds left. If they can just buy time, allow Bliss to get the default, well, not get the plant, but stop the plant with, you know, a second left from that yokai drone, but they're going to have to put a bit of pressure to not allow Shade to go for it now. If he goes for it now, then you're kind of wasting the drone. You'll go too early. Shade's going to push forward here. Oda's the one who's got the diffuser in hand, closer back to sight on the ace. And hello, Cynic Soka with a double on her epics and Nazgul from Cash. Todd just trying to make his way up top red, but he's stopped by the barbed wire. 12 seconds left. That yokai drone should be in position, and Campo's still alive. I heard it go off, and it does stop it, and that's going to allow Cynics as well to push up and swing out, and there's no time left for Bliss. Well played, ROFLCOPTERGG, start to finish in this round.
Operators, you are out of time.
Hashtag Cynics for call. Let's get it trending in the chat. Man's going off. Huge 3K in the round. That last one.
He had the information on the last one though, because of the yokai drone.
Nah, that's all game sense. All game sense.
All games. Oh, it's not Cynics.
What I will say in that round, actually, the one player I believe that actually had one of the biggest impacts, but we didn't really see it, was actually Hotshot on the smoke. They went for the plant, right? And although we saw Shade send it deep trying to find a player at the top, if you looked at the health bars on the right of screen, you could see them basically all ticking down. So he perfectly placed a gas canister to deny the first plant, right? And then later on in the round, he used the rest to stop any other deep pushes in towards the site. So he, for me, sure, he wasn't flashy on the scoreboard, but he did a lot of work that would have gone unnoticed to the untrained eye.
I think that's very common in Siege. There's a lot that you can do that doesn't go on the scoreboard. Just the way that you're able to either gather intel, or the positions that you're holding, or just being able to stop certain attacks. Even just killing like 6 drones in quick succession and denying a lot of intel that you can gather later on. I mean, there's a lot you can do. There's a lot that you can do, both ranked and in competitive. Trust me, guys, as a support that's usually down the bottom, I do find myself at times, you know, I do a lot of call outs. I got good positioning, but I don't have the best KDA.
10 seconds to
What was that? Did you just say you have good call outs? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah.
Wasn't there a rank session not long ago where you got tilted and didn't talk for about 3 hours?
I don't know if it was 3 hours.
Yeah. Felt like it. I ended up getting tilted and leaving the stack that night, so I can't really comment. But
we started winning after you left too. I don't know if there's a correlation there.
No, that's just coincidence. That's definitely not correlation.
Well, right now, match point for ROFLCOPTERGG. I was maybe too quick to write them off. They looked superb in that last round. The way they played start to finish. Are they set up to close this out and secure all 3 points as well? Or are we going to head to OT? Is the question.
Well, you did seem pretty convinced that this would be a Bliss dub, but Ruffle on match point. In a great position to close this out, and most importantly as well, get the full 3 points. Considering how close the standings are at the moment, that's really impactful. Of course, any win's a good win, but 3 points, of course, is better than 2. Ruffle
usually
very keen. Yeah, usually very keen. Just close this one out. That said, though, Bliss with some good progression. They've got the hatches open. next step will probably be to establish some of the vert. That said, they haven't brought a sledge to the board. They do have Nazgul though, to be able to open up the floor with the breaching rounds and the breaching charges. That's exactly what he'll do right now.
We'll say if Bliss can actually force the OT here, they will be in first place, but with three other games to play tonight. But they'll be in first place for a little bit if they can stop this match point from ROFLCOPTERGG. All five still alive, minute left on the clock. And what has, at least tonight, been a relatively easy site to attack. So the pressure right now is on Bliss. The onus is on them to win this round, but ROFLCOPTERGG are not giving them an inch. And this is the difference compared to a lot of the other earlier rounds that we saw on basement. The defensive team typically losing a player early. This time, though, it goes the other way. It doesn't last too long, though. OJ gets traded back by Todd. 4 versus 4. Swing out from Shade. Is he going to keep looking to find more here? There's more trades happening elsewhere on the map. There's Cynic Soka. Boy, has he come in and made a massive impact. The Soka. Oda versus Boydie. It's Oda who comes out on top. 2 versus 3. Where is the Soka? Cynics. Is he going to come up clutch again? Diffuser's down. So is Shade. He's out. Todd is low. 1 versus 2. No Soka from Cynics. And Bliss will force the OT. They secure a point for themselves, guys. And right now, they are alone at the top of the standings on 9 points.
Wow, there's 40 seconds to go. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, how are Bliss going to pull this off? Because they had 1 drone, not 1 drone down. They had 1 drone. 9 other drones were destroyed in that round, which is fantastic work there from Roffle, don't get me wrong. But somehow they still pulled off that execute. And I guess that's a testament to Bliss just being able to play off one another, play in the moment, hit those calls and those trades efficiently. And it worked out in the end. A little bit close. Could have been a bit dangerous with Todd so low in the post plant, but well played in the end. And Bliss, it was an important round. They get it now to overtime, and at least, as you alluded to, secure 1 point.
Yep. They both got 1 point, of course. ROFLCOPTERGG themselves. They get and that's always actually the fun thing when you're the team that gets that match point. You secure a point, and then you kind of get a freebie from there on to try and get 3. That is now, of course, the downside. ROFLCOPTERGG cannot get all 3 points, as we just had a tack timeout from Team Bliss. At best, the most that either of these 2 teams can now, of course, is get 1 extra point for ROFLCOPTERGG. It would put them to 7 points, which is still decent. Puts them in the same position as Order and Wildcard where they're currently at right now. So it doesn't get them out of the logjam. Whereas for Team Bliss, had they got all 3 points, and this is what I was saying in the pre-show, they really could have gained that large separation. At best, now they end the night at 10 points, which is still decent and certainly in a much better position than quite a few other teams. So if you're Bliss, you're more than happy with 2 points here, considering at one point you were down 4-2.
Now, during one of those earlier rehosts, I did make a cheeky little tweet, and it was a little screenshot of me sitting, looking pretty upset, a little bit annoyed, if you would. And that is my reaction right now, seeing basement played out once again. We have seen it so many times, yet 1 defensive win. I don't know why these teams love this site so much, and there's probably people in chat thinking, "Oh, Guz, just shut up. You've got no idea what you're talking about." But it's just
wait, who won it defensively?
Ruffle. So sure, this was the team that won it. So look, don't attack me. But I just think the win-loss speaks for itself. It's just a little bit concerning. They also literally just lost it in the last round when they really probably shouldn't have, considering the drone economy. So look, whatever. I have full faith in Ruffle. I did predict them, so I'm sure they'll do okay. But please just go gym bedroom, please. Pretty please.
Certainly going to be a good question to bring up. I know that's already my question for the interviewee from either side, whoever we get, because it applies to both teams, right? This whole basement dilemma. So I'm sure it'll just be slug standard. Yeah, the band's made it easy, but then why is everyone choosing it? That's the question. So we'll find that out later. As we head into overtime, the pressure does kind of release a little bit, as you don't have to win this particular round. It's the next one onwards that does matter a bit more. Would be nice, of course, to get overtime match point. I don't have the statistics, guys, but typically and this goes as well for APAC South. Whoever wins the first overtime round usually goes on and wins 8-6. I see 8-6 everywhere.
Could be the case here. I'm trying desperately to pick out something interesting in these executes, but honestly, so far, Bliss playing very textbook. They're going for the hatches, they're establishing that vert kitchen hallway, they've opened the dirt entry as well if they want to go for a two-pronged attack. And so far, not much retaliation, but that said, Campo catches me off guard, and Todd as well, who have to sit out for the remainder of the round.
Attackers have located a bomb.
One thing to note is Bliss's drone economy on this occasion, though, looking a bit healthier with a minute to go. Still 7 available, so they can send those out. Trying to think about exactly how they want to approach site. Will they go for the triple wall? Will they push dirt? Will they drop the hatch? A lot of questions that need to be answered.
Probably need to do all the 3, but you've only got 4 players left after losing Todd, and you're also running out of time. Nazgul's gonna drop down oil pit, push in through blue. He's got Repics to his right as well, so a lot of emphasis on towards blue. Nazgul's gonna open up, get hot shot, but he's trying to back from OJ and Church. Still a bit of time here to get onto site for Team Bliss. They find the pick from Repics, who has been his usual self in this match. He's been impactful. Shade's gonna get the diffuser down. It's a retake scenario again, and it's once again looking like it could be the fate of the team. Bliss, Soka picks up the double. He's been huge since coming in. 6-1-4 for the Soka. Now he runs up central stairs with confidence, knowing that there's a player above Oda. The 1 versus 2, they both run up together. They've got time. Oda will get Cynics. He will get the second onto OJ. Team Bliss have overtime match point.
I think we can say it, chat. Oda is officially the best player in the history of Oceanic CG Sports. The man is just on a whole nother level. He just thinks about the game differently, and he doesn't miss a shot. Very well played there in the post plant. Oh, let's get a sweet replay of that. We'll see Cynic's shots as well. I mean, let's not forget this. This man was looking so sharp. How sharp are those 2 shots? This guy's just jumped in 8 rounds in and hitting shots like that. And honestly, OJ probably should have clutched that in the end. He got the first bullet there on the to Oda, but didn't get the kill.
Cynics played the, he basically got baited in, right? So Cynics is the one who goes in first to die, knowing that OJ will get the trade, therefore winning the round. So, just more things that Cynics have done. That he's done really, really well. I just can't fault him. Cannot fault him. Even in Death Guns, he's still playing perfectly.
Wow. 6-7, the score line. Bliss. They've heard my calls and they won't go low, instead heading to CCTV. Todd again playing the mirror. They're sticking that pick. Nazgul as well on the Warden, so echoing selections of previous rounds.
I can't recall if the Warden had much impact besides just placing the shield.
Nah, really didn't. I want to see what Shade's doing. What's he doing? Just checking out the meat locker. Making sure the refrigeration's working. I think it's, the smoke's moving, so that's a good sign. Barricade is still up though, so I don't know exactly what his goal is. I assume he's just waiting for a player to come up and smack it and he'll kill them, but there's no one there, Shade.
Overtime match point, as I said before, usually the team that has got 7 next to their name typically goes on and makes it 8. But this match in particular, well, it hasn't quite played by the rules, guys, that's for sure. Kennel's wall, it's a bit of a mess, it's ugly, but it's technically open. Is that mirror still up?
Wouldn't surprise me. It lasted the test of time last
What
occasion.
are the physics on that thing?
It's lightweight.
Oh, yeah, okay. It's 5 o'clock. What is
Well,
it?
how
like
do you think she?
optic
How do you think she
fiberglass?
carries it in her pocket, Xanox?
Oh, yeah, look, I don't know. Magic? Oh, the C4 missing Cynics, the Soaker.
Oh,
I'm not going to live that down.
that name, incredible, but worthy of the title. He is top
Okay.
fragging. So
So, okay.
Where is Shade
just
running?
went for a run and he just gets
Oh!
caught by OJ, but the nice little swing from Nazgul at least gets it back with a minute 10 remaining.
Campo can post outside the window with 2x. Boydie narrowly misses a shot. There's a player close on door here as well. He needs to be mindful of that. Shoulder peeks
Peeked
it
it.
and luckily gets away with his life. With 50 seconds to go now, though, Hotshot needs to think about opening up the cash wall if he hasn't already. I think it might be electrified, so it could be a little bit of a challenge that needs to be overcome. In fact, it is. They don't have
much
any
time for this
nades to
either.
work with either. They do actually clear it in the end, though. Some nice sight lines will be produced, and with 30 seconds left on the board, they need to try and convert this round to stay in this match.
They get that pick though from Campo, and this changes this match already quite drastically. 4 versus 3. Todd with that mirror on top red, this time facing into Cash. Went against it last time, elected not to. This time he's gone for it, and it's actually going to pay dividends. The swing in for the Soka, he misses though. Oh, I thought he had the play. It's Oda though with a double. He does swing back at least over towards Ruff.
Oh,
Catches that
Cynics!
player, gets the mirror at top red, but he couldn't quite beat your epics. Oh, the Soka show, so close to sending it to another round, but it is GG's in chat. Hashtag Bliss up.
An 8-6 victory in the end for Team Bliss. It was a little bit of a marathon, but as we said, they are the kings of overtime. 2 points in the bank for them tonight.
Well, I've already sent my message off for Snowball Esports. That match doesn't count for predictions. Too much just going on. Big shout out though to Cynics, the Soaker, coming in with 7 frags since that rehost where he was subbed in. I believe it was 4-4, if I remember correctly, guards, in terms of the point in which Cynics came into the match, subbing in for Bouncin, who unfortunately kept bouncing out of the game, which that in itself just, it feels rough for ROFLCOPTERGG, but you don't want to take anything away from Bliss, right? Like they have to play what's in front of them. If Bouncin's having issues, if Cynics comes in, it is what it is. Each team's going to have, you know, a couple of moments throughout the season where some things go their way or that doesn't go the way for the other team, vice versa. So you just got to play your game. And Cynics honestly came in and probably performed better than Bouncin anyway, the way that match was going. He came in and popped off 7 quick kills, right? So I don't know. Was it really a downgrade? Probably not. So big win for Bliss. As I said, whenever you go up to 7-6, it usually becomes 8-6, guys, and that continues here.
Yeah, the math checks out, and Bliss, like I said, they continue that title, I guess, of being the best team in overtime. They've had the most matches in OT. They have the best conversion rate, so they show up when it matters. And I said that might be a testament to their endurance in long matches, and this match, I guess, only exemplified that. It was a very long match in terms of not just how many rounds were played, but with the breaks and whatnot, and that does play a part. Some teams tend to crumble when that happens, but Bliss, they stayed in it despite things looking a little bit rough there, particularly in regulation, but they played well in the end, and they shut down the Soaker, who was really doing a lot of damage.
So look, I probably went a bit too hard into that, but it was all in good fun. We have our interview, of course, for this matchup from our winning team, Team Bliss. It is going to be Oda coming in, mate. Long game. I bet you're probably a bit tired from that one. A little bit hectic. It felt like everything was happening. Congratulations, though. Huge win for you guys. Even though you only get the 2 points, it's still another OT win, and you guys are at the top of the standings for now. I do have to ask, though, and we were saying it on the broadcast between myself and Guz about basement being just unwinnable for the defensive teams, but defensive teams kept picking it. Like, what was the thought process there in that matchup tonight?
Honestly, it's just like we're more comfortable on basement than gym, and yeah, I don't know. Recently, like basement has not been the play like at all. Like I don't know, like util. Even if you play util, you play roam. It's just not the play. Everyone's just like attack's just winning it. I think club is just getting more attacker sided, to be honest.
Yeah, on a lighter note, I did see on Twitter the other day that you tagged me on a post, and it was a zinger box actually in a box. How much of an effect did that have on the matchup tonight? Are you still fueled from that zinger box a couple nights ago?
Nah, look, man, the plate is so much better. On a play, it's so good. The box is, I don't know, man. I don't rate the box.
Look, I still can't agree with you on that one. But looking forward, you guys have Wildcard and then Knights after that. So arguably, I guess at the start of the season, at least, we would have said probably the two hardest teams to close things off. But you guys, you're in a good position now. You're literally top of the standings. How are you feeling for those two games?
Honestly, pretty confident. I think we can bring it to both teams and take the win on both matches, to be honest.
Okay, that was short and convincing. Hopefully your results of the server are the same.
Just know it, you know?
Well, the matches haven't been short and convincing though. You know, playing all of these overtimes, I don't obviously have the stats in front of me whether or not you guys had the match points in those. Do you know off by heart, like in all of these OTs, are you the team that's usually got that match point, but then the other team forces OT? So in a way, I'm sort of asking, like,
OT.
Yeah, I think you guys are forcing OT a bit more, which is a credit to you guys, right? That you kind of in it all the way to the end. Do you always feel that? Like, I know you did lose one OT against Elevate, but you must feel like you're always in every single game against every single opponent, and that's a good feeling.
Yeah, when we're down in rounds, you know, we don't really care much about it. We're just focusing on it, like, you know, winning the next rounds and bringing it to OT. And then when we're in OT, it's just like the confidence is back up. You know, we got this, and then, you know, we just play the OT rounds and we're just winning them.
Gus, anything?
No, get that zinger back in a box. That's all I'll say.
This is our analyst, by the way. This is our color caster here. All he brings to the conversation is the bloody zinger box. That's the best we're gonna get from him.
That's what the people want. It's what the people want.
Come on.
That's all
we
my
don't,
Twitter
we don't
is,
pay you enough
just zinger
exposure.
boxes.
Oda, anything you want to mention before we let you go, buddy?
No, not really. Just hope Rhythm win tonight. We take the top spot.
Hey, they very well could. Feel the rhythm. But best of luck next week in the final couple of play days, and thanks for coming on.
Yeah, cheers, boys. Cheers.
See you, mate.
Short, convincing. Yeah, look, Team Bliss, they certainly have been amazing to watch this season. And talk about timing as well for the Bliss organization to get involved, pick these boys up, and sort of follow the journey and what's probably been a season where maybe they need like a heart sponsor logo or something because of all of these overtimes, but they keep winning them, Gus. So I don't know what else to say. These guys are just the OT kings.
Yeah, wow. Looking at their stats as well, 4 of their players with a 93% cost, which I believe means that there was only one round for each of those 4 players where they didn't have an impact. So that's incredibly high consistency. That's really impressive. And look at Bounson getting his stats boosted by Cynics.
I've never
getting
seen
a nice little boost. But yeah, wow. Also a bit of a shame there for Boydie going -5 on entry. That is quite unlucky for him.
Is that? I mean, he's got a pretty good cost there, but is that a talking point in itself? I mean, we don't want to be, you know, too negative. We're not all about that here in the caster life, guys. You know, it's all fluffy rainbows and sunshines
and rainbows.
Yeah. But like in a way, you've probably got to do a little bit better than that, and I'm sure he would admit that.
Yeah, it's also interesting if he was playing Buck for the majority of that map. I don't know why he would be getting in so many early engagements in the first place. He would have expected the likes of Bounce / Cynics. Yeah, that's what I mean. Normally your soft breach would be coming in second or third and maybe droning in those entries. So a little bit peculiar. Maybe that's just the way the rounds played out. There was a lot of, it felt like a lot of there was like the occasional frag almost in every round before that execute. So it was almost like a 4v5. So there's probably a chance that he was getting picked off in a lot of those, but such is life. You can't have a good game every single game. And that's where it's important that the rest of the team does step up to the table.
He's had a good season. ROFLCOPTERGG's had a good season. I think every now and then it's fine to have an off night. It's fine to just, you know, your teammates are fragging out. Had they got over the line, no one wouldn't even really question it. You just say, oh, I'll get you guys a win next week or something. But, you know, I think for the most part, the rest of the members on ROFLCOPTERGG didn't necessarily play bad. You saw that there in the statistics as well. It was a really even contest, as they usually are when they go to overtime. That's kind of the idea. But Bliss come out ahead as they usually do in overtime. Fortunately for them, they've definitely got the experience in OT that ROFLCOPTERGG really hadn't. They had only played one overtime this season prior to that one. They do lose it out though. Team Bliss on top of the standings. Can you believe it? But we will see if it's going to be short-lived or if it may last the week. The next matchup, Rhythm versus Elevate, is going to dictate.
Living started in 2013 after we lost a very good man in the name of Dwayne Lally to a mental illness. They say death by suicide affects 115 people, but you can't even put a number on it. The ripple effect that the loss of one life had on thousands of people far outweighed what I've ever experienced in my entire life.
I'd received a call saying he'd gone missing. I was driving around the whole of the Gold Coast looking for him. I had no idea where to find him.
Dwayne was an avid boxing man, very talented. Life of the party, very charismatic, extremely passionate.
Loving, loyal, he was very cheeky.
Mental illness is costing many people their lives every single day. While I'm sitting here speaking, people are taking their life, and it's because there's people suffering in silence.
1 in 5 people suffer from some form of mental illness, and suicide's the leading cause of death between the ages of 15 and 44.
You can look for things like not getting out of bed of a morning, being socially disconnected, loss of appetite, change in mood, change in behaviour, lack of self-esteem.
Dwayne suffered from depression and bipolar for a number of years, and the stigma kept him quiet. So we wanted to turn that negative into a positive, and if the shoe was on the other foot, I'm sure Dwayne would have done the same. We're just doing what he would have done.
Hi, my name's Dan Price. I don't know where I'd be if I didn't connect with Livin, but I certainly wouldn't be as well as I am today. I was suicidal and tried to take my life on the 4th of December 2014. I was very lucky to survive. I didn't want people to know that I was struggling because of the stigmas around mental illness.
We noticed that there were plenty of great service providers in this country, but all too common people weren't seeking help because of this stigma. So we wanted to bridge that gap.
As males, we're extremely tough. We want to be the tough people, the ones that have all the answers, the ones that don't want to admit our vulnerabilities and our weaknesses.
You might not have the answers, but if you can offer support and just listen to them, that could be what they need in that moment of time.
I was an alpha male and a popular guy, and I didn't want people to think I was weak, and that's why I love the message that Livin presents, which is it ain't weak to speak.
We go all around the country, businesses, sporting clubs, teaching people that it ain't weak to speak. What we're really doing is educating them in how to speak, where to speak, and then we're educating people on how to listen and how to look for these warning signs, because Without one, you can't really have the other. It's all about being honest and open. You know, if something's off, just ask them.
That's what living's all about, taking that stigma away and giving people hope, help, connection, and giving them the confidence to speak up and seek the help when they need it and when they deserve it.
We believe with education comes understanding, with understanding comes acceptance, and with acceptance comes hope.
I want to change the way the world understands, perceives and interprets mental health. Let's change the dynamics in which this is looked at. For far too long it's been a stigma. We're going to make this a dinner table conversation, the same way that we'd put our hand up and run for help if we had a broken leg.
Don't be afraid to have those, you know, hard-hitting, confronting conversations, because it could save a life.
I'm the happiest I've ever been in my life, and living has been instrumental in changing my life for the better.
If in doubt, reach out, because there's a lot of people out there that want to help and support you making that change to get back on track to start living again.
This could be huge. Manning is the fight. Well, usually what would be about the halfway point of the show, we are just getting started. One match down, 3 to play out. You feel the rhythm. We are coming up to our next matchup very, very shortly. Rhythm versus Elevate, who definitely need to win this one because they lost to Alifo last Playday, Guz, and if they don't want to continue their slide down the standings, they must win this matchup.
Yeah, it is a must win. You might notice a bit of a change. I've taken my glasses off. I wear them when I feel smart, and I did get the last prediction wrong, so I don't feel smart anymore. But the good thing is, we all predicted the same winner for the next 3 matches because we're expecting them to be pretty one-sided.
Yeah, you say that, but I'm sure at least one of the remaining 3 matchups should throw a curveball. It could very well be this one. Rhythm themselves, they lost to Bliss last week in Playday number 4, but prior to that, they did beat out Wildcard and Order in the 2 previous Playdays. So they are a team that can cause upsets, and at their very, very best, they are a team you do not want to take lightly.
Yeah, and one player in particular that's been showing up so far this season is, in fact, Leb. You know, he might be a little bit old, a little bit of a boomer, some might say, but he's going 28 and 20, and 15 of those kills are actually trades. So the man's been popping off, and Vegas as well, actually, been having a really good season so far as well. I feel like we've been saying his name quite a lot. Yeah, a lot of these names actually, yeah, pretty solid. Good lineup.
Cool, yeah, all of them.
A lot of potential, a lot of potential. Honestly, this team, I feel like last year we repeated this theme quite a lot, but if Rhythm get going and actually continue to improve, they could be a real threat.
Well, as it stands right now, they're tied 5 points with ROFLCOPTERGG and Knights, although ROFLCOPTERGG just finished their game. So, you know, they are firmly in the middle of the pack, even though they're right now second last with LFO. They've actually got a bit of a gap to LFO, and we'll see if they can extend that gap and continue to push up the standings. Their opponents, though, for tonight, the ever inconsistent Elevate. Hey, it's a word that continues to just follow these guys around, guys. I hate to say it. We've had a couple of moments where we're like, are they the real deal? Are they actually going to find some consistency, win matches they should be winning? And they always just have a bit of a, you know, stumble. They have a bit of a fall, if you will. Last week, of course, they lost to LFO 7-4 as well.
Yeah, that result is pretty eye-catching, I think is probably the best way to describe it. But that said, they actually are historically a tough opponent for Elevate. So I'd pin it down as a little bit of an asterisk. If that form does continue, it's a little bit concerning. But I do feel like that was a one-off, and we're not expecting that to be repeated. Again, if we want to hone in, though, on a specific player, Worthy, probably the best player in the league so far, going 39 and 18 on Ace Malusi. So he's been popping off, and honestly, he hasn't been in the best form as of late. He's a fantastic player, don't get me wrong, but it feels like with this roster change and Elevate just feeling a little bit rejuvenated, that he's been able to find his own, find his form, and he's looking pretty good.
And look, you're probably right. I mean, maybe it just comes down to sort of the matchup with LFO. A lot of teams have issues sometimes with LFO being a bit of a tricky team to sort of prep for, or the way that they sort of play. And look, maybe they just sort of bounce back and get a expected win over Rhythm, like you kind of, you know, expect them to do. But all I'm saying is, and all I'm trying to set the storyline here is, if they do lose this, Elevate, which, I mean, at the moment they're in second place, right? Because we take the Bliss result. You lose this, and then let's say teams directly below them, Order, Wildcard, Knights, they all start getting wins. Suddenly you follow ROFLCOPTERGG and you go from like 1st to 5th in like one play day. That's how bad it could go. Let's go and have a look at the map vetoes for this matchup as we are going to go to Villa. I thought we were going to Clubhouse for a second. I don't know why my brain just looked at Clubhouse and thought that's the end of it. But we are going to Villa. We haven't been to Villa for quite some time. It hasn't been a popular map in OCN. We've only seen it once prior this season so far, and it was 50-50. 7 attacker wins, 7 defender wins. Don't know how that happens. Where's the 8th round?
I'm happy to see some variation. Oh, no, it could be. No, it doesn't have to be 8 rounds. What are you on about?
Oh yeah, I don't know what I'm on about. Don't listen to me. I was like, what? I looked at it as if it was like OT or something.
Jesus
Christ. This is what you got to work
with. Oh, it's already been a long night, hasn't it?
Hey, it's 9 o'clock.
Villa? Hey, you should be talking. You're on gamer hours all the time anyway, so this is nothing for you, and probably for me as well. But Villa should be a fun map. We haven't seen a whole lot of play of it, as you mentioned, and it's not Oregon, so I'm excited.
Well, certainly not Oregon. It's not Clubhouse either. It's Villa. And for Rhythm, do they feel the rhythm? That's the question, guys, because while they're second last at the moment, season-defining match, they've got Knights after this. I mean, that's going to be a particularly tough one. And then their final play day will be against the other Cellar Dweller in LFO. So a bit of a mixed bag for their final 2 play days. Elevate's a team, though, that offers them an opportunity. If Rhythm play at their best, and if Elevate are 5 or 10% off, there's a chance here to win.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a fair chance. I have it penned in that it's unlikely we'll see Rhythm take 3 points tonight, but there is a decent chance they could stretch it to OT, particularly if Elevate haven't shaken off the form that they had against LFO. We'll have to see how that plays out. That's race ban to kick things off, so it's likely we're going to see quite a bit of Habana play on the board, maybe a little bit of Thermite as well. Cheeky Maverick could also be in play if required. Jumping across to the defense, though, we're going to see Mirror taken off the board first here by Rhythm, deny some of that intel gathering, and a lot of these sites do rely, or can rely, on a Mirror to be played. Of course, that won't be the case now, and Valkyrie taken off by Elevate.
Stock standard?
Yeah, I'd say so. Maybe Ace could be a little bit of a wild card in the sense that we often see a hard breach ban, but it's not always the Ace, but he's so incredibly powerful, even after the couple of nerfs that he has received, that it's definitely not that wild.
No, Wildcard's playing later tonight, man.
That was a really bad joke. I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that.
So Rhythm on the attack, Elevate on the defense first up. AVG. Aviator Games. 6 picks onto the Aruni for Didge, which I don't mind that here on Villa. A lot of doorways that you can sort of try and cut off while still keeping the sightlines available.
Attackers need to locate and defuse,
especially in games room as well.
There is one thing I like to see, and it's Fisho. Shotgun smoke, is we see the Snap Fitness community vote. Have a look at that. 68% in favor of Elevate. I'd say that's pretty fair.
I would even say maybe 65-35 would actually be closer to the mark. I think Rhythm themselves as a team this season.
Wait. 65-30. It's like 3% difference.
Yeah.
That's not.
But it's.
Is it really? Wow. Are we playing? Oh my. Come on, Xenox.
Look, I'm just trying to point out that the Rhythm themselves, right? Like, yes, they're on 5 points. They're only on a -2 round differential. Like, it's really not that bad. Like, they are one good result away. Like, if they get a regular win, which means all 3 points here against Elevate, they shoot up to 8 points, which would, as the standings stand at the moment, put them in the top 4. Like, so they're not as far away as I think some might believe. And honest, if I'm going to be completely honest, I'm also surprised that all of the panelists predicted Elevate for this matchup. This is the perfect game for someone like, you know, Rob doesn't know anything Monday to have voted Rhythm.
Yeah. Hope to see how things play out. Could, of course, be our second overtime of the night. If you're just joining us, Bliss just won Clubhouse 8-6. That was a decent matchup against Ruffle. Oda seemed pretty happy, but enough about Oda. He's gotten his time in the limelight, and now it's time to see these two teams battle it out. Not really sure what rhythm are going for here. It feels like they're going for a bedroom sweep now. Maybe they're rotating around towards study. We see Leb on 90 window trying to pressure the player holding you that pillar. God Legion, meanwhile, does find the first. That's a Zofia taken off the board, and I think that may have been an entry downstairs.
This early kill for Elevate gives them the advantage, although just caught by Supremacist on the Ash. God Legion goes down, so it's 1-for-1 there. Even trade. Definitely feel like Elevate's in a better position right now. Not really sensing overwhelming pressure from Rhythm onto the site here. Not just yet anyway. Still a minute left, a lot of time. Not exactly a rush for Rhythm. We'll need to get a move on. Ghoul just down below. Nevaix with the diffuser in hand. Might be set up for an Aviator's plant.
Nova gets lit up. Still playing that bulk position. Needs to be careful of Vast. Ready and waiting on the swing. Vast himself has been looking quite sharp in the last few play days, and on the Jaeger, you'd expect him to do so again. Does miss the X-Kairos there on Bar, so the player in that position will now be pressured from that line of sight, as Leb gets pressured and put down there at 90, leaving it in the 3-on-4 for the execute.
That was a good swing out. Premises with a double. Vast under pressure now. Multiple sight lines have been opened up. The trades just keep flowing though in the kill feed. We're down to 2 versus 2. Didge usually finding himself in this late game position where he's got quite a bit to do. Nice slow swing from Ghoul, and it is down to Digital, and Bolton comes up big.
Oh, Didge. As he said, he's found himself in so many clutches already this year. I'd be willing to bet he's been in the most 1vx situations of any player in the region. And he steps up on that occasion, found a critical pick inside of Study, then hit a very nice refrag to close things out. Elevate will take the first round, but that was close. That was really well played there from Rhythm. They did a lot of the jobs that they needed to. They just fell short.
Considering they didn't have much time at the end of the round as well, right? Like they set themselves up in the last 45 seconds. It felt like that's where they did most of the damage. They found a couple of good trades, got closer to the site. Had they been able to establish more presence, say an extra 30 seconds earlier, I think they'd maybe even win that round. So you're right, full credit to Rhythm. Just falls short of the mark. Credit to Elevate though as well for being able to clutch up, especially from Didge's perspective. Just credit to everyone, guys. I mean, everyone's a winner really at the end of the day. No one loses, right? There's no bad players. It's just no negativity. It's just all positivity.
It's all sunshine and rainbows down under. Oceanic Nationals. You love to give everyone a go. That's why you're casting.
Everyone gets a ribbon at the end of the season, right? Doesn't matter if you're 8th, doesn't matter if you're 1st. Everyone gets a ribbon.
Well, it is only the top 5 that make playoffs, though. That's where you really want to be. Tell you what, I am quite excited for playoffs. Gauntlet format, if I'm not wrong. Should be pretty spicy.
You'd hate to be in the bottom 3 and miss out.
Yeah, would not be ideal. Will one of these teams be in that bottom 3 though? That's the question mark. I'd say Rhythm most at risk.
As it stands, they are in the bottom 3, but a win here, even an overtime win would still get them out of the bottom 3. And that's sort of the nature of it, right? Whenever I look at the standings, I always think top 4. I'm a footy guy, so top 4 is usually, a good place to be, and it is. But in this case, obviously it's top 5. Whether you're 5th, 4th, doesn't really matter. As Digital, not done. After he's clutched in the first round, he gets the opening frag at the second round. It's all about that top 5, and how you get there is what matters the most. Leb.
Crouch walking entry. Always a little bit scary. I think it was God Legion scurrying up.
He's getting droned by Ghoul.
Stairs. Yeah. Could be able to make a play here, but I don't think there's anyone down below. Oh, God Legion actually on the basement.
No, he's even further below. They can afford that though, right? Because it's a 4 versus 5. So if God Legion's all the way down in basement, it still just means at least elsewhere on the map, it's 4 versus 4. So God Legion's just sort of like the man that can just do whatever he wants here. He's almost playing the Cynic's role from last round.
Drax needs to be careful here. The flank watch, I assume, hasn't been established. Good does place one over towards the sheet store, I think that was. So that covers the south. And an edge up elsewhere has been activated. God Legion still does pose a threat. There is a barricade, though, towards the pantry, which will need to be contended with, but he should be able to make contact with that. Drax now quite far away, won't be able to hear. Could find himself in a pinch.
2 quick kills, though, for Rhythm as they push into Astro. And this is now where God Legion doesn't have that freedom anymore. If I said before he had that freedom to sort of play that position and to play the way he was, now he's got to change it up and get a little bit more aggressive, push a bit quicker, get into a spot. Nice little swing up. He's going to get that kill, pushing up backstairs, gets Drax, throws up the C4. Is that successful? No, falls short of the mark. I think there was a player rappelling outside of the window as well to his left. So very aggressive position to beat in Nova. Noveix going to get one. Oh, he gets pushed on by Noveix, and he's going to come up big. C4 not going to find the mark onto Ghoul. Ghoul stays alive. Now down to a 2 versus 1. God Legion, who has been everywhere and back on this map so far in this second round, now needs to win the 1 versus 2.
10 seconds to go.
A Renegade. He'll get close to that. It'll automatically retreat itself, so his position will be known to the attack if they're watching, and they are. If he finds Leb here, it might be winnable, as he's low on HP. But he doesn't. It's Ghoul, the long angle through the little crack between the door frame and the shield will yield him a kill. Oh, yep. Nice client-side window debris. But that's right. Good little kill to end things off, and there we go. 1 apiece.
We didn't see the main entry, but well, a lot of the work done for Rhythm was pushing in through Astro, getting those 2 early kills, gave them that advantage. God Legion did get 1. Didn't elect to continue to push up from behind. He fell back, and credit to Rhythm, they continued to push forward towards site, winning their duels, and just overwhelming Elevate in the end. They take that second round. And we head over to Kitchen and Dining for round number 3. In what very well could be a match that just goes back and forth the whole way through. It would not surprise me if Rhythm are up for this, which from the first 2 rounds looks like they are. Would not surprise me at all to see Elevate give a few rounds over to Rhythm by just making some costly mistakes. It's what they do. Unfortunately, it's still part of their game.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Nomad being, Kaid rather, being brought to the board here from Worthy, and he's using that Electro Claw spot on the cupboard inside of the A bomb site to electrify the pantry wall, and that's a strategy that I vividly remember being used in like 6 Masters finals last year, so that's a bit of an OG strat. I think he also did place one on the roof below to get the triple wall. There, he did. Thanks, Marshall, on the obs. Appreciate the little zoom in there. So good work there from Worthy in the util department, trying to deny some of these walls from being opened. And of course, that triple wall extension above would suggest that players will locate above, take refuge, try and slow down the attack, as Rhythm likely will try and find Vert. That said, though, their spawn positions suggesting maybe a horizontal take. Sometimes teams do take living across. That is a viable approach.
Still think it'd be probably best to go top down though, right? Especially with the Vigil roaming around. See how it plays out. Drax was, I think it was either round 1 or round 2 was gone pretty quickly. So far 0 and 2 on the Zephyr. Not ideal. Pulse through Digital just finds a heartbeat. Good start for Dig as well. 3-0-1, and one of those being a clutch round.
Supremacist using his Ash charges to try and clear the Banshees, which have conveniently been pinged by his team. 10 players still up in the server, and it does look like Rhythm are fully committing to the horizontal take. No real pressure above, so a lot of that setup null and void here for Elevators. Fisher is actually getting pressed already out of sheets. I like that angle there from the Vakes using the X-Kairos to create some footholds. That means that a player on the defense can't really hold there, and now Drex, with that drone assistance, might be able to claim it.
Only 4 drones left as well, so going to make use of this as he does get pushed in, does get droned in. Fisher guy is going to be eliminated. Vast on that vigil, so not above, but is below in basement in the cellar at the moment. Now going to start to push up back over to kitchen dining. Drex on site though, in dining at the moment. Supremacist close by. Drex is going to be so careful as he sort of just has to scope this out. Oh, he sees surely the back there of Digital and does get the kill. Expected to push, didn't come from Vast though. And the Vax can get the plant down. 3 versus 3, 40 seconds left in the round, and it is going to be a retake. Supremacist a bit slow there on the reaction. Fortunately, the Vax was there to cover. 2 versus 2.
Both players now pushing back in towards Laundry. Could be quite risky, but on the flip side, they can also trade one another out. Worthy and Fast. They need to get this timing down pat. Swing it at the right time, or at least pressure the location at the same time for the trade. Worthy lit up. Fast taken down. Drex and Nova, they're holding strong in the post plant. I don't think they can lose it from here. A player goes prone. Worthy needs to find them both, but he can't find either. Rhythm, take the round.
Well, in all fairness, I said about Drex on the Zephyr was 0 and 2, and in one quick round picks up 4 kills. A nice cheeky quad for Drex to get on the board. And for Rhythm, 2 round wins now in a row. They're looking good. Winning their shots and just overall able to get close to sight pretty comfortably. Not seeing anything too crazy from Elevate. And in saying that, it's not as if Elevate haven't had players roaming around as well, guys. Like, we've seen it in almost every single round. They've had at least one player sweeping below in basement, for instance, right? So, like, and yet they're just never finding anything. We're never seeing Elevate really get off and find a nice early pick from a roamer.
The one thing that really stood out to me in that last round was the fact that, I believe it was Drex on the Zephyr, right? Just sending it literally in towards sight, and just no one contesting him, finds a pick. And in fact, then Nova came along with the kit and just straight up landed it. And Elevate made a quick flick around, all in pretty ordinary positions to deny that. The only real player that could have had an impact was God Legion there inside of China, but he was shut down. The angles weren't created. Rhythm really played that quite well. I love a good horizontal take. It seems almost obvious that you should be taking that site from above, but a nice little switch up there did seem to catch Elevate off guard.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Back over to Aviator Games, which was won by Elevate. Run out from Worthy, catches Supremacist. Hey, I mentioned it. I mentioned it at the start of this round. I said Elevate haven't been able to get these early picks, and Worthy does just that. Not quite the conventional approach to it, but hey, it works.
Well, why not go for it when you're one of the top fraggers in the league at the moment? Confidence flows through him. MX4 in hand, that gun. I'm telling ya, might not statistically be the best, but with that fire rate, it really does hit hard.
Hard and fast as well. 5 kills now for Worthy. I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue for Rhythm. Don't sense it'll deter them too much. They've looked the goods. They've typically been able to win a lot of their fights pushing onto site as well. So if you kind of give them that advantage in this round, they should be able to bring this back from 4-5 down to say like a 3 versus 3 later in the round. And then from that point, it's theirs to take.
11 Drex.
Drex, yeah.
They're trying to take 90 here. Nova as well in the window. Should be able to launch some X-Kairos from that position if he wants to open up Bolt, or maybe even a longer angle. The classical hole in towards the back of bar. Drex getting lit up from the drone hole. Looks a bit disorientated as he sends out those concussions. Cool now alongside with that diffuser in hand, but they don't really have an entry in towards the site. They haven't worked Bolt too much. Maybe they'll rotate Study and pressure some of the players in towards B, but So far this round looking a lot more convincing from Elevate in the mid round.
You say that, but I feel like it's a pretty similar approach to what we saw from them earlier. The only difference is they actually got the early pick this time and therefore haven't got anyone else roaming around. Oh, they actually had a 5v4 advantage in one of the rounds, and God Legion was roaming down in basement with that advantage. So this time the only difference is they've actually got all 5 on site. So not getting too greedy. They're going to just take their advantage, sit on site, play 20-second meta, and see how they come out ahead of X. And Flash is going to get stopped. Vast knows he's coming in as well, so this should be an easy kill for Vast. Never mind, take it back. Oh. Nice second shot as well from Novaex. The Fusic goes down. Novaex and Ghoul versus God Legion and Digital in a 2 versus 2. It felt like this was Elevate's round, and it's kind of flipped on its head here.
God Legion main, Digital on the kit. Again, it really comes down to timing. Digital can bait it out, but Novaex is in a position to swing as he lights up the other defender at the top of the stairs. Digital.
Oh, no!
Oh, it's a team kill in the end, so it doesn't even matter. And Nova goes nuclear in this round. I'd take the 4K, sure. That one onto Dig didn't count, but hey, it was close enough.
Oh, you got to take credit for that one, surely, though, guys. Surely.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah. No, I'm agreeing with you. That's what casters are meant to do. I agree with you. Well, you said it was a better round from Elevate. It started off with a nice run out from Worthy. It was cheeky. It didn't quite get to that 3-3 like I said it would, but it did get to 2-2, close enough. And as I said, Rhythm have just been better. Once they're pushing onto site, they're winning their ones. They're peaking better. They're hitting their shots better. Might sound like the basics, but that's exactly what it is. Rhythm are just playing the basics better right now. I did think it was much more conventional from Elevate that once they got their advantage, especially with 20 seconds left, all 5 on site, have everything covered. I don't think there was anything wrong with that. I just think Rhythm just played better.
Yeah, it was a bit of a sticky situation that Elevate found themselves in. It was a 2v2 plant. Arguably, they didn't have the greatest positioning. I think they had one player over towards top red, the other in vault. It was a little bit icky considering Nova had them both covered from study off the back of a really nice 2K. I think credit really just needs to be given to Novaex in that late round. It was really well played from him. He hit the shots that mattered and looking strong so far. Going 7 and 2 on the Habana roll as well. One that typically doesn't see a whole lot of frags is quite nutty. And Elevate, they need to get thinking quick smart and shut him down.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Well, if they don't fix this quick smart, this match is going to get away from them. And then, I hate to say it, but then it could be the season getting away from them as well. You know, I think it was about a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, whenever we were on here last. And after having seen a couple of the early results, guys, we felt as if this was Elevate's season, that they could actually finish in first place. And if not first, at least top 2 was almost expected with the way that the Knights have floundered and wildcards issues, etc. We felt as if it was going to be the Elevate and Order season. And suddenly, Elevate losing Playday 4. If they lose Playday 5, then they're out of the top 4.
Drex again has found himself in a pretty decent position early onto the round, uncontested here from Elevate, who seemingly haven't extended much over towards the south side. So it's almost like them welcoming Rhythm to say hello at the top of red, maybe push airlock as well. In fact, there's already 4 players stacked here. They could go early.
Yeah, it's going to be a rush through. They shut down the Sawyer gate. Fisher got up close. Had been on 0 kills prior to this one. The quad up close on the smoke. Fast will finish off Drex. Flawless round, mostly thanks to Fisher Guy, who stops that blitz attack from Rhythm.
Honestly, name a more iconic duo than Fisher lying down in a corner with the shotgun and finding that many kills in a round. Absolutely insane. I hope we get a replay of that. That was crazy, and he almost got the ace. He just got stripped of it. So he was lying down. Did they not drone
him out?
No, I don't think they really had the time. They were just like, hey, let's send it. They thought it was clear. It was an off-meta position being held there from Fisho. Really difficult to see him tucked in behind that chair. And he reaps the rewards. Well played.
I like how you said they didn't have time when there was like a minute and a half in the round. I mean, maybe they didn't have time based on their
strategy. They didn't have time.
Yeah, based on their strategy, didn't have time. But yeah, good round from Fisher guy. I'm so glad I didn't say anything now, but at the start of that round, I was actually going to say one of the players I'm surprised hasn't got more involved has been Fisher guy, because a lot of these rounds have come down to the latter stages, and that's where you want your smoke doing their best work, right? Denying time with those gas canisters and just generally being in those deeper positions to be able to get frags onto the entry attacking players. But he had 0 kills prior to that round. He then picks up a quad, and suddenly he's looking much better at 4, 3, and 4 rather than 0 and 4.
10 seconds remaining.
Hi. Got on elevate. They're making up for some of the lost time we got in the first matchup. So let's just keep speeding through these rounds. maybe on the attack we'll see elevate getting aggressive themselves. But no, that was a treat to watch. Fisho has been around for a long time, and those types of plays, they are not isolated. They are quite frequent, or as frequent as those plays can come. So expect to see that more throughout the rest of the year, and I'm sure he'll be happy actually with how he's been integrating with this roster. It's important to remember that he's only literally played a couple of games, 4 games at least in OCN with this roster. So
yeah, and that's a good point to bring up, because we in the preseason, before we'd started OCN, before we'd started APAC, that was sort of the thought process with Elevate. Would they need time to gel? Would they need time to formalize the roster? And they kind of shot out of the blocks, and that surprised us, and we thought, okay, maybe just the change alone and all of that would just be so good that they don't even need to spend time to blend in. But over the last week or so, they have slowed down a bit. They have cooled off, and this is a testing match for them now. Rhythm are giving them their absolute best, and Elevate need to respond, and it is up to them to respond. So far they have in that previous round. If they can close out the half 3-3, it'll look good. Supremacist, though, winning that fight against Vast. He's a good player, Supremacist. Got a good future ahead of him.
It's the second time as well now Vast holding that position on the AVG defense has been shut down by an aggressive swing, so that is quite unfortunate for him, but such is the meta in the game at the moment. If you swing at that sort of range, you're likely to win. It encourages confident play, aggressive play, and that's what Rhythm have been bringing to the board so far in this first half, looking to try and gain a 4-2 lead. They get control of the top of the main stairs. They cross without it being seen, and Ghoul finds yet another kill. It's Fisho guy. He got a 4K in the last round, but no impact here in round number 6. But it's a flank from Worthy. The best player, I would say, in terms of stats so far this season. He'll need to go big here to give Elevate a chance.
Got a good position to do so as well. Digital on site, obviously under a bit of pressure. God Legion and Vault. I mean, they're still kind of well set up here, Elevate. 4 versus 3 is not impossible. 45 seconds left on the clock. But as you said, it's up to Worthy to really find something here down that hallway. There's only 1 drone left, by the way, for 40 seconds left. But considering it's aviator games, it just is pretty well-known positions. They know there's going to be 1 in Vault, 1 on site, and they also have the information on Worthy on that prior kill onto Leb. 25 seconds left, though. Can Rhythm close out this half? 4-2. Or are we going into the half all tied up? Navex has been taken down. Drex winning the fight against Worthy. It's a big fight to win. C4 goes out from God Legion, but he goes down before anything can happen. So does Digital. Can you feel the rhythm?
Ooh, the rhythm. It's flowing at the moment. Hashtag feel the rhythm in the chat. Show your support. 4-2 lead as we enter the second half here on Villa. What are we looking at, Xenox, in terms of defense win rate? Should this be a win for Rhythm in the end, or how are we feeling?
All right, yeah, haha, funny.
What do you mean? I genuinely want to know, what's the defensive win rate of Villa?
For what,
it's
OCN?
Yeah, it was 7-7, right? Or 8-8.
50%, mate. 50%.
Yeah, there we go.
You know what that means? It can go either way, but it also means Rhythm off to a good start from their attack.
10 seconds to insertion.
But in saying that, we obviously now need to see
5 seconds to insertion.
their defense. I think sometimes statistics get over glorified.
Is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I hope if you're listening, Dev, you know, close your ears here. But you know, they don't mean everything.
Yeah, for sure.
At the end of the day, it comes down to the matchups as well, the maps itself, whether or not teams are proficient on it, how much have they really played it, how much time have they spent practicing it, have they got game plans coming in. But just at the end of the day, it also comes down to the matchup. Like you could take the most defensive sided map in the world, but if it's Wildcard versus the, you know, if it's Knights versus the caster stack or whatever, we ain't gonna win anything.
Speak for yourself. I don't know. I should be Diamond, but anyway, Gold Legion getting aggressive inside. A bedroom supremacist. It's a C4 pick, and it's worthy off the board as well. 4 members left of Elevate to try and scrap something back. They were yet to find a refrag, but they do now. And it's Fisho to step up, and Novaix taken down.
I feel like almost every player in this lobby at the moment has had an impact play, except maybe Leb.
Yeah, I talked him up before. I cursed him. We have a bad history. We have a bad and long history of me cursing him and his team. So let's not get into that.
4 versus 4. First attacking round for Elevate. I wouldn't go as far to say must-win round, but a 5-2 scoreline does not look good. They will have to claw themselves back. Oh, look at that cheeky goal just sitting in the corner, taken out by Vasto. He's too good for that. Advantage Elevate once again. Plenty of time left, of course, for this attack as well. Looking good.
Map sweeps seem to be the flavor of the day.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
As Elevate with the man advantage can go for that play. Leb, though, he's just below. He has a C4 in the pocket.
Attackers recovered the
Rhythm have the intel that he could be on for a play, but Valk, of course, was banned out. No Echo in play either. So I don't know if that intelligence will be easy to come by. There's a bulletproof camera, I'm not exactly sure where. But Leb could just probe below, play for the default. Might be the play if Elevate don't have a whole lot of time to recover.
bomb located by attackers.
Fisher guy, talk about just making an impact after a slow start. He's now got 6 kills in what feels like the last 2 rounds. Trax just taking a large chunk of damage. Fortunately gets swung and pushed on by Digital as well, and Elevate too clean in the end.
Yeah, we saw a lot of investment in the utility department there from Rhythm. We saw even a shield and reinforcements inside of Astro. But they didn't really pay off, and then it did seem to leave the site a little bit weakened, and Elevate pounced on that opportunity, collapsed it, and there was not much of a response. Rhythm will have to lick their wounds, electing to go over to Trophy and Stat.
The Lion. See it every now and then on Villa. It's not exactly uncommon. Obviously, it's pretty common to see players roaming below, moving around. Also just for entry pushes. I like a good line. I think it's slightly underrated. There's just a lot of maps where
you like playing line because you just click a button.
Well, I just get told from Dev, press the button, and then I press the button, and then Dev goes in and gets a 3k, so it works out
yeah,
well.
I'm sure Worthy will probably be in the server, and it'll be, I would assume, Fisho telling him when to press the button. Maybe Vast. I think they both shot calls less IGL when required. So.
Yeah, maybe.
10 seconds to insertion.
Big round window for Elevate, that previous one. Just to not let that scoreboard blow out. 4-3, looks nice. They're right in this. From what we can kind of tell just from the 7 rounds that we've seen played thus far, attack is sided maybe. Definitely at this current stage, it's shaping up that way. And there hasn't really been a lot of vert play either from the attacking teams. As you've kind of pointed out a lot of times, it's been very horizontal.
Mm. Yeah, early positioning from Elevate here suggesting they'll probably go above They want to try and take control of laundry and then transition that towards a default plant. That's probably what they'll need to do. You cast your man back to the rhythm attack. They all spawned basically on the exact opposite of the map and approached it long ways.
That's a good little rhyme. Cast your mind back to the rhythm attack. Is that
It's a
intentional?
poet, and I didn't even know it.
That was on purpose.
I don't know about that. You know what was on purpose? Were these two early E1Ds, neither of which net a kill. So not sure exactly what that's being used to clear. I'm sure there's definitely a sound reason for it.
It actually got the tag onto Supremacist though with the E1D, which is going to allow the kill onto Supremacist. So the Lion impact. Can you believe it, Guz? It's going to net a kill.
Supremacist hasn't been confirmed yet though, so he can lie down and call out for his team. Never mind. Digital.
Oh, Fisho.
Fisho gets traded though. A good double there from Didge, and it's now Leb and Ghoul left to clutch up.
No more E1Ds from Worthy. Leb just going to push up pantry stairs, checks behind. How much information though available here for Rhythm, especially in a 2 versus 4. They do have the. Oh, I was going to say, I was literally about to say they do have the kit, but Didge just swipes it and just says yoink. And makes a run for it for Elevate. They've now got Diffuser back in hand into 4 versus 2. The round is shaping up to be going quite nicely for Elevate and tying things up 4-4. Should be on the cards.
Leb being followed, but gets met at the top of the stairs anyway by God Legion. Now it's Ghoul in the 1-on-4. Oh! Not bad there. Onto Worthy and got the down, but traded. And Elevate will claim the round.
Attack, attack, attack has been the play for Villa from both teams. It was a 4-2 half for Rhythm on their attack, and so far the first 2 rounds for Elevate on their attack have gone their way as well. Aviator Games, I believe, was the fruitful site defensively for Elevate. We'll see if that can be the case for Rhythm, but so far unsuccessful on their defense entirely. Supremacist on the Rooney. Keeping my eye on him, who has been really in the thick of things this matchup for Rhythm. 4-4. How quickly things can change going into the half. It was all Rhythm. Felt like they were right on top of this match, and then a quick switch of the half and Elevate a bit back.
How's the Rhythm feeling now? Is it starting to die out a little bit? Is there still a faint pulse?
I have no idea. Hard to say. We've only seen 2 rounds, but if the first half was anything to go by, you kind of expect Elevate to do well on the attack. It essentially means that it's up to Rhythm now to grab a round or 2. In this case, they definitely need 2 at least to force OT.
5 seconds to insertion.
It's not impossible.
Can you see just how big the extension is here from Rhythm? Remember last time it was very heavy inside of Astro, but it looks like this time they've reeled it in a little bit. They've extended a little bit outside of bar towards the top of ground stairs. They've also put a Syria gate at stat. Want a trophy as well to maybe slow that down, but Elevate, if they've got a pre-place or at least drone this out effectively on the entry, it should be a quick take. I wouldn't be surprised if with, let's say, a minute 45 to go, they have a lot of room to work with and can try and take 90.
God, Legion's just going to get droned through Master Bathroom into Astro. Stock standard at the moment. Don't mind the Lion pick again here. We saw that it was successful in the previous round, catching Supremacist. It was just sort of strafing for that split second due to being pushed on. It just adds that extra layer of pressure when the attacking team is pushing onto a player or onto a site. It's also a little bit of peace of mind as well, just at least for that small amount of time, no one's moving.
That 1 minute 45 checkpoint has passed. Elevate not doing a terrible job here, as fast down below might be able to put utility or players from below using lifelines. Keeping in mind there is a player at the top of red. Digital might be in a position to shut that down, or Fisher on the swing. God, Legion as well, pressuring from below, but it is Ghoul to get the first. That's Fisher taken off the board. God, Legion turns it to a 4-on-4. Doesn't win the swing. Onto the stairs. It's Drex for a double, leaving it in a 3-on-2. Oh, Worthy.
Oh, Worthy, come on, buddy, come on. It's not going to bite you. Does have one EE1D remaining for Worthy, and I would imagine should be used in conjunction with Digital pushing in.
Bomb located by attackers.
40 seconds left. Going to elect to go for it now. Dig does push in with the E1D. 2 versus 2 now. That's used perfectly in the end from Worthy and Digital. It's like the Dev and Xenox rank stack combination, but in competitive. It's glorious to see. 20 seconds left. Ghoul in vault. You would think from this position should be able to shut this down. This plant is going to be stopped by Drex. And now Digital 1 versus 2. 10 seconds left. Not in the position to get the diffuser. We'll just push to the player in vault. Swings in, gets the kill. No time left though. Well, Dig is having a big game, but Rhythm will stop the attack and edge closer to that match point.
Yeah, the frustrating thing was there at the very end, we saw Dig actually throw out a drone. So if they didn't have one watching the top of the main stairs or brown stairs, whatever you want to call them, probably should have taken the moment there to set that drone up for his team. They probably could have called out that flank. Maybe they did, because they did fall off the plant. Yeah. So there is a chance they actually did have the intel, and they just unfortunately couldn't play off it. It was a bit of an awkward position, but either way, it was a really nice flank there late. Rhythm, they're able to take the round, and getting 5 rounds, being the first to 5 is so much more critical with the new scoring system, because it means effectively you're on 1 match point in a sense. Because if you win the next round, of course, you secure at least 1. So
it's like a personal match point.
Yeah.
You win this round for Rhythm, you at least secure 1 point, which, you know, it might not seem like a lot, but it's the difference between, like, at least in the case right now, it's the difference between being below Knights or being above Knights, and also being tied with ROFLCOPTERGG, which would actually get you out of the bottom 3. So if Rhythm can at least secure overtime, but then if they lose overtime, they're still out of the bottom 3. So that's how important it is. Or you could just win this and get all 3 points, jump up to 8 points, which, can you believe it, would put them 3rd right now, from 2nd last. And another fun fact, they're the only team that has yet to get a regular time win this season.
Can they do it? That's the question. They head over towards trophy stat. Drex on the roam. Common position for the Pulse to play. He can relay intel to the team on how many are rappelling up, how many are near the walk-in, how many are in the bathroom. A lot of versatility available to this player below. Of course, you'll need to be mindful. Could get hunted down by Worthy and the E1D charges, as well as some of the entries. But so far, Elevate are focusing their efforts on the balcony and looking to maybe clear the bedroom, clear bathroom quite methodically. And of course, actually try and hit the site.
And this is also where scoreboard pressure plays a factor as well. If you're Elevate, you know you lose this round and you can't get all 3 points. It's just not a possibility anymore. At best, it would be 2. Drex is going to go for the C4. He's going to be off the mark there. It's missing completely. Not even close in the end. You don't get many opportunities as well. There's a lot of C4s being thrown out. There's only like 1 or 2 left.
Oh, Drex. Shooting up through the floor. Not sure if that's to maybe prep a C4, if he was actually a real chance of hitting a player on the window, but either way, doesn't find anything. When will the C4s start flying out, though? I mean, we've already had actually all 3 burnt. In fact, there's only 1 left. Ghoul.
Well, there's one that's placed, I think, and there's one that's in hand for Ghoul. That's what I'm kind of getting at here with the 1-1 in the top left there for the utility. Would suggest that there's 1 placed and 1 in the back pocket for Ghoul. Considering we had quite a few C4s in hand for Rhythm this round. And now they're both gone.
A little bit disappointing there for Rhythm, and Drex now getting lit up. Does retaliate though. Digital taken down. Drex can play safe side of Mem. But all of this vert, increasingly dangerous for the defense to deal with as we see some players rotate out. I believe Fisho has the diffuser. He does. He'll enter in towards Laundry and maybe try to get the plant down inside of Dining.
Not much time left in this round. 20 seconds left. Pressure's on what feels like almost for both teams here. Final E1D is going to go out. It's going to allow Gold Legion to get the kill onto Gold. Vast as well can push in through Kitchen freely, but Leb swings out. He hasn't found many frags, but he just quickly gets 2. Almost got 3, but did enough. You would think maybe for this round, because that diffuse is down, Leb did enough to win it. In all intents and purposes, Rhythm win the round of AX, was almost killed. If there had been one more second, Gus, just one more second, he probably dies, and they probably lose the round.
Wow, in the midst of all the chaos, I didn't quite catch how that kit got dropped. But it was. And Rhythm, they secure at least 1 point in this matchup. Huge round for them. And Elevate now staring down the barrel of 2 losses in a row to arguably the 2 weakest teams in the league. That is very, very concerning. Question is, how will they bounce back? 2 rounds need to be won to head it into OT. They'll be attacking Trophy and Stat. Did win it last time, so at least they have a little bit of form.
Point secured. Season-defining game here. Rhythm have a mixed bag of playdays to come after this. They've got a top team in Knights, and they've got arguably the weakest team in LFO. There's a very real possibility you win this match point, you go to 8. If you can then beat LFO, you go to 11. Is 11 enough to secure top 5? Remains to be seen, Guz, but I would much rather be on 11 than say 8 when it comes to that time of the season. Huge opportunity. For Elevate, they would be stuck on 8 points with, you know, 2 rather tough play days, right? They've got Order after this, and then they've got Wildcard. Does their season crumble in the final 3 play days? Or do they persevere and break through?
Time will tell. All focus though, of course, on this round is a trophy defense where we're seeing Drex quite aggressive inside of Model and Leb as well, down Classical, trying to deny some of these drones who are trying to gather intel for the likes of God, Legion and Vast on the entry. They are being denied though. Only 7 left. Vast confident on the peak. There is a player at the top of Red Stairs who will scatter away as more ground gets taken. Another drone. Oh, Vast, that is very sharp. Drex going 9 and 8, but will take no further part this round.
Yeah, and Drex has been a big player so far, having some big moments for Rhythm. There's a chance now for Elevate. Will they capitalize? I haven't necessarily been overwhelmingly bad or anything either, by the way. This has just been a really good showing from Rhythm. You know, especially when you look at the right side. If you look at Elevate's KDAs, they don't even look that bad. They've all had some good moments. They've all been playing relatively well as individuals, but I feel like as a team, they've probably let themselves down a bit. But there's still a way back in here. There's still 2 points on offer if they can climb back. We've seen them do it a couple of times throughout the last month or so. God Legion going to get some information at least. And there's still a lot of time in this round. So surely Elevate can come up big and send this to 6-5.
Yeah, a lot of time, and they have a good foothold over towards top red. Vast confidently swings in. Bulletproof camera doesn't get taken down, so they should have intel on the cross, but they're getting overwhelmed. They're getting fragged out. It's just no Vakes. And Leb left to retake the 2-on-5.
Fortunately for Rhythm, they will still have match point after this. It's not a given. Fuser goes down. Leb came up pretty big in the last round. He would have to go even more nuclear in this round to save Rhythm, he's down. It's only Nevaix in a 1 versus 4, and Fisher Guy will close it out with a double. 6-5. It's still match point for Rhythm, but Elevate are coming home strong to send it to OT.
Good little execute there from Elevate. Clinical, really. They just overwhelmed the site. They sent it in the pockets of the site that they knew were clear, and it was too difficult for Rhythm to retake. Heading back to AVG now. Line still being stuck here from Elevate. They believe it to be working. Always difficult, I guess, to track just how effective it really is, but I'd say it is having the desired effect of locking down players at times where they seem to be focusing their efforts on them, and that's really what you want to be doing.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Who's going to stand up, play when it matters the most? Who's going to make the big plays? How does Elevate themselves play this? Do they look to get aggressive? Do they look to get on the front foot, look to find that early pick? If Rhythm allow them to have an early pick, but if they play aggressive, do they turtle on site? So many different ways you can sort of play this. So many different ways that it can play out. The standings themselves are going to change dramatically off the back of just this one round, Guz. Goes from 3 points and suddenly 3 points is gone and two teams get 1 point. This, the amount of direction that the standings changes off this one round is just fascinating. That's why I love this season and the system that's in place.
Supremacist, he's a long way away from site. Looking to maybe catch a player off guard towards kitchen, but faster God Legion. They might just send it up the stairs here alongside the E1D. Go though, Leb as well. It's falling apart here for Elevate. Rhythm, that 4-3 advantage.
Pushed in with the E1D. They didn't quite come out successfully. Fortunately, Vast did at least get one at the end there. So 4 versus 3, not impossible. They've also got control of main stairs now as well, pretty quickly and very early on. So they can now start to look elsewhere to clear this site out. But if your Rhythm does, surely you're just not peeking anything. You've got the advantage. You don't really have to do anything but play defensive from here on out.
Of course, it is tricky in these scenarios that you don't turtle too much to the point that you suffocate yourself. But I think you framed it well. No need to overpeak. Don't give away anything for free here. And if you do want to get aggressive, make sure it's being calmed. Make sure you're able to be traded. Oh, that elbow's visible.
You can see it.
Oh,
He's just
he hits it.
That man
Just
just
gives
lost an elbow.
a little bit of a love tap on the elbow and says, please don't peek me.
I wonder if that E1D was a bait, expecting the player in front to swing, expecting the push. Fisher guy held the angle the entire time, gets the headshot. Oh, how quickly things can change. Vast over at landing gets Ghoul. And suddenly the advantage that Rhythm had has now evaporated. They're down a player. It's 3 versus 2. Supremacist on site. Drex is going to get Fisher guy. This match point is going to go right down to the wire. Drex, taken out by Worthy. Supremacist against a very low Worthy and close to half health Vast. With a minute left, they're going to stick to plant. He's going to have 40 seconds or so for the retake, unless the C falls huge. It's not. It falls short. It did actually stop the diffuser momentarily. And Supremacist's position, though, an Aviator now has been given away. He will push into Vault, and he knows he's got a big task ahead of him. If they are to secure all 3 points, he needs to clutch up here in the 1 versus 2.
But he can't. Elevate will close out a very close round. OT, baby. Woo!
Well, that's 1 point each now. Secured a point on the board for Elevate, gets them to 9 points. I haven't quite done the maths. I'd like to maybe at some point to see sort of the numerical amount that you need to secure top 5 going into the last 2 play days. But I would imagine, guys, surely double-digit points could be enough. If it's not, it's damn near close. 10 to 12 points surely should be about the mark. I think 12 points roughly should be good for top 5. So you're getting and edging closer to that figure. If Elevate win out here in overtime, they go to all 10 points already, which would actually put them back into first place over Team Bliss.
Really does feel like Rhythm are the experts in overtime, at least more broadly last year. They would have been massive benefactors from earning points in overtime simply because they lost so many games that went into overtime. It was quite tragic to watch. So they're no strangers
5 seconds to go.
to this kind of scenario, but of course, neither of these teams want to settle for just the 1 point. They'll be pushing as hard as possible for the 2, as those margins are so close as the season comes to a close.
And that's the thing. That's the thing, right? It's not like you get to OT and then you breathe a sigh of relief and say, right, job done. We've got a point. We can call it a day. Like, you got to fight hard to now get that second point. And it doesn't seem like much, right? You'd think, because you're almost just looking at it as 1 point, because you just secured 1, right? You already got 1 in the bag. You're not fighting for 2. You're fighting for 1. But the 1 that you got by sending it to OT, then the 1 that you're going to get for winning OT, that's 2 points. That's a lot, and that's worth fighting and grinding it for.
Leb down below does have a C4 in pocket. I have an inkling. I just have a feeling that something special could happen in this round with that Nitro cell. Of course, I don't want to cast a curse him, so we'll wait and see. Elevate. Seemingly not interested in clearing kitchen, and that, of course, does make sense. Big time bleed. But Leb, of course, can use that to his advantage. Just poke and prod. See what he can see.
So far, it's the attackers that have had more success here on Villa. Elevate on the attack, first up here in overtime. Probably sets the precedent for the overtime round. I mentioned it before in our previous overtime that happened tonight, which was Bliss ROFLCOPTERGG. We see a lot more 8-6 than we ever really see 8-7. Very important to be winning the opening round in OT. Leb got 1 onto Godlich and was looking for a second onto Vast. E1D will try and shut that down. Still 1 available in the back pocket for Worthy. Vast knows exactly where he is. The Fisher guy will pinch him from behind, but Vast got pinched himself at the exact same time by Supremacist guys.
Supremacist having what feels like an impactful performance despite going 6 and 11. It feels like he's doing a whole lot better than that, but either way, 3 versus 3 as Digital finds one with the SMG-11. Digital as well going quite big in this round, and on the map as a whole, so there's 2 nades in the pocket as well. Keep an eye out for those as Supremacist gets his 2nd in the round. Fisho and Didge, and they create something special in this round to give their team the edge.
I think they can here. The Vex is quite low on the Wamai, down to just Ghoul and Supremacist. I was going to say Ghoul and Leb because of his name. The Fisher guy catches out Supremacist. That's going to help a lot. Ghoul has to win this one just to his left. Goes early, pushes back into the vault. Fisher guy going to go for the plant. Ghoul's going to just now try and push out and swing. That should be getting watched though, but he just shuts it down. He's got the shield there as well that he can fall back to. Digital has to be watching that crossfire better. He allowed Ghoul to just swing out of vault, stop the defuse, get behind the shield. There was not much else then Digital could do from that. What a swing from Ghoul and a way to win that round for Rhythm and give them a very crucial overtime match point in what feels like almost like a 90% chance that the team that goes 7-6 will win the next round.
Oh, that's tragic there from Didge. His position was great, but that window of opportunity to hit the frag on the swinging defender is so small, and he narrowly missed that frag, and it cost his team the round in the end. Fortunate there from Elevate, as we have a tack pause, I presume. Wonder who took that. It was Elevate. Probably the right decision, I would say. Off the back of a loss in OT, just recuperate a little bit, really think about what you're going to do on this defensive round. What are you going to do on trophy?
When they come for you, bad boys. Bad what? Oh, yeah, you kind of set me up there. I had to just...
We're in 7. It's 7-6, so we're meant to be
I know.
serious. No jokes, please.
Yeah, and you're also meant to start the game already, all right? Bloody casters. Why are you
Yeah,
taking a pause, guys? Why are you
My red
pausing the
button's
game?
broken. My red button's
Oh.
broken. That's why we had to keep pausing in the first match. We had to get it fixed, and it's still playing up a bit, but we'll get that looked in. Don't worry.
Yeah, look, I mean, I've said it multiple times, but Elevate need to sort of buck the trend here that we're seeing, not just in OCN, but also APAC South as well, right? The team that goes 7-6 most of the time will go 8-6. Don't see many 8-7s. So Elevate are up against the ropes. They are feeling like one punch away from being knocked out here. And 1 point's, it's something, could still help their season later on down the track, depending on other results. You know, they might, if they finish in 4th or 5th by 1 point, you look at moments like this being able to force the OT down 6-4, it's something, but they should be winning these matches, right? Like, there's the point system, and then there's also just the general winning and losing against certain teams. And this would also mean 2 losses in a row for Elevate, and the inconsistency issues continue to plague them, and not being able to beat opponents they should be beating. So it's same old Elevate, and have they really improved? Then I feel like the answer is no. That just got really hostile very quickly.
Yeah, you look back at last week in the LFO result, and you can kind of justify that. It's a little bit of a bogey team for them, but Rhythm really shouldn't be. Like, no disrespect to Rhythm, but they're definitely not one of the, I would believe, stronger teams in the league. They're definitely not bad, but Elevate, they just have a lot more experience and pedigree and the accolades to back that up as well. So you would pencil this in. I mean, we all did pencil this in as a win. That said, Rhythm have put in a mighty effort, gotten it to OT. Question will be, does Elevate's experience help them get us over the edge?
It's interesting. We spoke about Bliss prior and their ability to go OT. Rhythm have caught the same amount of overtimes now as Bliss. There's actually been a fair chunk of overtimes this season of OCN, and I guess that's highlighted by how close the standings are, that the competition itself is extraordinarily close, closer than last season, it feels like. Just sweepingly across the board, so many overtimes and so many sort of upsets, and teams that aren't considered viable chances at winning. As you mentioned, Elevate should be winning, but now down at the moment, need to win the next 2 rounds or it's over. Godly Chen, hello. He's found 2 very quick ones onto Drax and Supremacist. That will help things immensely. Almost like the pressure valve has just been released, but they're still going to close it out. We've seen teams capable of coming back from 3 versus 5.
Lab trying to hunt God Legion down.
Bye-bye.
Won't win this. Surely not. Doesn't.
Good angle.
It's 3 from God Legion. He's been the star of this round. And in
He's been the
fact,
star
for
of
his
this
team,
game.
yeah, 14 and 8. So Vax and Ghoul left to clutch up, but I think it's probably safe to say this round is done and dusted, and we will go all the way.
I will say, actually, another Xenox fun fact: the only team that has won an 8-7 this season of OCN was Rhythm. Can you believe it? It's the only 8-7 game that we've had, which was Rhythm versus Wildcard in Playday 3, and Rhythm won that. Will they be able to strike twice? Because this is going to have to be an 8-7 victory for one of these 2 teams, unless Vax has won for the ages here. It would be an instant classic, and it's not going to happen maybe in another parallel universe.
Big round there from Elevate. We're going the full 15. Things you love to see. Might need a coffee after this game, I'm not gonna lie. It's getting pretty late. As I said, the Easter food coma still ringing well and true, but it's time to focus in now. The last round between these 2, and Dining Kitchen will be the battleground. Frost, Mozzie, Malusi, Goyo, Mute. A couple of very spicy operators in it. Come on, Drex, stick it. No! Boo. Bit sad. Wouldn't have minded seeing a bit of Frost action.
The pulse makes more sense here though anyway, though.
Yeah, but
the big thing for me is switching off the Lion. It's actually been very successful for Elevate so far on their attacks. And speaking of attacks, they will get to attack this overtime match point. They shift off the Lion. And now they can't rely on that just for what? The air jabs and the extra flank watch, expecting the roam from Rhythm. But then lessens their attack a little bit. So it's kind of like a catch-22. Yeah, you'll be a bit better on the flanks, but your attacks won't be as aggressive.
I don't think it's the worst option. We've seen players. Leb is one that comes to mind. That
I'm not
has
saying
been
it's
lurking
bad.
around
I didn't say it's
basement.
good or bad.
Yeah,
I'm just saying it's a thing.
Yeah. I was not saying
Yes, you
yay or
were.
nay. I don't know.
Always judging me.
The only time I judge you is when you're mold and ranked and don't say anything.
No,
That's the only time.
I'll give you that one.
But yeah, Worthy, I don't think it's the worst pick in the world, especially considering Leb has been roaming the very bottom, very basement of Villa. Sort of the graveyard of this map, if you would. Doesn't see any play outside of the occasional defensive flank. We'll have to see if that rings true, though, as once again, we see Drex posted up inside of Dining, gaining this intel for his team. He can call out how many players are repelling, how many will be going above.
Oh,
and that will give an indication as to how much vertical pressure there'll be. I think that's probably a little bit ambitious considering the one.
We saw Worthy do it earlier, didn't we, from that exact position?
No, that was above. That was above.
Okay.
So a little less spicy, I guess.
Still a similar thought process, I guess, but yeah, you're right. The other thing I was going to mention, though, is, of course, that the attacking team has been better on Villa so far. So I guess maybe trading out the Lion for the Nomad's fine because, for the most part, we are seeing the attacking teams have quite a bit of success. So just almost like a safety blanket, I guess, if you will. Elevate going to start to go for that top-down approach. Have seen a lot of horizontal play. That's been denied.
Got muted, and then Drex from below had the intel of where it was placed and shot it. Bit cheeky. Oh, what? That was ambitious there from Novax, the C4 trying to lob it through the hatch.
I don't even know if that would have got that far down from that distance.
Yeah, it was a bit of an odd angle. Would have been pretty tough. Maybe if there was a player situated up on the little boxes there, maybe, but that's pretty rare. Meanwhile, though, minute 20 left in the round, and Elevate.
It's just stagnating a bit.
Yeah, they're trying to shape up for something. I'm just trying to work it out. Digital might be able to make a play here. Pantry wall being open there. Fisher from outside the window. Ejected those ex-Kairos onto the wall. They detonate, and Digital has a nice little line of sight, a nice little cross. He's mindful of the flank, but he doesn't hit the shot again. Digital misses a critical pick. Leb on the flank, still running riot. And Rhythm now have the 5-3 man advantage.
They've traded places. Digital started this game so well. Leb couldn't get involved in anything, couldn't make his mark. But as the game has gone to OT, Leb has stood up. Digital's gone a bit quiet and talk about trading places. 5 versus 2. Rhythm are just owning this final round. Vast is gone as well. Just one by one they fall. Elevate haven't even fired a shot, it feels like. Rhythm have just destroyed them as Elevate capitulate. They're going to lose this game. Massive win for Rhythm. Their season is alive. They go to 7 points. They're out of the bottom 3. And for Elevate, it's 2 Playday losses in a row. What's happening? Hardcore victory. Can you feel the rhythm?
I'm feeling the rhythm. There's a bit of an intense rhythm at the end there. The heart was beating for us, and I'm sure it was the same for the players in the lobby as well. But Rhythm, they escaped with 2 points in the end. Maybe escape isn't the best word to use. I would say they thoroughly deserved it. They played very, very well.
Well, they were ahead.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be happy.
Look, I feel like their logo is all of like 1 pixel there on the background of the awesome victory screen. 8-7. They have now won both 8-7s that have happened here this season for OCN. Big credit to Rhythm. A much deserved victory. You know, you say escape because I say holding on or something, because they were the ones in front. They were the ones for the most part leading. They had the original match point. They were up 6-4. They got their first secured point earlier than we saw from Elevate. So full credit to Rhythm. I can feel the rhythm. They're out of the bottom 3 as well. That puts Knights, by the way, second last. Can you believe it? Of course, they've got a game to play tonight, but just the fact that that's even a thing is kind of crazy. All eyes on this matchup, though, and from the get-go, it was Rhythm. They set the tone on the attack.
Yeah, they did. And then when it came to push to shove at the very end, they rained out on top. I thought that maybe Elevate with that additional experience would be able to just edge out, but it really just was not the case. It was a massive final round there from Rhythm as they closed things out. A lot of highlight plays throughout, and as we sort of said a couple of times, it felt like at almost every stage, every single player stepped up. It never felt like anyone was really getting dragged along. There might have been a couple of occasions where some of the players in the lobby felt like they couldn't quite get into the match. But like I said, literally almost every player had a highlight play. So very entertaining to watch, and I'm sure Rhythm, like I said, will be happy with the result.
We've praised Rhythm, rightly so, but for Elevate, it's the second Playday loss in a row. Their great start to stage number 1 in both APAC and OCN is crumbling. They slowly, week by week, guys, are almost reverting back to their old inconsistent self, unable to pick up wins that they should be winning. It's almost like the same old tune, and you start to wonder, has anything really changed?
Yeah, definitely concerning. It's a red flag if you're losing to both Alpha and Rhythm, 2 teams that we're not expecting to be massive threats in this league. I mean, happy to be proven wrong, and that might be the case, but I'm sure Elevate will not be overly content with the result. They do fortunately escape with at least 1 point, and that could have big ramifications later in the season, particularly if they do find themselves on the edge of the top 5. But look, I don't think that will necessarily be the case, but they also do have Order and Wildcard next, and if they play like this against those two, that could be a bit yucky.
But, and it's a big but, Elevate are a team that played to their opponents. So we've seen it time and time again, right? They have a strong, and not that, like, and I hate saying it because Rhythm's a really good team, and I rate them, and they're not in the bottom 3 anymore, right? So they're doing something right. But for whatever reason, I feel like whenever Elevate play against Order, Wildcard, Knights, they do step up a bit, right? And we do see sort of their best and what they can really bring to the table and what they should be doing, you know, on a regular basis. But for whatever reason, we don't see it against teams like LFO and teams like Rhythm. And I think that's just sort of the downfall of Elevate right now. But full credit to Rhythm. They capitalize on it and they get out of the bottom 3. Their season's alive. And they're a team that, you know, would be worthy to have a nice strong org backing them.
Yeah, if you're an org out there, get signing. Who knows what the future could hold for these boys. I mean, man, maybe in a couple months we'll be talking about them being a serious threat of being promoted to APAC South. Who knows?
Let's go and have a look at our interview for this game. I don't know why I said have a look. We are going to technically have a look. Supremacists coming in for a quick little chat. Should be pretty happy with that performance, mate. Congratulations. Out of the bottom 3. You pick up a good win against a solid side in Elevate as well. Just give us, I guess, maybe a quick recap of your thoughts and how that all sort of played out.
You know, it's honestly really good that we actually beat this team today. We really needed this win since losing to Bliss last week. So we knew coming into this that we needed it. And then, you know, going into being the rounds, we almost had the 3 points, man. It just slipped away. You know, I came into 1v2 and couldn't quite get it, but that's quite unfortunate. But honestly, once we got our team, man, we're pretty excited and just glad that we got 2 points, to be completely honest.
Yeah, let's talk about OT for a little bit. You guys aren't strangers to overtime. What's it sort of like being in that position? Just how intense really is it? And how do you boys, I guess, manage to edge out one of the better teams in the region?
Like, OT is nothing new to us at this point now, right? We don't even have a single 3-point win. Every game has basically gone OT, so we're used to it at this point, to be completely honest. Like, there's no, like, every time we're like, yeah, here again, let's go again, and like, it is what it is. And like, you know what, like, it's, yeah, I think the nerves with the boys is fine. I think we honestly deal with it really well. That's why we can come out with these OT wins better than most teams, I'd say, at this point.
Yeah, except for maybe Bliss, because you guys and Bliss are the only 2 teams that have gone OT, Playdays 2, 3, 4, and now 5. Both of you actually didn't play OT, Playday 1. What does it say, though? I almost asked this exact same question for Bliss, but what does it say about you guys as a team that, you know, regardless of your opponent, right, you're always getting to these overtime situations, sometimes picking up the wins, sometimes not picking up the wins, but for the most part, you're stacking up very well against this competition in OCN. Is that just such a good feeling that you're not, you know, say second last and you're just getting swept aside? Like, you're in every game against every opponent.
Yeah, no, I mean, it feels great, right? Because obviously the boys last OCN season, I think it was just, you know, they just got into OT so many times but couldn't quite close it out. And it's kind of the same thing, but it feels great for those guys especially to just finally close these games out and actually compete against these higher teams that are actually, you know, really good at the game and really do put up a really great fight. And just, you know, it honestly, like, it just feels really good, to be completely honest, man. I really have no other words for it.
Cool. I mean, we could actually, let's talk about next week, right? You've got the Knights. Arguably, they're not in the best form here in OCN, and I'd say they're a similar pedigree to Elevate. So there shouldn't be any reason why you guys can't take them down next week, hey?
I mean, I'm not going to say anything yet because the last time, you know, when me and Odo were getting at it, I didn't want to say if we're going to win or lose because I don't know. I really feel like we're going to bring it tonight as we have been with every other team because we really want these games. We really want to make top 5 to make playoffs. It's just our one goal right now to make these playoffs and prove to everybody else that we can do this and that we're here and we want it. So.
Well, it definitely feels like your destiny or your fate, however you want to sort of coin it, is in your hands, right? You kind of get a free punch at nights, and then obviously you got a game against Alipho, who are kind of struggling a little bit at the moment, but of course still a team you don't want to take too lightly. So, you know, you do well in those games, and you guys most likely make top 5, right? That's just the way it goes. So, best of luck in those games, mate, for the final 2 play days, and hopefully you guys can finish the season strong.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Good player, with a good future. Yeah, Supremacist is one to watch for by end of year. By end of year, the more game time he has in OCN, I'm telling you, the kid's cracked. Had some good moments early on. Went a little quiet as the sort of match went on. I think you even said it at one point. You kind of looked at his stats and you thought, based on some of his impact plays, would have had a higher KDA. But sometimes, you know, you have low KDA, but you have like 2 or 3 big impact moments that get those round wins. And sometimes that's actually worth more than, say, you know, getting some cheeky kills that don't really mean anything because you've either won the round or the round has already been lost.
Yeah, Supremacist just seemed like a dope dude. I'm not gonna lie, he just seemed pretty chill, you know, laid back, having a bit of fun. I love that him and his team have some ambition. They want to go for top 5. They're sick of being the team that's just hanging on by a thread, and it's awesome to see that they're taking it up to almost every team. As you framed it, they literally put up a fight against every single team. I don't see any reason why that shouldn't slow down, and top 5 is looking honestly quite likely for them now.
And a big test as well against Knights, right? And they've got form going into the match, so that's one that I absolutely can't wait to watch, right? You know, so sort of David versus Goliath sort of matchup for next week. Of course, though, we've still got 2 matches to be played tonight. Order and Alipho, Wildcard versus Knights. Don't go anywhere. We're only halfway through this night. Can you believe it?
How many are there? 6?
6. I think I should ace this. I should, yeah. 5's reasonable, I think.
I think I'll do okay. I'd be happy with getting at least half.
2.
My name is Digital.
Hello, my name's Dino.
I am Vincia.
And this is the 6 Sounds Audio Challenge. Yeah, okay. Sounds like a Rooney's Gate, I think.
What the hell?
Okay, so it's reloading. That's an Aruni gate going up, I think.
I think it's Zero. Zero's gadget. The one he shoots into the wall.
Yeah, that's definitely her placing it on the door frame, and then that's it activating for sure.
Yes, get in. Get in. I was rightfully confident.
That has a sound? I wasn't gonna get that. This is one of three sounds. It's either operator pick, you just lost the round, or you just won the round.
That is the sound of the map starting just before band phase.
The intro noise? Yeah. Wait. Oh, wait, no, that's a...
You're loading into just a map. You're loading into the map.
Which map?
Just a map. I don't know a map. I don't know.
I feel like it's definitely a map I've played a lot. I think Clubhouse. I'm gonna say Clubhouse. I don't think it's right, but I'm gonna say Clubhouse.
Consulate. Consulate, I'm just gonna guess it. Locking in Consulate.
Hereford base.
I should have got that.
Did you say correct?
Yes.
Okay, good.
So there's different sounds for different maps. Interesting. I normally alt tab out when we're loading into it.
It's a gun shooting. I think the gun sounds sound different on different sound profiles.
Okay, so it's a gun. Duh. And
Oh, yeah. Wait, like, maybe the reload sound will give it off.
I think it's Dutch's AR. I think it's called AR-13 or AR-33 or something.
It's a new attack. I feel like it's a new attacker.
That's like a lever pulling back, so maybe Buck. Gonna have to say Buck, but I don't think that's right.
I'm gonna go Gridlock's gun. AR-33, play that again. No, you have done some editing to that.
Did someone get that right? It was Ditch, wasn't it?
When sounds actually mean something to me, like when it's actually useful, then yeah, I know what it is. Loading into a map, that's not gonna help me in comp. I'm not gonna remember that.
That is ridiculous, man.
That's just changing the gun firing mode.
Wait. One.
That's easy. That's when you're changing a gun from single burst in order, changing fire mode.
It's like three modes. You like hear it. I'm gonna go lock in bullet rate of fire mode. Oh, I reckon 4 from 6 here is credible.
2 out of 6. Woo! You're punching something. Oh, you're punching Castle Barricade.
Castle's Barricade, don't know the name of them, but the Castle Barricade being, yeah, destroyed by meleeing.
Punching a castle barricade till it opens, I think.
So it starts off hard and it's going easier, I think. Alright.
Alright, last one, come on.
Okay, what's this? It's not in game. Oh, it's an alpha pack.
Opening an alpha pack.
Opening an alpha pack, that's, yeah. Come on, mates, come on. That's alpha pack.
Did I beat digital? That's all I care.
Not happy, but then also happy, because I sort of came back there, so...
You win!
What do I get, though?
Pride?
Yeah, that's alright. I'll take that.
I'm happy that I got 4 out of 6, but because he got 4 out of 6, no.
I guess I'm just playing more than you guys, and I mean, it shows. I don't know. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'll just have to beat him in game, which should be easy.
Woo.
managed to find him.
It's been a long night so far, but still plenty of fun action to be played. 2 overtimes has taken the stage here for Playday number 5. We had Bliss 8-6 over ROFLCOPTERGG, and then as we just had before the break, Rhythm versus Elevate 8-7 going the distance. 2 games still to be played. Can you believe it, guys? 10:30. We're still only just halfway through the show.
See the bags under my eyes. I look like an 80-year-old man right now. But hey, we'll push through. Siege is fun. I'm all for it. I'm sure the last 2 games are going to be fun. So, yeah, it'll be fun.
You know what else is fun and what I'm all for? Snap Fitness. It is, of course, been an absolute pleasure to have these guys come on board for OCN, trying to take advantage. Guys, definitely needing some work there. You must take advantage, guys, on the latest offer. Did you know? It's only $4 per week for your first 4 weeks at any Snap Fitness gym. I'm talking to you specifically, guys. You definitely need it. For more information, guys, you can type !snap in Twitch chat. But it's just been an absolute pleasure to have Snap Fitness on and helping us by supporting OCN and helping maybe get guys to the gym.
Yeah, I ate a lot, like I said, during Easter. I need to work it off, so I might head down to the local Snap, get on the rowing. I feel like maybe the rowing machines might be my deal. Get the arms working a bit.
Yeah, bit of the treadmill maybe as well. I feel like you'd be the kind of guy to go in, hop on the treadmill, go to the rowing machine, and then call it a day.
Yeah, probably. Might do a few weights, like just a couple 100 grams or something.
You know, it'd be good content would actually be you
gym stream.
and you and
Me
Dev.
and you.
No, well, I mean,
Dev.
Like, all of us
Okay.
maybe, all of the OCN casters. Although I'd kind of rather just like minus Rob, right? Because he'd probably put us to shame. So myself, you, Dev, the 3 twigs. Although I'm not much of a twig, I'm more of a pudge brownie.
Thankfully, they're 24/7 gyms, which means we can go during gamer hours because none of us are actually awake during the day. So
3
that is another
a.m.
added feature.
Snap Fitness stream coming your way, and
Let's
then
get it
after
done.
Snap Fitness, you probably go and get a cigar box.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. Let's get it done.
All right, let's draw our attention over to our 3rd match of the day, which of course is another pretty big one. Order versus LFO. 2 tales of the story, 2 tales of the season. One's up, one's down. Order, of course, looking to capitalize on some of the results that have played out from today. With a win here, guys, they would actually jump to tied 1st place based off just round differential, unless they like absolutely whack LFO like 7-0, in which case they would actually go completely first.
It's been a bit of a funny season for Order. They find themselves last in APAC South, but they are still in serious contention, as we outlined for OCN. They took down the Knights in OT last week, which I think will fulfill them with a little bit of confidence heading into this matchup. That said, I think it's important that they don't rest on their laurels. We've seen LFO be slept on last week by Elevate, so they wouldn't want to make that same mistake twice.
Let's go and have a look at the LFO lineup for tonight. As you said, you don't really want to be sleeping on them. They can cause a surprise. They did beat out Elevate, but maybe Elevate's on the decline, right? So how much now really do you take from that win after Elevate just lost to Rhythm as well? Jigsaw's been having a really good season, probably the shining light for LFO in what's been a pretty dim season.
Sorry, I'm just looking at Enigma. He looks like he's from The Godfather or something, just down there, just vibing in his suit. Yeah, LFO. They got their first points of the season last week when they, of course, took down Elevate. But they've always been a pretty strong team. They've never been a massive pushover just in general. So who knows? Also, that game last week, keeping in mind that's a bit of a boogeyman opponent for Elevate. So how indicative of that is that form for tonight? I don't know, but Jigsaw, as he mentioned, definitely keep an eye on him. Going 32-24 so far this season, 6-5 on the entry. So the man's been clicking some heads.
Yeah, putting the Jigsaw pieces together and having a pretty good season at least.
No.
What do you mean that was bad? I didn't even finish it, really. You just cut me off halfway through. I was going to come up with something good. No, look, I think when you're having a bad season as a team, I think it is also just for yourself individually nice to be able to be saying, I'm playing well. Something I can build off, at least from a personal point of view. It's going to be tough. I think we should probably label this. This is going to be a very tough game for LFO. Order looking good. They beat out Knights in the last play day. They did lose to Bliss and Rhythm, but prior to that, they beat Wildcard pretty convincingly. So, look, Order themselves, I guess, and obviously, as we sort of touched on in APAC, it's been very miss and not so much hit. But in OCN, they've been a little bit better, and we kind of expect them to be winning this. I mean, if Order lose this game, or at least even if it goes to overtime, there's a lot of questions you're going to have to be asking about this Order lineup and where they're really at. So, must win. I think a 7-3 or a 7-4 should be about right.
Should be about right, but OCN loves to throw a spanner in the works, so I would not be surprised if we somehow cultivated another OT. But yeah, it should be a clinical match here for Order. If they play at their best, it really shouldn't be a difficult match at all.
Let's go have a look at the map, Vetoes, and see where we're going to be heading. Are we going to get a Villa return? No, it's Clubhouse return. We, of course, had this for our first match of the night. Still no Oregon. It got really close, though. Order flaunting with upsetting Guz. Of course, Guz not a big fan of Oregon anymore after, well, casting it about 8 times in a row at one point. So Clubhouse, pretty stock standard. I think this definitely just plays into the hands of Order. And saying that, the way that our Lilfo do play, they can turn something that's structural into something chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, there are opportunities on Clubhouse to be a little bit sporadic. We saw that from Ruffle, or at least some attempts of that on that first match earlier this evening, and there's no reason why we might not see it again. Sure, you might not see full-blown aggression like you would on the likes of Coastline or even Chalet Consulate, for example, but it does, again, have those small windows of opportunity to go for those kinds of plays.
What are you thinking here? Comfortable Order win? I mean, I know that the predictions was all Order. No surprise, but going to Clubhouse. Final thoughts?
Should be a 7-3 Order. If they play at their very best, I don't see why it should be anything more than that. Who knows, though? Maybe Order will have another rough match tonight.
Well, we've set the tone. It's going to be a tough one for Alifo. They're up against it here. Order looking to really capitalize on their season here in OCN. A chance to be tied first place. It is incredible. It's Playday 5, and they've only had one regular win. The other coming through overtime. So it has been hit and miss in OCN thus far for Order. They've got a hit here, though. And if they do, they will head up into double-digit territory. Maverick going to be banned out first up.
We did see the Thatcher Maverick combo in the first matchup of the evening. Of course, that was Ruffle Bliss. Very real possibility. See it again here. I don't know, what will Order take out? Maybe they'll take out a Nomad or something to that effect to increase their aggression on their defenses, but no, they're just going to be boring and take Thatcher off the board. So we're likely then going to see the Kaid locked in. I'd be surprised if we saw Mute again, but who knows? Could be an exact replica.
Do we see the Mirror banned out or the Valk banned out for the last one? Because from memory, it was the Valk. I don't have it actually in front of me, so you might actually.
On what match, sorry?
Clubhouse. That's going to be
tonight.
Valk. Is that not identical?
It was Mute.
I was Mute. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I'm just off in La La Land.
Don't worry, I'm the same.
I think it was. I'm thinking of Villa. I'm pretty sure I'm thinking of Villa with the Valk ban at the end.
Villa was Valk, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
It was Valk and Mirror. So there you go.
It happens. Villa, Clubhouse, it's the same thing.
One's in Italy, the other's in somewhere.
They're in the same game, you know, it's Siege.
I think Clubhouse is set in Germany, if I'm not wrong. Could be wrong.
Is it really?
Completely off the mark. Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
Wouldn't have picked it. Mirror onto the Clash, though. Now, we've seen the Mirror coming into fruition and coming into play a lot.
It's Germany. Yes.
Is it?
Woo! I just know the game on a different level.
Yeah. You are on to not be messed with, that's for sure. Let's look at the Snap Fitness community vote, 72% to 28%. I would have thought probably 75-25. But
you're playing semantics again, Xenox.
Inches,
close
man.
enough.
It's close enough.
It's good enough. Good enough from the community. Applaud the community.
Community's been like on point as usual. I mean, I just don't know what else to say, really. You guys, it's the best community in any esport. Like, it's just, no question.
This is interesting though. Sushi playing Clash. We don't really see a whole lot of Clash anywhere, ever. But some teams do like to whip her out on occasion, and Sushi.
Whip her out? What?
Whip it out. Is that too Australian?
Probably.
Ah, that's a shame. Well, Sushi will bring out the clash. Could play quite aggressive here, actually, on the mid-platform of main stairs, and then slowly fall back as the round progresses. Good time waster for the attack to deal with, as long as Sushi doesn't over-aggress.
Should mention as well, by the way, that we didn't touch on it, but as usually noted, Nate coming in for Specker on a Monday. So no surprise there to see Nate in for Specker. And Nate's been playing pretty well when he does have to fill in for Order.
Yeah. Glad you brought that up. See what Nate can do. Sushi's still just vibing on the stairs. So playing a bit of peekaboo with the attack.
Peekaboo?
Yeah.
You mean peekaboo?
It's just a matter of pronunciation.
Yeah. Well, one's right, one's wrong.
I have no comment.
Order on the attack. In what has been an attacking-sided map tonight. Especially on this basement site. Probably haven't even spoken about it at much length here, but I kind of expect Order to win this comfortably on attacker side.
Cheeky there from Cutie. Top down angle onto the bulletproof camera, able to shoot that out. Not so bulletproof after all. Joker's now playing the bottom of the main stairs, and once again, Sushi will play peek-a-boo. Say hello, but retreat back to its side, and that was basically what I was expecting him to do for this round. Just keep being annoying. Like, that's literally his job. Just be annoying, try and waste time. Force Order to waste some utility, get a bit frustrated, and they might be able to bleed out the round. That said, Hills is bleeding out, as Wet does find a pick, so it's effectively 4-on-4.
.40 seconds left as well. In the pause. Jack Dad's down, by the way. He's actually in that smoke. He's going to get the plant down. Nate's now going to push in through blue stairs. Oh, swung out. Didn't quite see Jigsaw. But fortunately, Jigsaw was not looking that direction, capitalizing. And as soon as that plant goes down from Jack Dad, he gets Sogs as well. 3 kills in the round for Nate. And it's just down to Sushi on the clash. I don't think this worked out. Oh my god. I don't think this worked out.
See this from Cutie's perspective. Like a Beyblade. Yeah. Doesn't work out though. But points for effort. From memory, looking at his stats, Sushi hasn't been going massive in the frag department. Can't really comment on whether or not he's just playing bad or if that's more so his role.
Oh, jeez.
Probably not a bad idea seeing him pick up the clashes. That operator inherently won't be going for frags basically ever. Unless it is a bit of a desperate clutch scenario, which it was there, but...
Well, the big thing in that round was the fact that Jack Dad went down pretty quick and got that diffuser started nice and early. Nate then sort of going off of that early push down onto site with the diffuser, Nate then pushes in through blue stairs and picks up 3 kills. So it's almost like everyone on LFO sort of responded to Jack Dad, and that just allowed Nate to just push him from behind.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just... Yeah, I was just looking at the cast Discord a little bit there. Raven thought it would be funny to plaster my huge muscles in the gen chat. Honestly, I'm surprised Discord could handle a file size that large, but... I'm surprised every day.
10 seconds remaining.
You just have nothing, you're not going to back me up on that one? Or?
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, would you? I don't even know at this point anymore.
Yeah.
Feel like we need a break, guys. I feel like we need a break. Maybe tomorrow night. You know, see other people.
Really? Oh, are you going to break up with me live on air? Yeah, I could imagine. Well, that said, I won't be casting with you tomorrow night, so...
That's the joke. That's the joke.
Yeah. Look, that's a test of just how slow my brain is right now, but hey. Let's focus in. Jigsaw. He's shooting a wall with a pistol. How very entertaining, but you know what else is entertaining? Cutie finding a pick off screen. That's Sushi, unfortunately, taken down. Didn't have the protection of the Clash shield and is caught off guard. In fact, he's actually invested a Vulcan shield to extending
the
little stairs there. So he was really hoping that he'd be able to hold that position.
Himself, surely, right?
I think he was. I mean, it's not a terribly off-meta position to play at the moment, but you need to be holding it for at least a couple of minutes to make it worthwhile.
Oh, gets punished. Five drones left for order. Minute 50 in the round. Hill's top red. Wettables in cash along with Sogs. Jigsaw still over at Rafters, but that's it. There's no other presence elsewhere on the map. So order free to do what they like down in lounge below. And they know they're not going to get aggressed on. At most, Hills will just peek from top red down, but I don't think he's going to be pushing down those stairs anytime soon.
Nate would be there to greet him if he elects to. As order with only 4 drones on the board are looking to make the most of those. QD could drop, open con, does so. Might be able to apply a little bit of pressure from this side of the map. Over?
Yeah, this is over.
Really? Do you want to take cover? You can take cover this round if you want. Explain to us why it's over.
No, I just think that they've got too much control.
Oh,
no! It's definitely over now with that one from Nate. He's having a bloody great game so far. I don't know if he's still going to be careful swinging that one. He's got Nate for cover. Nate's got another one. 5 in 2 rounds. The man's a machine. Jigsaw can just do nothing but sit in rafters. As I said before, Guz, the round is over.
Well, you didn't have to explain to me why the round was over or to show me why it was over in the space of 30 seconds. Nate, the super sub, doing a lot of damage from down below. Man, the subs are just popping off tonight. We had Nate in this match, Cynics in the earlier match. Wow.
Soka. Look, let's watch this shot again. Is that luck or is that skill?
It's bad timing from Suggs. I mean, what he's trying to do there is open up angles to prevent players from playing behind those cash boxes. So it's not uncommon or anything like that. It was really just Suggs was unfortunate to get caught in the crossfire, but we can put that down to skill. Why not?
We'll go back for the repeat, CCTV and cash. Not too much of a surprise though, by the way, to be seeing Order doing well here on the attack. As we saw earlier tonight in the Bliss versus ROFLCOPTERGG match, it was very attacker-sided. Right now, actually, as it stands coming into this game, guys, 5 games of Clubhouse has been played throughout OCN for a 50% attacker win rate and 50% defender win rate. On the dot, 31-31.
Cool.
At one point, I believe it was like, well, I know for a fact it was 55% to the defender side, but I think it even got as high as 60%. And it was said in the interview, but Clubhouse is just slowly becoming attacker-sided.
Yeah. I mean, that is really the natural trajectory of a lot of maps in Siege. As they progress, the more attacker-sided they get. Clubhouse, maybe it is really at that tipping point now where there's not much wriggle room on defensive setup, and it is getting quite tricky. I guess compounding on top of that is a lot of the recent nerfs and buffs, which has made attacking and clearing utility a little bit easier.
Ooh. Nate shut down early into the round. That's a big pickup for LFO because Nate's been popping off.
Where did he get him from? I don't even know. But I know that Ippy got Sogs, so that's a solid trade in return. Not sure if it'll go down as a trade if it was within 10 seconds or not, but either way, we'll count it as one. 4 versus 4, breach open. Wet has control of rafters though. This is probably the next key position that Order would like to clear out. He's getting pressured from that open breach, but has a couple of ADS devices covering his position if he wants to play more passive. Position confirmed though from the drone, and now the pressure will be applied.
They don't have to clear it out if they were to go from the con approach, which is kind of what they did last time, right? I mean, they didn't clear out rafters at all. Still got 7 drones, minute and a half. So they're committing a bit of time to this, but I don't think they're throwing all their eggs in this basket. But if they're going to be pushing in from below wet, then yeah, like at this point, they're obviously committing to taking him out. The question will be whether or not he can actually get anyone for whatever's.
Oh! Jeez, don't know how he didn't get taken out there as he peeks up and he finds the kill.
That's
I think
job
he
done.
could be on for more. I think he could be on for more. He lights up the player outside the door. The nade, though, this could seal his fate. He can't run out in time. Oh, he just gets away. That small little bit of cover on the railing proves to be enough. An order. This is proving to be a headache for them to clear this position.
Yeah, no, this is almost the round right here. They've wasted so much time on trying to clear this rafters position. Now they do so. Fortunately, though, for Order, they've actually still got the advantage, 3 versus 2 with 40 seconds left. So if they finally clear that out and they've actually got the advantage, I thought maybe enough time had already been wasted by Wet, but apparently not enough time. They needed a little bit more. Now they can go for the default plant from rafters. With Hippie Style getting that one down, 20 seconds left. Heals over in cash, and we'll see whether or not LFO can hit their clutch shots in the final moments of this game.
15 seconds to go.
As the timer ticks down, we still find ourselves in a 2 versus 3. Hippie Style looks to secure the plan, and it's just Hills left. He needs to swing the door. It's being covered, though. Joker, he momentarily looks away, but he swings back at the right time, and Order will continue to mount these rounds on the board.
Kind of as expected, really, the way that this is going. 3-0, especially on the attack for Order. LFO feels like each round they're getting a little bit better, little bit closer, but they're still just so far apart in terms of where these two teams are at. We head back down to Church and Arsenal. Order firmly in control. And how much damage is just going to be done though in this attack? Is this going to be like a 5-1 sort of half? At that point, you'd probably say it's job done.
It's difficult to gauge because we haven't seen a successful defense, so we don't really know if LFO are strong on any of these sites. They're returning back to Church. It's a site they tried in round 1 and obviously unsuccessful on, so we're yet to see Jim. That's my new favorite site on Clubhouse.
I don't even want to hear it.
Well, you're going to keep hearing it until teams start playing it.
I don't blame you. I mean, what did Oda say in the interview? It's about the comfortability.
Yeah, I think that's honestly what it is. To be fair, there's probably a lot of aspects to Siege, from operator selections to routes to objectives, everything. Some of them don't honestly make a whole lot of sense, but players and teams will commit to them because they're comfortable. I mean, you see it in matchmaking as well for so long. Like, one example is a bit random, but one example was like Jackal. Like, post-nerf, he wasn't that great and just got played heaps. And now, after like a year, he isn't played at all now. Like,
I played Jackal.
Yeah, because you're in gold. What I'm saying is, sometimes it takes a long time for trends to change in this game, and Basement it's probably like the staple site in the game at the moment of all the maps. So
I'll have you know, I'm like 80 MMR off plat. Thank you very much.
I haven't even finished my placements, so what do I know?
Yeah, so what does that say? I mean, geez, play the game more, loser.
True. If I ever want to cast Invitation, I need to get to Diamond, so maybe one day. Maybe one day.
Maybe one day you'll get Diamond, maybe one day. Not going to happen this season, though, that's for sure. And something that might not happen here is LFO getting back into this. Order are just all over them right now. Looking clinical. Probably don't want to maybe go as far to say the best that we've seen from Order this season. Of course, they had that pretty big win against Knights. 8-6, a couple play days ago. Actually, it was the last play day. I don't know what I'm at. It was just a week ago. But they've been a bit shaky, a little bit hit and miss, a bit inconsistent at times, and this has just been clinical against the team that they should be beating. I did actually say in the pre-show, if Order beat LFO by a big enough margin, the round differential will put them in first place.
Just quickly, I think upon VOD review, LFO are going to never put that bulletproof camera down again because QT is just directly countering that so easily. Sure, it's placed deep and quote-unquote safe in the site, but it's just been destroyed from the vert every single time, and that is impacting the amount of utility that LFO do have available to them. That said, though, they have the fallback, Maestro, and that could play a part. Meanwhile, Hills, Sogs, they consider a flank, but then think better of it.
It's that risk versus reward mentality. You go for the flank, you find a kill, you probably change the round as a whole, the way it's being played out. You sit on site and you just allow Order to do it as they please, clear all of this utility, and then push onto site. And you're probably going to lose the round. Last time out, Jack Dad went in for a quick plant. He's going to now get in as well at the 30-second mark. A little bit slower than last time, but still decently placed. In fact, not even going to get the plant down. Cutie's found a double kill. Jack Dad's going to get a much better position here for the hatch. And with 20 seconds left, I don't see a way that LFO are going to get even remotely close to this round.
Sushi and Hills trying to find something out of nothing, it would appear. A couple of players, in fact more than a couple, are above, and that means it's basically impossible for Hills and Sushi to find anything. Order will flawlessly take round 4, and it's 4 rounds in a row.
Look, I'm not going to lie, guys. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I'm pretty happy to have a quick one here. It kind of probably...
Don't speak too soon, Xenox.
Well, it would put us on track.
This is the classic caster curse scenario. You say that, and then we will go to 15 rounds. That said, we're going back to church.
Well,
so we probably
I actually would not be too unhappy to see that. I think that'd be kind of cool to see LFO come back and go the distance here against a very good order side. And we are going to obviously have to see the switch of the half, which is where LFO are going to be attacking and are expected to do a bit better. But the damage is sort of being done already. This has almost a 6-0 half written all over it right now. May not actually end that way, but I would imagine that if it gets to 6-0, I mean, at that point, look, I don't know the R6 history books, guys, but I'm not sure if there's too many 6-0 comebacks in competitive Siege.
Yeah. I don't know. I'll have to ask resident stat man James Devmar Stewart for the numbers, but yeah, probably pretty low. I don't want to say it, but please, can we go to gym? Why are we going to church for the 3rd time? LFO, you haven't won it, guys. It hasn't been particularly close either. Maybe we'll see something changed up. We have to see something changed up if they want to stand a chance. We saw Sogs prepping for a pretty aggressive roam over towards Strip, which of course can pay dividends, but equally can be very, very difficult to wriggle your way out of. He does early though, so maybe he'll head above or chill a little kitchen. I don't really know what the game plan is. I don't know. Does LFO have a game plan? I don't know.
I think you've got to remember in terms of the switch up, you know, go to gym bedroom, you're almost trying to change the mindset and the way that teams play in almost just like one night. It's just not going to happen that way, right? If teams are comfortable down in basement, they'll go basement. If they haven't got the strat set up for gym bedroom, then they're not going to go gym bedroom. If they were like at the end of the day, the way I look at it, guys, is if they were prepared for gym bedroom and they trusted in their gym bedroom, they would have gone gym bedroom. Regardless of whether or not basement's working or not for any of these teams, the big thing for me will actually be, if we actually get there, is if Order go basement as well.
Oh, Hills.
Oh, Hills! Oh, he gets the second one as well onto Ippy style. Finally, something going the way for LFO. It's been a bit hogwash for them in this match. It's been downright ugly, to be fair. We've had a lot of very competitive games in OCN. In fact, the majority of games have been competitive, but this one has not been. Finally, LFO are getting some kills on the board, and well, you close the half out with a round or 2 win, especially 4-2. That's pretty good considering the way Clubhouse has been played tonight.
Jack Dad, side of blue. What can he do? Not much. LFO do get that first round on the board. Big from Hills. Not bad. Not bad. Cheeky little 2K. Didn't mind that.
I've just seen this tweet from another resident caster in the Oceanic region.
No, you're not going to bring this up.
I have to bring it up. It's too good. And he's tweeted out a comparison of his lovely, voluptuous biceps, or bicep in this case, and he's gone side by side with our resident color caster here, Guz, and his chicken wing.
I did have some chicken wings before broadcast.
You've got some progress. You got some progress, Guz, but I think, look, with a bit of motivation, one day you could match Mac's mustache. One day. As for the bicep,
Maybe.
that's never going to happen.
All my biceps. If I head down to Snap Fitness enough, I'm sure I'll sort me out.
Head on down to Snap Fitness and be like Mac.
Oh boy.
Final round of the half.
Well, you know what? We're going to gym bedroom. So
yeah,
this is exciting.
This is. Can I just say, this is literally a repeat of our first match of the night with Bliss and ROFLCOPTERGG. It was like 3-0 to ROFLCOPTERGG, and then Bliss got one back down in basement finally, or something like that, right? Made it 4-1. Then they finally go gym bedroom and they make it 4-2 at the half. And then, as we know from there, Bliss decided to, of course, attack pretty well themselves. LFO could very much set themselves up for a pretty big second half here if they can win this gym bedroom. And if they do win this gym bedroom, I'm never going to hear Guz shut up about how good this side is.
I think from every rate game from now on, I'm just going to force the stack to go gym bedroom first, honestly. I love it. Get around it. This round, though, Sogs bringing the mirror onto the board. I love seeing mirror on this site. You can fall back towards bathroom, play off that once jacuzzi's open. Second black mirror may be placed over towards cash if we can have a quick look. I missed it during the prep phase because my attention span is really bad. Oh no, it's the Logi one. It's the one inside of Logi that Sogs is playing on now. So yeah, that one's cool as well. Of course, quite susceptible to the hatch once open, but in the meantime can do a little bit of damage. Sogs almost probably close to taking off Cutie's head there as he repels down, but doesn't hit the mark. Jigsaw though hits his, and that is his style to sit out the rest of the round. Joker as well, and his heels gets aggressive too.
I think Joker almost got himself stuck in that position as well there. Jigsaw, haven't seen his name much in the kill feed tonight. In fact, there it is again, but for the wrong side. Jack Dad just jumps down, gets that kill, makes it 2 versus 4. Nate taking his time there at CCTV. Walled. Minute 40 left though in the clock. Interesting shield on the mattress. The bed. Vision. At least on that drone from Jim, which is where you need to be, Guz.
At 20. Jack Dad's still playing on the balcony. Players still extended
that is
in
so
towards
risky,
cash.
that health.
It is quite risky. No one there really to trade that out either if you had been taken down, but he does scathe away with his life. Cutie meanwhile prepping for a push up the main stairs as Nate does find a pick. So it's now 3-on-3. They have a little bit to work with here. There's an inkling of hope for order. Nate almost hitting another flick. Probably should have been taken down really, but still will be left standing. They need to get rid of this player inside of cash though. Watching that cross all the way deep into its sight is going to be deadly.
Oh, I just saw him. Well, he knows though he's made the cross, all right? Oh, he could have held that angle. He would have got wet, I think, as well. Wet's going to just go out here, and I don't think Nate's ready for it. Massive play coming from Cash, and Wettables has been a standout player in this round for LFO and has got them in a prime position to go and win the round, make it 4-2 at the half, and give them more than just a lifeline going into the second half. They will have a very solid chance due to just spotting Sushi prone on the floor. 9 seconds left, but they don't have the diffuser hand. They've got to frag out now in 1 versus 1. Sogs, though, clutches up, gets the double on the Cutie, and Jack Dad and LFO do close out the half 4-2.
Well, you heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Gym and Bedroom is officially the greatest site in Rainbow Six Siege, never mind Clubhouse. Welcome back from the break.
Put it up. Put it up. Where's that chicken wing? Where's that chicken wing?
I'm a bit shy.
Look, mine's just all like fat, to be fair. Like I'm just cheating.
Well, we are back. It is unfortunately a little bit of a rehost. Sushi DC'd. Not sure if that was the reason why he was lying in the corner randomly there at the end of the round. I thought that was a little bit peculiar, so maybe that was why. I don't know, but 4-2 is the scoreline, Xenox. I'm going to quiz you. I'm going to take the host role. How are we feeling? Order still wrapping this one up, or?
I'm feeling less confident about Order because of the last 2 rounds going the way of LFO. It's, as I said before, it's replica of the first game, man. I'm almost sensing we could actually have ourselves a big story here. LFO on the attack, surely I would imagine LFO is going to have some things that maybe don't play into the conventional methods that you would used to see on Clubhouse, and attacking teams have seemingly had the better of the time on Clubhouse. It's all set up now. They've done enough. They got those 2 rounds on defense. It's all set up for LFO. It's in their hands, right? You play well from here, and this game could very well be yours. In full fairness, though, as well, Order got off to an absolute flyer in the first 3 rounds. It looked like this was going to be like a 6-0 half. So you also added that to the fray, right? So this is not just like 1 or 2 rounds. LFO have been building to those 2 rounds. They get there, they get the reward. They've had to deal with the Order pressure in the first 3 rounds. They've just got to have now the mental dexterity to back themselves in on their attack and be the aggressors, and they can very much win this.
Yeah, I guess the shame for LFO is the fact that they did gain this momentum, and you could argue that maybe with the rehost a little bit of that will be stunted, but that's just the nature of the game. You can't be making excuses like that. So, and I guess when you switch halves, right, like the momentum shifts quite a bit anyway, because you obviously are playing a different side and everything sort of changes in terms of dynamics. I wish you would kiss me like that.
We have fun here on the OCN, that's all I'm saying.
Are you gonna kiss me when we do LAN one day, maybe?
Well,
like
I'll do LAN. I'll be at LAN.
Yeah, I won't be there. Yeah,
you won't be there. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. You haven't said anything about the game so far. Should I ask you what your thoughts are going into this second half? Because you haven't really said too much about it. Are you still on the Order train here? Do you think that they're going to be able to buck the trend and do well defensively on Clubhouse?
I think I'm in your boat in the sense that this game really could swing back if it is actually attacker-sided. On the flip side, though, I do have some chocolate mousse in the fridge from Easter that I really want to eat. So a 7-2 would be great. I would love to just tuck into that because my blood
Haven't
sugar
you had
levels,
enough chocolate?
They are depleting. They are depleting. My sugar levels are just... Need some energy, man.
Well, I mean, I would say if LFO pick up the energy in the second half, you might be able to feed off of it, right? Because 4-3, then 4-4, and suddenly you got yourselves a game. If LFO are looking good, that would actually be like 4 round wins in a row as well. So then the pressure's on Order, and then suddenly, you know, we could be in for a real treat. Or of course, we could just get back into the second half and Order just sort of pull away. It could very well happen. I wouldn't be surprised by that one either. They really need to kind of do that though, for Order's sake, right? I've mentioned it a couple times, round difference. I said if they kind of belt LFO here, they get top spot by themselves based on the round differential. I don't think that's going to happen anymore. I mean, at best they can win 7-2, that's +5. Yeah, so they would actually have to win 7-2, or they would have to win 7-3. No, sorry, 7-3. Yeah, 7-3 would actually completely tie them with Team Bliss. So there you go. So I know we're getting into the deep mathematics at that point, and there's a long way to go in the season, still 2 more play days, but round differential may play an impact for that top position.
Maybe. Love a good tiebreaker. I know, thinking back to last year in both Six Masters and Oceanic Nationals, we had quite a few. And I guess part of that will be alleviated with the new OT point system, but I obviously would not be surprised if we do have the odd tiebreaker here and there, and so every round is critical, building up to that. Yeah, all the more reason for Order to just try and shut this one out, but of course easier said than done. Basement, the first site. The defense win rate on this site tonight feels like it's at about 2%, so see if that trend continues.
Look, I'd love nothing more to see LFO come back here and just force the contest. But I think Order's going to have too much, and I think they're going to show a couple teams on how to maybe play basement. We're already seeing the mirror come out as well. Castle, I think a good healthy mix of roam and defense Just all you have to do, man. It's just that simple, guys. It really is.
Jeez. Siege is, yeah, very simple game.
Yeah. Just shoot the other team and don't get shot.
Something like that. Well, Cutie is bringing that castle to the board, and likewise, we'd probably expect a bit of a roam. That said, there's only one player off site. That's Nate, over towards Secret, and of course, he can just quickly make his way down blue if he wants to. So it's not a hard roam at all from Order.
No.
LFO, they will need to do their due diligence, I guess, and drone this out, and that will become ever more important as Nate is actually on the top floor. Mute jammers as well scattered around from Jack Dad to facilitate this. Nate going 8 and 3, and there's no reason why he couldn't find a couple more.
This is better though. This is a bit more of a hard roam, right? Rather than just sort of playing close by to blue stairs, now he's actually committed all the way to that second floor. He can flank late game, so expect Nate, not so much in the next 10 to 15 seconds, but later in the round to come in and have an impact. Although he might have to be a little bit quick there on that roam because LFO are already onto the side. Sushi just ripping the head off of Joker. He found 3 in the round. Empty Style though comes in looking to bring the round back in favor for Order, and there is Nate late in the round. He comes back all the way from that second floor, back down to basement, finds a kill from behind, courtesy of that roam. It did actually have an impact in the end because now he forces the 2 versus 1, and LFO's early round attack has just been destroyed. I mean, credit to Order. They're going to win on Church Arsenal. It's an amazing feat.
Round's not over yet. Hills is sharp.
Nah, they got it.
He's taking on Impy Style and Nate. Great fraggers in their own right. Are they watching the hatch drop? I would assume so. One tuck deep over towards Schmed. Or Dummies, as it's more commonly known, and another inside of Church with the rotation hole to work with. Concussion sent out. Hills is desperately just hoping. He's just hoping one of them peek him. But Order are playing is very disciplined and just sitting back and waiting.
Yeah, and he doesn't have his own drone to sort of set up for this either. He just, I mean, he knows Kitchen Hatch is not the play. He had enough time. He could have rotated to a different way in, but I'm not saying that he would have really done much with it. He's just kind of expecting as he drops down to sort of get peeked. Fires back, couldn't get anything with the pre-fire. He's just trying to randomly, if he like randomly gets someone right, he forces the 1v1 with 20 seconds left. It's pretty good. Gets off of it, expecting the swing from Impy Style. And Order win Church Arsenal. Not good news for LFO.
No, Order showing the rest of the region how you defend below and they get that round on the board. It's a great start for them and they give themselves that coveted number 5 in the score column, meaning of course that they're 1 round away from at least securing something in this matchup, and every point again critical towards those standings.
I want to talk a bit more about that round in particular though, because we didn't see really the way that LFO set that up outside of just when we zoomed back, we saw 2 players presumably dropping down from Kitchen Hatch, getting onto the site nice and early as well. I think it was about the minute and a half or minute mark of the round. But did they really have set up elsewhere? They didn't have a player from Dirt. Did they have anything else really covered? I don't think they had anyone pushing in from Blue. It seemed like a pretty one-dimensional attack, albeit early on in the round.
Yeah. Look, it didn't. I wouldn't say it stood out to me as being an absolutely crazy round of Rainbow Six Siege, but it was pretty cool to watch, I guess. Clubhouse is almost at a point now where, yeah, honestly, you see the same thing so often that it just all muddles into one. There is a little bit. The only real variation is which side do you attack from, right? Like on so many of the objectives, you either push from one side or the other. Like CC, for example, main wall garage, or you go con cash. Flip it over to gym, you either go from cash con side or you go like jacuzzi lodgy, and then the below is the same as well. You either go blue and dirt or like main and kitchen or whatever the case is, and it's up to both teams, I guess, to adapt to what the other does and make those adjustments quite quickly, put themselves in the position to try and win the round. LFO.
I think you're almost simplifying it, right? Because the best teams are able to adapt on the fly, and
for sure.
have those sort of plan Bs in place. Man, this helmet charge is going to go off super early.
Yeah, no wall denial being used by Order. They do have the mutes, but I assume they're probably being used to deny drones more than anything. Is probably the play.
Carly. Not seen too often. You don't want to comment on it, guys? I mean, I kind of just set it up for you there.
Well, Carly is fun operator. She do fun things with sniper and shoot people, do lots of damage and clear utility. Honestly, I don't think she's that great, but hey, maybe Hills can do something a little bit special here. There are Banshees to be cleared. Be quite useful in that regard. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, not really any wall denial. Maybe some mute jammers around garage and then Hills cleared those. Difficult to say, I can't wind back time, but either way, he is lurking. Trying to find a kill at the stairs. Sees the shoulder there of Cutie, who now falls back towards Lounge, tucked into a very deep position. In fact, taken off the board by Sushi. So a good pinch from LFO.
It's Cutie off the board. It's Nate that I would be worried about the most. He is just everywhere right now. It almost feels like every time Nate plays, he's like looking to get a spot in the main roster, like make it permanent. He always puts on an absolute show. Needs to swing this, confirm the kill. Does so. Still advantage now for Order after a couple of trades going in their favor. Nate found a second one. Nate, he's on something tonight. He's on a tear, 11-2-3. He is dining out against LFO, and Jigsaw's in a 1 versus 3, who, you know, we've sung the praises of Jigsaw this season, but he's having a bit of a downer in this one.
What can you do? Does
That's
find
nice.
one.
Oh, Nate.
Oh. Wow.
Nate.
Sharp. Bang.
MVP?
Oh, big call. I don't know. I'm happy to go with that for now, for sure. I reckon. Yeah. It's almost one of those nights. We were saying it quite a bit on Villa, where it feels like a lot of the players in this server are having impact players quite consistently or across the board. I guess quite spread out. It hasn't really just been a case of 1 or 2 players in every match stepping up. So this is the exemption, I guess, to that rule. And yeah, I guess it's even more impressive considering Nate isn't a full-time member of the team or a full-time player on the team.
Gym Bedroom, guys' beloved site. Of course, though, forced into this decision for Order. They've secured at least 1 point, as it is match point. 6-2 on the scoreboard thus far. With that point for Order secured, they now go to 8 points, which is something. It's nice. They want all 3, guys. They want all 3, and I think they're going to get all 3. And right now, they will be in first place. If they secure this match point through round differential, they will go to +7. Team Bliss is on +6.
Interesting. That said, actually, I don't want to get too technical or say anything wrong here, but if it is like previous years, it does end up going to, if the round diff is the same, it goes to the head-to-head. And
right,
Order does lose that. So
yeah, good point.
If it is the same, I'm not saying it is. If it is the same, then Bliss should retain that first spot.
How does it work if it's a 3-way tie?
It's like a head-to-head league.
Ah, that's right. I think we had that at one point.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a mind bender. Hopefully we avoid having that this year. I think we will.
Yeah. I think that's the idea of the new point system as well, really minimizes that. Ippy's been down somewhere. Okay, Sushi.
Trying to work out where from.
I mean, the big hole, the big giant hole.
Okay, it's not often you see a soft ball there, so that definitely caught me off guard. And the thing is, Order still do have a reinforcement. I assume they use that just to fall back in towards the bathroom, and with the Black Mirror posted there, Jack Daddy behind it, I guess you can afford to have that wall soft, and makes it a little bit uncomfortable for the attack to stand there. So not that wild, really.
Full credit to Order, though. I think it should be said they've been playing maybe their best siege in a little while. This has just been so clean. LFO themselves aren't exactly the worst team running around. You still got to take them into full consideration. Jigsaw getting the kill into Ippy style, but Order have just been on another level tonight. Not messing around, not trying to be too cute, too fancy, just playing good Siege. It's like almost just want to get in, get the job done, do a good job, and then get out.
4 versus 5.
Oh, Nate.
Crawls across the floor, finds one. I almost thought going to see the spray transfer for the barricade bang, as Suggs does find one. 3 versus 4. Order looking to close out the map. Jack Dad in a power position. It's up to Cutie and Nate to hold on to the other side of the map and alleviate the pressure that will be applied to Jack Dad very shortly.
Anyone's capable. Jack Dad probably would be one of those players who could do the miraculous. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen like a really solid 1v3 clutch. I was gonna say maybe there's a chance there after you got the kill into Sogs, but Sushi was right there and waiting for the quick trade. LFO not dead and buried just yet. It'll be good to see them sort of try and fight to the end and force a better score line, but we both pitched in at the start saying 7-3. Guz? Well, it is beckoning.
Ooh. Well, trust Order to ruin my running hypotheses of Jim being the ultimate site for defense, but hey, it is what it is. LFO actually played that really well, cleared out what they needed to, applied a lot of pressure in the end, especially over towards Logi, and they capitalized. So, worthy winners of that round. Will it be enough though to kickstart a comeback? I don't know. I think that comeback train is, you know, still a bit derailed, out of commission, but you know.
I don't know if the comeback train was ever really a thing.
Oh, that's what I mean.
They've won one round, I guess. Yeah, we have a small rehost back into the action soon. It's been the rehost night tonight, that's for sure. Ever enjoyable. More Xenox and Guz podcast time, which I think, you know, we've got the soothing voices for it, surely.
Yeah, I've been really distracted on Twitter with everyone tagging me.
Do your job, mate. You've got to perform under pressure. People are going to tag you in things. People are going to, you know, say bad things about you. I told you this last time.
Guz is jacked. Hey,
Oh.
See? Production, no. You wouldn't say that to me. You wouldn't say that to me at LAN Twitter.
Because you wouldn't be at LAN. You set yourself up for that one, let's be real. But hey,
yeah, true.
Believe it or not, we've actually got another game after this tonight, just to sort of reiterate that one for everyone watching along. And if anyone is still watching along after having to listen to us sort of dribble on all night,
God bless you. That's all I'll say. I've been struggling to listen to myself and you dribble on this whole time because it's been rough. But hey, it is what it is. I hope LFO. Look, I said before that I've got that chocolate mousse waiting and I wouldn't mind Order just closing it out. But at the same time, you know, I'm a sucker for some good Siege. And if LFO can somehow make the miracle comeback here, it would actually be quite an impressive story. And it wouldn't be the first time that LFO has done a minor miracle on Clubhouse. It wasn't that long ago. Remember that they took down Wildcard in like one of their only few losses last year. So they can do something special when the time calls.
I just don't know if they can do it from this position, from a 6-2 position, now 6-3. Did someone say Xenox and Guz podcast? I mean, this is it, right? I feel like every Monday it's the Xenox and Guz podcast.
Have we actually been watching games? Like, honestly, I feel like we could have just been talking about anything.
I don't know if you have been.
Kind of. I've had it up on my third monitor. It's in the background.
How does LFO get back into this one, though? If there is a way forward, how would you see it? I don't know if picking Kali is the play. That was a little bit interesting. But maybe you got to do interesting things to get back into it from such a deficit, and maybe you got to do LFO things, right?
Yeah, I mean, I had a little bit of a shower thought, I guess you could put it, about this earlier in terms of teams sometimes getting in the server and just playing off comfort instead of what they really probably should be doing, or at least being willing to experiment. And now I understand it's an official, you don't want to stray too far away from what you've practiced and what you do feel comfortable on, but if it's just not working out, sometimes you've just got to bite the bullet and say, hey, let's just try this. Maybe it's something you tried in a scrim. Maybe it's something you haven't even tried in an official. But if you're going to lose, you may as well go down with a fight. Hey, there's no point just doing the same thing over and over and losing. So bringing a Kali, sure, it might not have had the biggest impact, but I'd love to see teams mix it up. There's nothing, honestly, more tedious than seeing a team just do the same thing over and over and not succeeding. So go as crazy as you want. If it doesn't work, it's not because you decided to throw a couple of rounds. It's because you had a bad map in general, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that, you know, for LFO's sake as well, you know, picking the Kali and trying a few different things, that's probably the right way to go. Try and surprise order, try and do some different things without playing, you know, too odd. Order's a good team though, and it's got to be tough for LFO considering the way the rest of the competition of the OCN right now is stacked. Is it's actually a very even competition, and unfortunately I had to say it, but then there's LFO in last, right? Like, and it's just the way it goes. There's always a team that's going to be last, but when you're last and you're, you know, quite dead last, those teams start to get points, right? We've got Knights after this. I mean, who knows? If Knights don't get points, actually Knights are only like 2 points off LFO, so they're not that far behind. But in terms of getting out of the bottom three, right now, as it stands, you know, LFO are kind of looking at a deficit of something like 4 or 5 points with 2 play days to go, which they're going to be playing Rhythm and ROFLCOPTERGG. I mean, they're winnable, maybe. They'd have to almost win those last 2 games, and I think we've seen LFO do these kind of things before in Six Masters OCN, where they're able to snatch some wins at the end of the season and get into playoffs. So maybe this match isn't the be end all in terms of getting out of bottom 3, but it is sort of a good tester for themselves as a team. What can they achieve against a really good opponent in Order? What can we learn? And then apply that to ROFLCOPTERGG and Rhythm, 2 teams that are probably closer matched.
Yeah, the thing about Siege, and I guess particularly Stage 1, is that you don't have a whole lot of time to learn from your mistakes and actually put that into practice for the later parts of the stage. So sure, LFO might learn some things, but it's going to take time for that to filter actually into their official gameplay. But I mean, you've got to do it. It's not the longest of stages, so you know, just put in the hard work, have the rest after it. But yeah, as long as you're learning, that's the most important thing. If you lose a game and you don't know why, or you can't work out why, or you just mold over it, well, that's a bit of a waste of your time, isn't it? So it's important that you learn lessons from taking on stronger and more experienced opponents, and then come stage 2, come stage 3, you should be better because of it.
Xenox, can you press the start button, please? Didn't work. I tried. See, it's broken. This thing's useless. Tweet that Guz and tell him he's huge, or else. The only thing I would say, oh, jeez. I just can't see the muscles because of the shirt. What a shame. It's all under there, isn't it? Are you gonna like do that thing where you kind of like push it up a bit, just like from, like, what is it, from behind? Yeah. Absolutely huge guns. You know what? Let's press the button.
Boom.
Oh, look at that. Oh.
Guz
I had
shows
control
guns,
this
we
whole
go in
time. I
game.
could actually press a button this whole time.
Yeah,
My
you
bad.
just wanted to see my guns.
My bad.
Nothing wrong with that.
We just felt like stopping the game and having the Xenox and Guz podcast for a bit as we are finally back in for this 10th round. The Ying 6 pick? No, the Monty 6 pick. What? You know, from the Kali to the Monty, this is LFO.
Yeah, props to Hills. I already had Ying 6 LFO written in my notebook. Had to quickly cross that out. So seems like it was a little bit of a last minute jump off there from LFO, but this is what I like to see. Something that is a change up and something that makes sense. Monty, on a lot of the clubhouse objectives, is actually very viable if played correctly and played off. Monty can be very adaptable. You can play him down main stairs, you can play him through blue, you can even play him through dirt if you really wanted. Even just drop him down the hatch and cover a planter in the face of the defense a bit. So I like this. A nice little switch up. Brings, of course, a hard breach secondary for Cried as well. Not that that will really be needed, but some nice versatility here from LFO. And again, if they lose this round and they lose the map, so be it. At least you're trying to shake things up.
Yeah, and I definitely buy into that. I think it's a good philosophy the way you. I mean, even if you're LFO right here, you almost treat this game as just 0-0. Or I guess if you want, you can treat it as it is 6-3. You're down match point, got to win you know, that sort of mentality, but you want to have the mentality where you're not feeling as if you can't win. It's all hopeless. It's all lost. We can't do anything. We're so far back. Got to have good, strong mental dexterity and the fortitude to be able to try these things and do some different things and think, well, let's bring out the Monty. Let's bring out the strat. Let's see how it goes. This could be something that they do, say, Playday 7 on Clubhouse that wins them the match because they know that they can use this, you know, specific strategy. You've got to test it out.
Heel's getting in the face early of Ippy style and does force him back down blue stairs. So that is Monty having a desired effect, getting in the face of the opponent, forcing them to run away. You might even just see Heel's post up on this position. This is typically where you would see Jigsaw on the Zofia, for example, hold. I think he's alongside now, maybe. So you could actually facilitate this, complement that Zofia pick.
Yeah, and we're seeing that here played pretty well. It obviously can't just sit here forever. We'll have to look to push forward, but I think, is he trying to shoot the mirror?
Maybe. I don't know if you can get the angle.
Can he?
It might be just a... Oh no, he's already got it. It's already taken it.
Ah, yeah.
Or got taken it somehow.
Well, I think that's what he was trying to shoot. I don't know if he actually shot it, but I think that was the idea.
Yeah, could have been. Minute 10.
Oh, Sushi's got down.
Sushi. Probably not the play. That mirror was opened and Joker uses it, but the Monty now inside. Hill says, "G'day, boys. Hello, I'm here. Just letting you all know. There's not much he can really do. Doesn't have the kit in hand either, but oh, he can find a pick. That's Ippy style taken down. He gets aggressive, whips out the pistol, and does find a kill. Someone needs to help him though. Someone for Alpha needs to team up here with Hills and try and go for a play.
Yeah, Wedables is down there now. Nice nade as well from Sogs. This is working out exceptionally well for Alpha. It's a little bit messy, a little bit all over the place. You kind of expect Order to find a few frags here and there, which they have. Down to just Jack Dad and Nate. Kind of expect Nate to just go off here and get a 3K. It's the way he's been playing so far. C4 from Jack Dad.
Ooh.
Just missing the mark. Jigsaw getting the frag. And that's going to be Nate spotted and eliminated as well. LFO make it 6-4.
Been a bit of a quiet one for Jigsaw, but a nice little 2K to round things off. Thought that was a headshot on the initial burst there on the last opponent, but finishes it off through the wall nonetheless. And they just hold on. Here, LFO. Attack timeout. For Order, just looking to put a halt to any momentum that LFO have gained from that round.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because I thought maybe the Rehos would have done that. Felt like maybe just drew the air out of the momentum balloon that was for LFO, but they came out swinging in that round and played very, very well. I don't know if a short little attack pause is really going to change much, because LFO don't really have, in my honest opinion, much to play here. Whether they bring it back and force OT, or if they fall short and lose 7-4, 7-5, I don't think it's going to change too much for their season. I think what they're going to get is, in these rounds in particular, learning lessons in each round. Whether you win or lose, you're learning, you're growing, you're getting better. So they're already, in my eyes, have kind of already got their reward by able to push Order to the 6-4 position after being down nice and early 3-0, and it looked pretty bad. I kind of feel like LFO, just some good baby steps here against a really solid team. Now it's like, okay, can they actually go one step further and actually force the OT, in which we would then be a little bit surprised, and then you'd have to be like, what's happened to Order here?
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Back downstairs we go, and LFO seemingly satisfied with Hill's performance on the Monty last round. Elect to 6-pick back onto it again here for their second attempt, and rightly so, I think. Monty did have some impact early round over towards blue, able to clear that and open it up for Jigsaw, and then later into the round send it deep in towards Church and disrupt that hold in towards the site. I'm happy to see that Hill stuck that. On the flip side, we did see Order as well with the 6-pick. Jack Daddy onto the Bandit, in fact. Now, I did think we were actually going CCTV. I believe that got changed really late. I'm not sure if you caught it or not, but unless my eyes are playing tricks, I think it did get switched. Order looking to correct the mistakes of the last round and bounce back to win the map.
The Order get a little bit nervous here at 6-4. Can they hold their steel a bit? LFO pushing, they're pressuring, they're making this a contest. They have to deal with this Montang again. Didn't quite deal with it at all, really, in the last round. Could do better.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Having gone back down to basement ever just annoys Guz rather than going gym bedroom, so really no one's happy with the way this is playing out. Except for LFO, I guess.
Bit of a roam from Order, I think. I actually don't know exactly where EP Style is. I thought he might have been in the top 4, if I tell. Either way, Hills
There is
again.
one above.
Yeah, posted up in blue. Yeah, you can see the little blue outline just above Sogs. I assume that's somewhere over towards Gym.
Yeah.
Close enough, inside of the bathroom. That's actually a pretty tricky spot
Bomb located by attackers.
to find, especially if you only quickly drone it. So he'll probably get undetected here for the majority of the round.
Yeah, that's
and with
pretty
no
big.
Nomad on the board, that could be quite dangerous for LFO, especially if they assume it's clear.
Nate kind of played it in a similar manner last time. That was actually the round that LFO went for that quick drop down kitchen hatch.
Oh, he's moving.
Pretty
He's
early in
moving.
the round. Epi's on the move now. Nate was impactful when he sort of flanked in from behind in that round. He did find a kill just to further stamp out that round for LFO. We'll see if Ippy Style can have a similar effect and just catch at least 1 or 2. 2 is always pleasant. At least 1 at minimum you want.
Hills could be the one that gets caught off guard too. It depends if Ippy Style commits to blue or commits to main. It looks like
I think
he'll
main.
make a late decision to go towards main, and in that case, it's probably even more dangerous. Sushi has the diffuser in hand. If Ippy Style finds that pick, even if traded, will do a lot of damage, especially in the time department. And look at this. No one contesting it. They might have a drone with 4 members up. Maybe
Ooh.
no one's watched it in time. That said, Sogs could probably give the call now. It
Yeah,
might be
look at
too
this.
little too late.
Just gonna go down this motor hatch. Never
Oh, how
mind, he
did he
lost
lose
it out to
that?
Jigsaw. I don't even know how you lose that. He had the time in the world, but he probably felt the pressure that maybe there was someone who was going to come towards his position. Joker on site under so much pressure. LFO convincing 4 versus 1. Jack that all by himself in church. At best, he maybe denies plant. He can't do that because he can't get past Wettables. It's 6-5. We've got a massive comeback on our hands here brewing on Clubhouse.
Yeah, this is actually seriously turning into a bit of a banger. LFO have really stepped up. Jigsaw facilitating that, going huge in the frag department. In the last few rounds alone, it's been awesome to see. Order. It does look a little bit dangerous for them, but they did just lose basement twice.
What's the Monty like though for CCTV and Cash? Is it going to have as much of an effect unless Hills is going to 6-pick off it?
Yeah, I mean, traditionally, Monty's mainly actually only played on this site, right? You use it to either walk up rafters and apply pressure to that player, or we see occasionally some teams push up main and even on occasion through con, just because it does sort of facilitate that, this particular site, because of how it sort of funnels in. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's, if anything, it's more orthodox than it would be for downstairs.
Well, we get to this 6-5 scenario once again for the 3rd time tonight. That I can't believe. Match point. If Order are to secure all 3 points, they have to win this round. If they don't, LFO secure themselves a much-needed point. I mean, a much-needed point. And it also means that Order can only get 2. Which would mean, here is the funnest of facts, Team Bliss will be solo top to close out Playday number 5.
We can't have that. I can't bear to see Oda and his little grin at the top of the standings. That would
Not
keep me up at
even
night.
tied.
Come on, Order.
You can't do that.
Bias cast, no bias cast. I'm still waiting for that chocolate mousse, god damn it. Order, please. We'll see what they can do though. Hills solo entering on Monty through strip. Bit peculiar, but he is being droned in, so I guess it's not that strange. could be met by Nate at main stairs. It's Cutie.
That's a big
Finds
kill.
one. Yeah. That's Jig
Jigsaw's
as
been
well.
popping off in the last couple of rounds too. It has been a big reason why LFO have got back into this. Had a slow start, but coming back strong. That would hurt just from a individual perspective. You feel like you're on top of your game. You're having a good one. You're impactful. You're helping your team come back in this, and then you go down early to Cutie. You just probably tilt a little bit. I know I would. Jacked at it over in rafters. It's just going to be a harder time for LFO, but are they going to prove that they can really mix it with the best, or are they going to now falter when the going gets tough? Because right now it is a little tough. Down a player. Minute and a half.
Power position as well from Ippy style. We see time and time again players sitting here waiting and often finding picks if it isn't cleared properly. That said, it is also easy to cut off, but at the main disadvantage, LFO can't really invest the time and effort into that. So we're going to see a late rotation over towards Con. Again, the Monty, first in, best dressed. Gets lit up though from the impact. Cutie has another one in the hand as well. So heals could be critically low when they go about the execute. If he walks into a goo mine as well, that's going to pose a little bit of trouble. This is tough. A lot of utility.
They've got a lot of intel though. 7 drones, and then you kind of count the Monty, which is kind of like a big giant drone himself. The amount of information he can get looking into cache. It's just not impossible. You do have to wonder though, do they have enough firepower? Down a player already, then you got heals on the Monty. So it's really up to the 3 others to get those kills and get those picks like Sushi has now onto Nate. Good play to get rid of as well. Cutie under so much pressure right now through this com push of LFO. 3 versus 3, and it is starting to pay dividends. Jack Dad though with the impact grenade does get the kill from rafters. Joker's still alive as well on the mute. 2 versus 2 match point. 20 seconds left. This is massive for both teams and their seasons. Order surely can't let this one slip. Sushi's been eliminated. Down to Sogs in a 1 versus 2. Diffuser close by, but has he got the plays in sight? He does. He gets Joker. He couldn't understand where Jack Dad was. Jack Dad swings around. It's a close one. A nail biter right down to the end, but Order clutch up big when it matters the most. 7-5 victory. They deny overtime. They secure all 3 points. They are now tied first place with Team Bliss.
It looked a little bit sketchy there at the back end, but Order, they switch up the site. They bring something fresh to the table, and they reap the rewards. Jack Daddy, the MVP, of course, keeping in mind it was rehosted, but he came up big in the last 2 rounds. I think it was a real shame there for LFO for Jigsaw to be taken out so cheaply in that round, because he was so massive and so critical and allowing LFO to come back, but this wasn't meant to be.
Wasn't meant to be. Got to give credit though to LFO for those who maybe just joined us towards the back end of that game. They were down 6-2 match point to Order for that long. I think at that point you couldn't really blame them had they just sort of waved the white flag and said, all right, the season's not going the way we would have liked. This team's too good. We're down 6-2. It's not going to happen. But they fought right to the end, and it came down to a 1 versus 1. Technically a 1 versus 2, if we'll say it how it really was. That's how close it was for LFO to send that to OT. And I'm not going to lie, guys, had that gone to OT, I think I would have backed in LFO.
Yeah. Quick look at the highlights. Nate was definitely a standout player. Nice little shot there through the floor and consistently across the map. He was performing quite well. Joker as well. He's actually been a little bit of a sleeper player this season. It almost feels like we don't talk about him enough, as he's actually really been performing well in the stats despite playing on more of a support role. So shout out to him, and he had another good map tonight.
Yeah, it was a really, really solid effort actually from Order as a whole. I thought Nate was by far and away their best player for the majority of the games tonight. Maybe went a little quiet as LFO were coming back. Still had some good moments. This was match point 6-2. You can actually see it there. So there was a bit of an opportunity that should have ended really early on. And this is the comeback train from LFO. Had a couple of relatively easy games, but for the most part, like, it wasn't too easy in those latter rounds, and they still pulled through. They got off to a pretty unfortunate start in that match point round there at the end, losing Jigsaw that early on. in the end, double digits for Jigsaw and Sogs. Nate with a 13-7, Jack Dad with a 13-8. Those two really leading the way, especially with the cost, 92% each. Everyone else pretty low, especially on LFO's side.
Yeah, that's an indication that LFO just went consistently contributing to all of those rounds, and the more consistent you can be across rounds, the more likely you are to win them if you're having an impact. So yeah, based on statistics, Order do deserve the win, and maybe it's a little bit closer than it really should have been. 7-5. I don't know. It's a bit hard to say, especially with the disruptions we had and whatnot, but I don't want to discount LFO's effort because it definitely was a good effort at that.
So with this result now, Guz, and we're going to have a bit of time to talk about it later on, but Order now jumped to 10 points. Rhythm are on 7 points, Elevate on 9 points, Wildcard on 7, and then you got Knights on 5, ROFLCOPTERGG on 6, and LFO now on 3, which is the bottom 3. Let's just say, because obviously in that bottom 3 you got ROFLCOPTERGG, Knights, LFO. Let's say there's a world in which Knights get into playoffs. Who misses out at that point? Wildcard, Order, Rhythm, Elevate, Bliss. You would usually maybe say teams like Rhythm or Bliss, but they've already got the points in the bag. Like, they're already pretty high up there. This is shaping up to be a very important final 2 play days. And a pretty big game as well here for Knights. If Knights lose to Wildcard here, their playoffs hopes are in tatters.
Yeah, I mean, they really are. And again, it's a testament to how close the league is and how important these matches are. If you're losing games, it's really just not good enough like it would be in any other league. But again, considering just how compact stage 1 is, you don't have an opportunity necessarily to bounce back later into the stage. So it's really who comes out of the gate strong and maintains that form. And yeah, teams like Bliss, for example, I personally didn't have them as performing that great this stage, but they're surpassing my expectations so far.
Well, we have our interview for the matchup. He wasn't in the game, but Specker is going to be having a quick chat with us. Very, very happy smile. First, I just want to say, how good's Nate?
Oh, he's doing all right, isn't he? He's trying his best, but you know, he can't really hold a candlelight to me, can he? I mean, he can try, as I'll say, but props to him. He's doing well. He's fitting in nice, so that's good. But he definitely did more than his weight today, so I'm very happy with how he's performed. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'd be interested to hear your perspective, Specker, because obviously you're sitting back in Twitch chat watching the game and whatnot. What's the feeling, especially I think considering this matchup? You're 6-2 up against a team that you basically should be winning against, and then it starts getting a little bit dicey. Yeah,
usually you get to 6-2 and you win. Well, it's terrifying, isn't it? I don't know. Honestly, I joke, but I feel like I don't know what it is. It's something that we've got to figure out in our team at the moment, because it's what really toppled us with Knights. Everyone, including myself, had some tragic solo hero plays, and it seems like you just have this one issue, and then it kind of just stems, and it just just falls on down, and next thing you know, we've lost the round and thrown the advantage. But I don't really know what it is. Maybe it's a psyche of trying to close it out or holding the momentum, because we don't seem to struggle getting there. We go backwards and forth sometimes, absolutely, but when you see our team in full momentum, we're swinging. We're coming out really aggressively. We're full confidence. We're getting everything done. These objectives achieved, and we'll get to the goal of winning the round, right? Now we just need to actually understand that the total goal is winning the match, I suppose. We've had a few travesties recently with that, so hoping it's definitely something we fix soon. But we're working on it, boys. We're trying, all right?
Would you put some of it down to the switch up from LFO, especially when they started to bring out the Monty and pushing with that, making a few plays around that? Is that a part of it, or do you sort of just put it down to really the team itself and your boys just sort of lacking the ability to maybe adjust quicker?
I'm going to say it's genuinely a deeper psychological issue that, I mean, honestly, Siege at this level is 95% brain and mental. You can go in there and you feel like your opponents and you're doing your thing and you're not really being affected. You're playing off with your teammates, you're communicating, you're doing pretty much what you should be doing. You're going to be a much better player. But if you get shook, if you get a bit unnerved by these things, such as, potentially Monty being brought out. For example, I think, the mirror might not have been as effective on basement there. Potentially something else like an Intel op or a C4 op would have been a bit more deadly to secure that round potentially. But I'm not going to discredit LFO, but I genuinely think that game should have been closed out no more than a 7-3 scoreline, and we expect to take that form into our next games in the South League this week and be better, of course.
Yeah, cool. I mean, looking forward at least in OCN, you blokes have got Elevate next. I assume you'll be in the server for that one. They've been arguably a little bit inconsistent, but have shown some good form here and there. Are you seeing them as a serious threat? Maybe not even just in your matchup, but I guess more generally?
Not so much as a threat. I don't really know how to describe this scene right now. It's a very odd thing. I don't know if it's the game. I don't know if it's the 3 play days a week, but everything seems a bit out of whack. Everything's a bit sporadic. I'm not really too sure. I don't really know how to answer that question, but no, as an individual, I'm not really intimidated by any real team. I still see us as a top contender when we're not, you know, trolling each other. I almost feel like I'm on something like The Truman Show, where I'm slowly going more and more insane, and the reality TV show is just, how can we get this man to explode? And, I mean, look, when I'm on the team, apparently, we all do a little trolling, including myself. It happens, but yeah, I don't really know, to be honest. I think everything's all over the shop this season, and we could really see anything come out, and that ties into, I think, APAC South League too. Whether it's the APAC region as a whole and consistency, it's something we've got to build up on. I couldn't tell you, boys. It's cracking the Da Vinci Code here, you know? It's a difficult bit of work.
Maybe by the end of stage 3, we'll have a bit more of an idea how to crack that code.
I hope so. I got no, boys. If you have any idea, let me know. I'm looking to how to fix this issue, please. It'll be like holding this grand cube of just wisdom of how to beat every team in the APAC scene, how to untilt, how to be consistent. Bro, if anyone figures it out, hit me up. I need to know.
Is there anything else you want to say before we let you go, mate?
Aside from me having a racing heart rate, I mean, I don't know how it is to watch as a spectator, but Jesus, it's true. They like to make it a bit stressful. Playing's a lot less intense, I think. But no, shout outs to the fans, and of course, Order. Love everyone. You know, appreciate you a lot, and we couldn't be here if it weren't for you. So thank you so much, and we look forward to your hopeful support as we get to maybe our first win in the APAC South League. Ladies and gentlemen, be excited.
We'll see how that goes. What's that, tomorrow night, I think, isn't it? Right? So
I've got a broken
short
computer.
sleep.
I got to get this fixed. I'm actually stressing, boys. Like, for some reason, that's why I wasn't here today, by the way.
That's all right. Just bring in
just
Nate.
decided to shorten
Nate's
Nate's good. Nate's fine. He's awesome.
All right, we'll let you go, mate. Best of luck tomorrow night.
All right. Cheers, legends. Stay well. Appreciate it.
Yeah, mate.
He's gonna put us out of a job, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, he will. I mean, I'm glad. I've been sitting here tonight just wondering what the hell is going on, because just this region is just crazy. So I'm glad that I'm not the only one. It is a bit of a Da Vinci Code to break, I guess, as Specker put it. Just everything is just out of whack. Like, I look at the current standings and form of these teams and compare it to what we expected just in my power rankings and more broadly our power rankings. It's just completely off. So yeah, it's wild. It's wild out here.
It is wild. It's what is it, Chaos and Order or something that some bad throw Manic Monday tried to do the other week, and he just messed it all up. Regardless, we're gonna go to a break. Order up indeed. Big win over Alifo, tied top of the standings, but of course one more game to go tonight. It's the big one. It's the final horse. It's Wildcard versus Knights.
4 eliminated.
What if I just... Oh! I didn't... I was like, surely someone will be sitting there, right?
That made no sense.
I really hope it does.
It'd be beautiful. I'm gonna pause my music in case she does. I doubt she will. Oh, she just blow them all up. Oh,
No.
I think she just blew them all up, but she didn't. Oh! She actually did. She actually did.
Bomb, get ready to engage.
I'm so garbage. I don't deserve the kill. That's crucial.
What the f-
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Mark out whoever's in there.
Oh my god, the whole team is in here. I trapped him. I trapped him. You can come out and get the hostage. Run in, grab the hostage and leave. They're all in this room. They are all in this room. They are all stuck.
Oh, I should have thrown it on like he needed.
Really? That's how we won? That's how we won?
This could be huge. Manages to find them.
Well, it's been a crazy wild ride tonight here for OCN, but I don't think there's any other ride that you want to be on, that's for sure. It's been a blast. We've got one more game to go tonight, and it could very well be the best of the lot. Knights versus Wildcard surely shapes up to be a classic. It might not be the Wildcard Knights matchup we thought, you know, we would have penciled this one in the preseason, guys, before the whole Diesel situation. But it's also a lot better than where we thought it would be after, say, Playday 1 or Playday 2. Wildcard have improved.
Yeah, and I got my chocolate mousse as well, chat. So
it's not all about you.
It's pretty good. It's quite chocolatey. I have to hit Snap Gym after this, but yeah, Wildcard. It's not been the greatest season for them, but they're on the road to recovery. It's good. It's really good chocolate mousse. Do you want some? Do you want? I
have to do the analysis and the play-by-play tonight.
No, I need to go this way.
I'm gonna
open up. Open up. Open up, Zedox. Other way. Yum. Is that good? Was it good?
It's all right. a little too sweet.
It's my grandma made it, so you better say it's good.
I'm sure it is good. One thing else that is good, of course, is one of our sponsors, Livin. I've got one of the beautiful shirts on tonight. Absolutely amazing. Big logo on the back. Can I somehow? No, I can't. I tried. There's an awesome logo on the back of it as well. They've been an amazing sponsor for not just Ubisoft Australia, but obviously OCN as well. For those who don't know, Livin is a mental health organization dedicated to breaking the stigma around mental health. You can support Livin by following them on social media, wearing their merch, just kind of like I am tonight as well. I mean, it is absolutely some of the best merch that you can actually buy. OCN viewers can also take an advantage of this pretty good offer. OCN15 is the code you can use at the checkout. You receive 15% off. Type in !Livin in chat and you can visit their online store, which would be appreciated, that's for sure.
Yeah, get around it, chat. Really good message and Ant Week to speak. Great partner of the esports program down here, so make sure to show your love and support back.
Always a really, really good cause and a really good sponsor for us, along with Snap Fitness. So great to have those guys on board for OCN. You got any chocolate mousse for me, Guz? Ooh, I don't know.
I don't know.
I think you ate it all.
Yeah, I think Xenox ate it all. That was a pretty big spoonful. The man's hungry for some mousse.
Well, I'm also hungry for some more Siege. We got one more game tonight. It's been a crazy one. I can't believe it's midnight. Wildcard versus Knights for our final game of the night here for OCN. Match for Playday 5. It's a big one when you got these two teams involved together.
Well, let's have a look at the Wildcard lineup. They are, of course, a little bit battered and bruised after Diesel unfortunately left the squad before the season commenced, but hey, they've got the next best thing. It's Salix at the top there, looking very fresh, a very beautiful haircut, if I must say so myself. But look, it has been a bit of a rough ride for him and the team. That said though, as you sort of alluded to earlier, Xenox, they've hit a little bit of form as of recent.
Yeah, one game at a time. That was the mantra from Vinny at the beginning of the season, and well, they've basically lived up to that, right? Each game that they've played, they've been improving, and they won't get back to their absolute best, but they might get back at least now to a point where they could challenge against Knights, and I don't think they would actually have an excuse anymore, right? If it was Playday 1, I would have said sure, and there's no way they beat Knights. Now, I actually think that they can. Knights lost to ROFLCOPTERGG. Knights have been struggling in OCN. Knights lost to Order in Playday 4, they lost to Elevate in Playday 1. They're down the bottom. They're second last. It's not the same Knights roster, but for Wildcard, they've been improving. They did lose out to Rhythm 8-7 in Playday 3, which was certainly not ideal. But besides that, they beat LFO, they beat ROFLCOPTERGG, they've beaten the teams that they needed to beat. Now they've got a big challenge in Knights.
Yeah, let's bring up that roster. The Knights, I think it's safe to say, probably haven't had the greatest of OCN campaigns in comparison to their efforts over in the APAC South League, but as I sort of said quite abruptly in that other OCN Playday, you shouldn't be mucking around in this league. It's still a great proving ground and a great opportunity to hone your skills in. So I'm sure the Knights will be adopting that mantra. They want to win every single official that they play in, and now is a great, I guess, kickstart to the end of the season. One player I think to highlight, or at least one that I want to highlight, is Josh. He's been playing as a fair mute. Man's been going 27 and 21. With 16 of those kills being trades, which is a pretty damn good ratio. So he'll be a player to keep an eye on.
One player that I want to highlight from this Knights lineup is not even a player, it's coach, it's Picnic. Just want to say big shout out. Thank you for giving me some MMR the other night in ranked. Going to the Xenox to Plat cause. Couldn't have done it without him on Chalet. Good win for us. It was led by good old Def Marta. I don't know if you were there, Cuz, so...
No, I wasn't.
Yeah.
That's probably why you won.
Yeah, that's probably why we won. So big shout out to Picnic for that one. In ranked, that was yeah, good experience for me. Look, it's shaping up to be a blockbuster, as we would have penned it in the preseason. He's still favoring Knights convincingly. I mean, we saw that in the snowball predictions from our expert panel. Everyone going Knights, which I wouldn't have been surprised if one or two elected to go for Wildcard, but alas, nothing. It is Knights all the way apparently. And if they're going to get out of the bottom two, they have to be winning this game. So it's all the onus is on the Knights. But if Wildcard calls an upset, man, they can almost book their tickets to playoffs, that's for sure. Let's go and have a look and see where we're going to be playing. Is it going to be Clubhouse again? Oh, cafe. I love a good cafe. Awesome. Maybe we can get some chocolate mousse from the cafe.
Maybe. Hopefully we get some good siege. The one thing I think talking about this game is that if you look at this matchup, before the Diesel change and maybe even the Knights form, you'd look at this and go, hey, this is going to be like the best game. This is the game of OCN. Now, you wouldn't think of it in that way, but I feel like it's almost special in its own way now because you have two teams that really aren't playing at their best in this league. Like, it's not like the Knights are on some sort of godly run at the moment either, right? They're actually having a bit of a shocker down here in OCN. And in fact, a Wildcard actually above them in the standings. I don't want to say that if it's wrong. So yeah,
2 points.
Which is kind of wild to think about, right? Because you would have thought Wildcard would be blown out of the water, but that's really not the case. And I think that sets up for what could be maybe not the greatest game of Siege ever played, but a close one.
And not only that, but there's stories. And I love a good storyline, guys. Always do. Wildcard versus Knights. If Knights win this game, they will put Wildcard into the bottom 3 with 2 playdays to go. If Wildcard win, the Knights will remain in the bottom 3, regardless, as you can kind of allude to now. One of these two teams is going to be in the bottom 3 with just 2 playdays to go. And that in itself is staggering. Imagine you go back to the end of 2020, guys, and you say that one of these two teams is bottom 3 with 2 playdays to go. You would say you're drunk.
Well, you know what they say when you get really tired, it's almost like you're drunk. And I feel like I'm almost at that point now. The energy is running at a low, but I'm sure both these teams will inject some energy into the match. It is 11:56 local time here in Melbourne, and I'm sure plenty of these players will be in that time zone or comparable. In fact, do either of these teams have players from New Zealand? Because I feel like that would be... No, I don't think they do. So they got away with that one.
Oh, they got away with that one. Oh, jeez. Lucky they're not in New Zealand.
It's all about the geographical locations. Well, anyway, back to the bans. Sophia, Thatcher, and Maya taken off the board. I guess the only one that might stand out as being a little bit peculiar is that Sophia ban. It was Wildcard that elected to take that off the board. Trying to make you two clear a little bit more difficult, I would presume. Haid, turn around things off. All right. Cool.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. Valkyrie on the board, which I think is actually second time tonight. Either way, nice to see something a little bit different. Cafe. I could be wrong, but I think the last time we casted Wildcard was actually on Cafe as well. They did play ROFLCOPTERGG on Cafe for Playday 4, although we didn't cast that one. They also played Rhythm on Cafe. They also played LFO in Cafe. You're noticing the trend here. They like to play Cafe.
Don't blame them. Cafe is a fun map. I don't mind it every now and again. It can, especially in competitive, get a little bit tedious and repetitive in the fact that a lot of the attacks actually do start from the roof, no matter the objective. It's all about getting those hatches open, getting control top down. At least that's what we see most of the time. That said, occasionally we do see teams mix it up, so see if that's the case. First objective being reading does stand out as being a little bit off meta, but it's not like reading is a bad start by any stretch, so I wouldn't read into that too much. Snap Fitness community vote though, Zenox, 57%
Wow, that's
in favor of the Knights.
I would have probably said 60-40.
Stop. Stop.
Too many times. I mean, it was like the 3rd time, right? Jokes coming 3 sort of thing.
They've all made a 3-digit. Yeah. Honestly, I'm just surprised that Wildcard have so much of a chance.
Yeah, well, if this had have been played in Playday 1, maybe not Playday 1, because I don't think people understood maybe how bad Wildcard were at that point. So let's say maybe Playday 3. I think Playday 3, you would have said Knights like 85%, most likely, maybe even 90%. So the fact that it's actually sort of come back down to that 57 margin is probably about right. Knights themselves in OCN are not the same Knights from APAC. Wildcard's a little bit better. So they were close, then they went pretty far apart, and then they're close again. But not in the good way, right? Close as in they're both down the bottom close, rather than both at the top close. You know where I'm getting with this.
Well, this is a great opportunity for both of these teams to catapult themselves in the standings. I'm sure you'd be able to tell me, Xenox, but 3 points,
yeah,
I feel like would give you a very big boost.
It certainly would. Knights would actually jump all the way to 4th, which is, you know, a lot better to be 4th than second last. For Wildcard, this is a can you believe it moment. They win this in regular, they are tied first.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm not even joking.
Wow, that's most impressive. All right. This is actually setting up to be a really fun game then. Josh. He's over towards Pixel. Looks like Knights are trying to take Whitehall control. Pat hits the C4 on the window. That's a great pick from him, and it's not traded there by Josh. Getting lit up by Dino, who misses. He's asphyxiating Bolt. Not ideal there from him. And he's falling apart here for the Knights. It's a 3-on-5.
These better not be like early signs for how this match is going to play out for Knights, because those aren't good early signs. Josh and Juicy combining, able to get rid of 2 players for Wildcard and Silex and Vinny. Both Vincent's off the board. Juicy from above. Finds a second one. Pat taken out. Minute left in the round. Josh over at White Corridor. Now he's going to push down White Stairs.
There's one player inside a fireplace and the other over towards mining. So that does potentially leave Reading a little bit exposed. Not sure though if the Knights have the intel on that site. If I was them, I'd probably try and go for that. This is a difficult position that the Knights find themselves in. They also need to be careful that Wildcard don't go back above and reclaim Vert. So they have to be very calculated in how they approach this execute.
Oh, Juicy's just single-handedly keeping Knights in this round. Emarin from above, third cigar balcony. Unsuccessful in his approach. Juicy and Josh, though, both at half health. Emarin at full health from above now at bar. Emarin just going to go for a pot shot. Is unfortunately way off the mark, not even remotely close. Has 40 seconds to try and win the round for Wildcard. A round I thought that they almost had in the bag from the get-go. Just surely doesn't actually see him through the, whatever is that, bookcase thing? I don't even know. Juicy with a quad to open it up for Knights.
Cheeky little 4K to start things off, and Juicy was really the one that kickstarted the comeback in that round. Remember back not long ago, it was a 3 versus 5 actually in favor of Wildcard, and then Juicy getting that kill on the Vert really helped establish that comeback. Emarin did have a big round as well. Was in a good position maybe to hit the clutch, but just not enough in the end, and there we go.
Ooh, we didn't see that one actually. That was a nice little drop down onto Geo. Geo probably should be winning those.
You love Geo, don't you?
I do love Geo. Look, there's a big correlation between Wildcard doing well, and that's when Geo does well. It's no surprise that, you know, Geo, who had a very slow start to the season, a very slow start to the season, you know, correlated with Wildcard also having a slow start to the season. And as they've gotten better, so has Geo. But, you know, at the end of the day, wasn't he like the MVP from last season, right? Like, you got to have expectations when you get to that sort of level.
Yeah, he was the highest rated player on CGG last year, so I guess that's where you enter that interesting paradox, right? Was Geo playing so well and so highly rated because his team was doing so well, or was his team doing so well because Geo was so highly rated, right? I feel like it kind of goes hand in hand, as you said.
Yeah,
Geo's only really going to be a standout player if the team's playing well, and vice versa. So.
Yep. It's a team game at the end of the day. You can only do so much as a solo. You can certainly have specific games where you pop off, but over the course of a year, you know, or even just a couple of seasons and whatnot, you're definitely not going to be able to just carry an entire team. And well, as we know full well, that wildcard roster, especially for last year, was most definitely not a one-man band. It was a singing chorus of 5 very talented players.
Dino finds the first, and your man Geo has been taken down over towards White Stairs, looking to extend on the roam. I assume he's been killed from outside on the rappel, and that's unfortunate there for the Valk, but at the very least, I guess his utility would have been expended, so Wildcard do still have some intel to work off.
Just gives Knights a nice little leg up here in this round. Play from above, open up the floorboard. Here mining along with train, and well, just heap the pressure on from above into kitchen dining. A lot of time in the round. Did Wildcard have any sort of desire to send someone out and try and put a bit of pressure? Probably not. Not after losing Geo early on over at White Stairs.
Vert being established here from the Knights. Hayward using those breaching charges to get long lines of sight deep in towards the B bomb site, covering the areas in and around Freezer. Vinny, meanwhile, does find one, make it two inside of Bakery. Not bad from him. That's both the Habana and the Capitao off the board. And Vinny has been a player that's been stepping up massively in this season, despite some of the struggles facing this team.
Well, I saw his silhouette as we weren't actually watching sort of move position. I just wonder if maybe he avoided a drone and it didn't quite catch him. We obviously didn't really get to see it. Juicy tried to swing in and get the double, but get the trade, I should say. But then in the end, actually gave the double over to Vinny. Regardless, 2 versus 2 now with 30 seconds left. It's though gotten to this position because of that double of Vinny. Silex. What can he find? He's been getting more and more involved as well as he's been playing more games. Not too much of a shocker. It's usually how it plays out. He's got Ema in for help as well. Hayward going to get the plant down. Sage covering. 8 seconds left. Sage might be able to get one. Oh, the plant's going to be denied. Silex as well catches Sage on, and Wildcard stamp out the round. 1-1.
Oh, big from Silex. Look at that spray transfer. This man has put at least 300 hours on Kovacs in the last couple of weeks to get ready for this challenge. And a good opportunity for him to step up. It has been a slow start, but I mean, what would you expect when you've been tasked with throwing your coach in at the last second? So it's awesome to see that he is steadily improving as these games progress.
Well, this is the thing, right? Playday 1, you have that as an excuse, but this is no longer a last-second thing. You've been playing, you've been practicing, you've been a part of the lineup. It's obviously not ideal, and it's, if you want, you can use it as an excuse, but I think the best teams wouldn't, especially at this point, right? You're getting wins. You win this game against Knights, you're tied first. At what point do you then say, you know, woe is us? You can't really anymore. And Silex himself has been performing better and better. So it's just life without Diesel now, and Wildcard are just getting a bit closer to that previous life.
Back down to reading. Saw the Knights struggle a little bit early round, particularly in that upstairs clear. It got a bit messy in that white corridor, but we then saw Juicy and the rest of the team that was still alive step up massively. Left it up to Emo to clutch. So keen to see if the Knights are a little bit cleaner above here. And if they are, then you would have to assume, I guess, that them winning the round, or their chances of them winning the round, only amplify.
I just want to see Geo off the Valk and just frag out. Like, just kill some people. Be in a position where you can... I mean, to be fair, he actually, last round was literally pushing up white stairs and died to a player repelling outside. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he has been in that position and just hasn't been successful. Only 2 rounds prior, though, has gone by. Still a lot of time for him to get involved. One of the themes tonight that hasn't been spoken about too much has been a couple of players starting slow, but having massive impact at the end of... well, usually overtime at the very end of the matches. And I think that just sort of shows the mentality that some of the players that have, you start a bit slow, you're not getting kills, you're having a bit of a rough night, but to pull through and then have big plays at the end of nights says a lot more about a player.
Pat with the Nitro Cell in hand. Could think about yeeting it out the window. He did actually connect one in the first round. If he swings this, he's probably going to die on the upside down peak. This is awkward, but he goes for it. Doesn't connect its mark though. A valiant effort as Vinny and Dino both find a pick. So still in a 4-on-4. Vinny the danger man is traded out though, taken off the board. Oh, that's a perfect flame there. Silex forced to vault down, but he does get away with his life despite him being cut off.
Usually an important factor, staying alive.
Staying alive.
Staying alive. Staying alive.
That's what Silex is doing.
Well,
right
you
now.
can tell by the way I... No, I'll just stop there.
Please don't.
Went too far. 55 seconds left in this round. It's going to be a long one, though. I mean, the start of the night, we said it's going to be a marathon, not a sprint for the show. Ends up being more so for the games themselves. I just have the feeling this one in particular is going to be a marathon. Maybe a lot of back and forth, go to OT, bring out the stress levels. Ooh. Oh, Sage caught by Emerin, who's having a big game so far in the first 3 rounds, stepping up. 5 kills already, and there's more players on the board alive for Knights that Emerin can find. Could end round 3 on 6 or 7 kills. Maybe challenge Nate for that MVP on the night. And bring that one also down to the white. Juicy going to drop down into Pillar. They're going to go for that default plan.
They need to be careful of the flank, though. There's one brown stairs. Not sure if that's been cut off. And Emo maybe could even swing and deny the plant, but it gets stuck. Player runs out, taken down, leaving up to Dino and Hayward. In the 2 versus 3, they do have control above lines of sight, presumably, onto the diffuser. And that, of course, forces Wildcard up. It's a 3-man retake up the white stairs, but they get met with resistance. They only find 1, though. That is for the Knights. C4 rains out. They know where that player is positioned. And they've done it. Wildcard will clutch out the round. They don't even bother finishing off Juicy. They don't care. Emerin actually does in the end.
Should have made him watch.
And there we go. Good retake there from Wildcard.
Like, smart play. I mean, you can sit here and say Geo got the double, but I mean, it doesn't really matter who gets the kills there, because 3-man running for the clear above, someone's going to get the kills. Someone's also going to get downed or even killed themselves, because you're just sort of like a shield walking in. Just smart play. Overall, just really smart play from Wildcard. It's the biggest thing, and I can't remember who it was who almost denied the plant, but got the player who actually got the plant as they were running back, got that down onto Juicy. That was pivotal. If you don't get that down, I think that round plays out entirely different.
Could well be. I think it was Emerin caught in that scenario, and it will be him to 6-pick onto Mirror for upstairs. Definitely not unusual to see Mirror played out, but hiding it behind the 6-pick, I like that. I feel like teams often don't utilize 6-pick as much as they should or could. So, props to Emo. Big brain.
Well, a lot of maps have gone the way of attacker side, and Cafe still holding on to a slight defensive advantage. Very slight, 52%. Just means that for Wildcard, it's all about capitalizing. I think usually you'd like to see a 4-2 defensive half for the most part. I think that's usually half of the course here on Cafe. Maybe slightly above par, I mean 3-3, depending on situations, if it's a comeback or not. But as we head to Bar Cocktail, Wildcard set up here nicely. Looking good. They're in all of these rounds that have played out thus far. Emerin is fit and firing. Geo picks up 2 kills, so he's able to now get on the board. Everyone's just clicking right now for Wildcard. On the side of Knight, Sage on a 0, Hayward with 1. It's been the juicy show, though.
Man's got the juice. Going 5 and 2, which is pretty cruisy, especially when you're playing the Habana role. In fact, I think we've seen a couple of Habanas pop off tonight. What are the Knights going to do? I said earlier that most of the attacks here in Cafe revolve around these hatches, and I assume this round won't be too different. As we see everyone stacked above, plenty of drones flying out, gathering intel over the red stairs in towards shop and lounge. And look, there's not really a whole lot in the immediate vicinity. Wildcard elected to play quite deep in towards Cocktail. Hayward may be tasked with disrupting that a little bit. Also, a player downstairs, that's Vinny, inside of reading with a couple of reinforcements to, I guess, reinforce that position or fortify that position.
I mean, he's got, what else? He's got a mute jammer, and what else has he got? I didn't quite see.
He has the will to live.
It is going to be something to keep an eye on, I guess, later on in the round.
Oh, hatch drop.
Okay, yep. This is going to be a very quick drop down. Geo gets 1 onto Sajon. He's going to get the second one, and well, that's probably the round over from here. Surely, Juicy's tagged up a bunch behind Bar. They're able to get at least one back from Dino on to Geo, shutting him down. Silex's going to throw out the gas canisters now, but too little too late here for Knights. They are in a bit of a pickle. Juicy's just going to keep farming up the kills, but for what avail? And it sort of like highlights what I was trying to say before. You can find kills in situations where you're not going to win the round, but you want those big impactful plays. So you might be having a bit of a quiet game. Maybe you're like 4 and 8, but then you make this like clutch 2-man kill or something in like the latter rounds, Scuzz. And I think that's generally going to have more impact than just getting a silly kill at the end there. Not that Juicy's doing anything wrong.
I just want to know what the Knights are doing straight up, just dropping the skylight. That is really strange, especially considering that was their first attack on that site. So it wasn't like they played it once and found it too challenging and later on elected to go for the skylight drop. They just straight up did it in the first round, which was, yeah, I don't know, a little bit weird. Don't want to harp on it too much, but wouldn't say that that's probably the wisest course of action. I guess it does have the potential chance of throwing off your opponent, but if it doesn't work, it's going to fail miserably, and that's what happened there. Gio was just ready and waiting in prime position to mow them down one by one, and Knights just could not respond.
Big round this. Typically, we've seen teams able to pull back rounds tonight, forcing it to about a 4-2, but we don't usually see the 4-1. It's rare. I don't know actually, out of the teams tonight that were down 4-2, how many went on to even win? Don't have that stat in front of me. Maybe you do, guys. Although you're not quite Dev Martyr.
I haven't done a LAN event, so what would I know? Sorry.
I don't know. What do you...
I don't know. I thought you were going to roast me a bit there. I was waiting for it.
Oh, you already did that yourself.
I don't know. Just pile on to the pain.
You have done that yourself.
What is that meme from? Is that from
Star Wars?
Star Wars, yeah.
Yeah.
Which movie?
I think it was number 3.
I don't know. I'll have to research that.
After you've done watching The Lord of the Rings?
Yeah. Wasn't a bad movie. Fellowship of the Ring.
You know there's 2 more, right?
Yeah. Well, the first one did kind of end with, like, not an ending. So I would have hoped there'd be more than one. Otherwise, it would be probably the worst ending to a movie ever.
Do you know what the second one's called?
I don't.
Oh, man.
Sorry.
It's alright. So, not much has really happened in this round other than stock standard, clear, top-down approach for Kitchen. Wildcard not even themselves really offering too much here in way of giving the Knights even a look in. No, Rome. Pretty stock standard approach. It's going to be a late execute, and it's just going to come down to who can hit their shots. I know. In-depth analysis, crazy.
That's why Xenox doesn't do color. Emo holding the VIP position.
What do you mean? I'm the hype man. That's what color is, isn't it?
Primed and ready to stop this player crossing in towards Freeze, but they've already dropped down the hatch. Knights can think about a plant, but they haven't cleared Pat. He's close. He loves to play this position. This should not be a surprise to the Knights if they've done their homework. They do eventually clear him out as Pat was forced to move.
Wait, did he know there was
3?
Did he know there was 2 in Freezer though?
Maybe not.
Because he made that run across, and I'm just bewildered as to why. I mean, either way, that's going to allow Juicy now to just push out a Freezer and get this plant down. This is going to open up massively for Knights. He does get denied by Silex. The 2 Vincents getting on the kill feed there, 2 versus 2. Now they both remain alive. Vinny takes out Dino. He does lose his partner in crime. 1 versus 1, but Josh doesn't have the time to go for the diffuser. He wanted to try and find Vincia. He won't. Wildcard go up 4-1 in this first half. 1 round to go.
Wow, this has really not been a great showing from the Knights so far. Wildcard are actually playing quite well at the moment. And a lot of the key positions that they're trying to hold are actually being held quite efficiently. The Knights really just struggling to clear out key positions like VIP, for example, Pat on the bomb next to Coffee. And again, these are not crazy positions. Wildcard play these all the time. This is literally like Wildcard 101 at Cafe. So yeah, that is definitely a warning sign for me. But that said, we've seen a lot of these games swing back and forth. So until we get into that second half, like deep into that second half, we just can't read into this too much.
I'm already reading into it.
You
know why? Because we're going to reading.
Actually, that said, it is actually interesting that Knights are electing to use their attack pause, and they only have, of course, one attack left. So maybe they're thinking, like, guys, we need to really switch on here, get it to that 4-2 scoreline.
It's not an easy site to win either, reading Fireplace. So, I mean, a 5-1 scoreline is very detrimental for Knights' chances of winning this match. And as we've already laid out extensively in the pre-match discussion in regards to the standings ramifications, I mean, it's pretty much all out there, right? They'll be locked in bottom 3. You're giving a team that you're competing for a spot, right, in that top 5, 3 points. That shoots them all the way up into 10 points and top spot, which further extends the gap. I mean, at that point for Knights, if they lose this, 5th place will be on 7 points, which would be Rhythm. It means that a team like Wildcard, teams like Elevate, Order, and Bliss all of a sudden look pretty cruisy with 2 games to go. Whereas Rhythm would be the only team in that 5 trying to hold on to their place and keep ROFLCOPTERGG and Knights at bay.
Still a lot to play out here, though, on Cafe. Reading is, of course, the site.
Which, guess who plays next Playday? Knights versus Rhythm. That would almost, though, like, it's more than if Rhythm win that, Knights are done.
Yeah. Well, pending the result of this match, yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm saying if Knights lose this and then they lose to Rhythm, they actually can't make playoffs. So you don't even want to allow that scenario to be a scenario. You need to come back here. You need to get even just 1 point and force OT.
Oh, no. Oh, wait, what? Is Vinny actually... Okay. I thought he lagged out there for a second. I was like, what the hell is he doing? He's
Mental some brain lag.
Yeah. I know. He was alt-tabbing to quickly bring up the strat doc and work out what he was meant to be doing.
I mean, I trust in Vinny. He's having a good game as well. 5, 2, and 3. Pretty evenly spread considering Imarin's got 8 kills. For the side of Knights, still nothing from Sage. Man, it's been a rough night for the Bucks.
Yeah, it really has.
It was Boydie first for ROFLCOPTERGG and now Sage.
Yep. Which is weird because Sage has really been a standout since he's joined the scene only recently and being quite a strong player. So bit of an off night for him, but we all have them. It's up to, of course, now the rest of the team to step up. And so far, this round is not really fulfilling me with a lot of hope. A lot of these strong positions still held. That said, Hayward finds one on the rappel. Josh finds a second. Oh, what? How? How is he even that gunfight?
I literally just saw him spraying into his head.
I was going to say, if Josh wins that, then it's probably Knights around, but that really isn't the case anymore.
It still could be. Unfortunately, Everyone was traded immediately, so it's still an advantage for Knights. They're up 4-3 in the round, minute to go. But 4-3 versus 5-3, it's a very different storyline. I hate that site.
Hayward loves it though. He always runs it. Meanwhile, Dino screen finds Geo. He knows there's still a player on white. Come on, Salix. Go big.
Oh. Well, Vinny down to a 1 versus 3 because he caught Dino off screen as we didn't quite catch it. 30 seconds left and... Well, I mean, look, Vinny can do it. It's not impossible. The problem will be more so allowing this plant to go off and then having to clear all the positions necessary, knowing he has to go above first, then down. It just doesn't have the time, surely.
He's going to go for it, though. He's been hitting his shots, so I wouldn't put it past him to maybe find 1, even 2 in this attempt. Oh my god.
Nah.
Look at that.
The player in backstore as well. There's no chance. Well, good half in the end. 4-2. This one surely going to go the distance.
Welcome back from the break, ladies and gentlemen. Here's a quick replay of that Josh whiff from last round. I still don't know how he whiffed that, but that is pretty nutty there from Emo.
He was on his head and then he just shifted into the wall.
Yeah.
To be fair, I would probably do that, so. And then that's when I would be like in voice chat, I'd be like, I shot him in the head. How did he not die? And they'd be like, you probably missed. Just rank times with Xenox. It'd be a fun one. I should stream it one day.
Yeah, everyone in chat, spam a 1 if you want to see Xenox stream some ranked.
Oh, don't do that to me.
I can't wait to look back at the VOD and see just no one spam 1.
You're like, who?
Where are my drops?
10 seconds to go.
So, halfway done, Wildcard on the defense, picking up 4 rounds. I mean, I think you're pretty happy with that. If you're Wildcard, sort of sets the tone for the rest of this match that we should at minimum be at least expecting overtime, surely, right? Knights now on the defense, should be able to get back into this one, get a couple of round wins, and then we should have ourselves an arm wrestle to close out Cafe and close out the night here for this very long play day.
Very long play day indeed. Knights getting aggressive over towards Lounge. I don't know who that player is over towards the Christmas tree. There's also a player aggressive down below. Pillars. I know who that is. That's Juicy. Can throw out some intel there and monitor that Eastern Rappel deep into the round. Able to retreat back up White Stairs and find comfort with the rest of his teammates. Trying to work out who's that over towards Pixel now. Must be Dino, I think. Maybe even Sage. I don't know. Either way though,
Marshall's on the job.
Yeah. And it is Sage. So difficult to tell with these outlines sometimes, but yeah. It was Sage. Boom. S tier caster.
So Wildcard's attacks, probably the part of their game that, at least I would say, still need a bit more work. Defense is one thing. Just the way that Wildcard have been playing on the defense, sort of just playing into the attacking team and how they approach sites. But on the attack, you've got to be the ones with the creation and the ideas and the way you're going to attack. And you've also got to be a pretty cohesive unit.
What are they? It's like a synchronized dance on the Southern Rappel. This is really strange. It's not often you'll see anyone rappel here, never mind 2 at the same time. So I like this.
On top of each other?
Yeah.
Juicy just below. I mean, nothing too crazy, but the only thing I'd say is Wildcard are really just taking their time here. I think even Juicy's getting a bit antsy down below as well. Like, what's going on? Like, where are they? They haven't even really got much, like, Sakar control. There's 38 seconds left.
This is really quite strange. Maybe we'll see Vinny do a late Scarlet drop or try and post up there for a plant. Really difficult to tell exactly what's going to happen. I do know Salix has the kit in hand, though. They're just going to have to try and send it for a default and trade it out, but it's going to be tough.
I just wonder if maybe they were trying to do something else, didn't work out, and now they're just forced into this late round execution position where they haven't really been able to get much accomplished. It's one that was just flanking down White Corridor diffuser on the ground. I mean, this round is over, but I just wonder, how did it get to that position? Don't even think Knights really did anything.
I'll give credit where credit's due for Wildcard. They did open up quite a bit of backstore, and they did, on that rappel, clear out washrooms quite effectively, right? So you have two key locations locked down, but it didn't really then feel like they had the processes in place to consider a serious plant. They still had plenty of players comfortable, deep cocktail, Knights just sitting back in their armchairs, really just waiting for the execute, and then they had a player inside a freezer who ultimately did deny the plant. So yeah, I don't think the Knights really had to do anything in that round. Just don't die, don't give away any free picks, which is what they did, and they won the round.
Not the best start to the half for Wildcard, if that's what we are expecting to see from them. Definitely going to have to improve. Knights themselves would be pretty happy with that. They got to go down to kitchen now, which I don't expect Knights will do anything too crazy, especially if Wildcard are going to be attacking in a sloppy manner such as that. Then Knights are happy to probably just sit back and as you said, just don't die, just don't give anything away.
I quickly brought up Twitch chat, and there are in fact people spamming one.
Oh, hell yeah. That's why it's my favorite Twitch chat in all of Twitch.
I mean, there was one person that spammed one about 15 times, but...
That's fine. One person is still, you know, more than what you get. It's not true, but it's not.
I have 0 fans and you have 1 fan. That's okay. I have Dev. I prefer casting with him anyway.
Oh, shit. Aha. Shit. There's a dagger. Look, we all have fun. Wildcard going to be having fun, though, on these attacks. That's the real question that matters the most. One that would make you ponder. I would love to ask Matic Monday what his thoughts are. He always loves to give his opinion nowadays.
Well, he's offline on Discord. It's definitely past his bedtime, so we're probably not going to get any special comments from the man himself. It's just up to you and I. On the slog. On the grind. Vinny, though, does find one. That's juicy. Taken down. Been a bit of a danger man in this matchup.
Where was that?
I don't know.
I'm not sure exactly.
Right in the window, right in the window, sorry.
Ah, right,
okay,
right,
so,
right.
yeah, there's a problem here on Cafe where you can't actually move the camera enough to the east. This is as far east as you can move it, so, yeah.
I'm like looking at top white and I'm like, I don't see anything. Am I meant to see something here? Geo finding the second kill of the round. This is much better from Wildcard.
Geo now, of course, can work Vert, Skeleton Key in hand. Don't know exactly what the Knights will go for here. Maybe they'll try their best to find maybe one pick and then pay for a retake. Although this side is quite difficult to do so. Josh, meanwhile, in an off-meta position, bot white. He could go for a flank here. If he finds one, this could be their looking.
Yeah, a way to sort of get back into the round, right? It kind of feels like it's at that point where it's 5 versus 3. It does get droned out, but if you elect to not do anything, then you're just going to allow Wildcard to have that advantage when they push onto site. So it's just a matter of you can't sit back now. That just because you lost a couple players, you almost have to continue to be aggressive, continue to be in those good positions or those off-meta positions, and look to find a pick, make it 4 versus 3, and then back yourselves in after that. There's a bit of pressure onto Dino. He is just caught in that corner. 5 versus 2 now. Wildcard much better here in this round than the previous one, and look more like themselves that we're used to seeing.
Now it's really just about closing out the round and making sure you don't falter at that final hurdle. Josh, with 3 smokes left, make it 2. Can delay this push a little bit, and it might get a little bit uncomfortable for Wildcard, but they do have the manpower. They should be able to trade it out, but if they throw away picks like that, the round could turn very quickly.
15 seconds remaining.
Good position for Josh here. Sark's going to go for the plan. Hayward, you need to knight with the C4. Yes, he can. Vinny's going to be able to just get straight back onto it, though, but there's a chance that Knights might be able to just push in and try and deny it, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Knights win the round, a round that Wildcard was shaping up to win comfortably at one point.
Well, I framed it as wildcards to lose, and they do in the end. They had decent positions, but they're just unable to cut off those players as they swung wide, able to deny the plant. And I mean, that's often the story in Siege. You can be good for 2 minutes and 50 seconds in the round, but it only takes a couple of mistakes late, and you can throw away all that hard work.
Exactly. It's just like casting, really. You could be having a good cast for the entire night, and then you slip up for 1 second, and all of a sudden you blast it all over Reddit.
I wouldn't be surprised if we get blasted on Reddit for our pathetic performance tonight, but...
Yeah. No, to be fair, we're the opposite. We get 1 minute of good moment, and the rest of it is average.
We just make the good moments better.
Yeah. 4-4. Tied game. Not too much of a surprise. Did try and kind of allude to the fact that at the halftime break that this most likely happened with Knight switching over to the defense. Still, though, that last round in particular is one that Wildcard probably should be winning. And now they're going to go and try and take Reading Fireplace. It is shaping up for Knights, in my opinion, in the second half. They are the team with enough ahead of steam to probably come away with this matchup, which was the predicted result.
Investment above here from the Knights, extending over towards Cocktail. Shield in hand, or placed down, I guess, by Sage. Not sure how many they'll actually post above. Maybe 3. Sage could get aggressive inside of washrooms. That's a bit aggressive, especially from the smoke, but the shotgun in this position can often be a bit of a terror to deal with if you're an attacker, so I don't mind this.
Just going to stand up for Wildcard here on the attack and look to open things up. Seen Pat finding a few kills. Vinny's been thereabouts. Geo, once again, just a little bit quiet. He's on the buck, though, so that is kind of cursed tonight. Knights just falling back a little bit. Now going for that more default approach. Playing in Cocktail, they'll drop down. Wildcard most likely will go for a pillar drop and then default plant. Like we've seen it a million times, but there's always little differences that shape up the round. Things like that,
Sage.
exactly, are those little differences. And then throws the gas canister down white corridor to delay. And this is how each round is just always just a little bit different, even if it's the same approach.
Good work
Quite
from
the best
Geo.
esport. I don't know where I was going with this.
Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege is indeed an epic esport, and Wildcard looking to do something epic themselves, pushing down white corridor. Still a player inside of Cocktail. I'll need to clear them. They want to go for this attack. Utility gets sent out, followed up by a nade, I would presume. Will it hit the mark? No.
Ooh.
It gets caught as well, but Vinny, his shot is true. He finds the head of Josh, and now they have control above.
40 seconds left. Not exactly the most amount of time. Okay, that's a nice little drone. That actually is going to catch Juicy at the bottom of white stairs, giving them that information. Barbed wire there as well. So I don't sense Juicy's going to go for the run up white stairs, trying to get the flank, but Pillar is the play. Immerant looking into it now. And as I mentioned before, it should be a default plant. Vinny, though, catching Hayward. Advantage Wildcard. Go time. Go, go, go. SEAL Team 6 out. Push on in, send in Silix with the diffuser. Immerant now to try and at least get the trade. Geo from above is able to get Dino. This is just not working out though for Wildcard. 5 seconds left to drop down, get that diffuser and start sticking that plant. Geo, but Sage is going to swing the C4 from Juicy, thrown over above. Knights once again in the final seconds of these rounds, coming up and stealing the rounds away from Wildcard. What a C4. So good the replay didn't even show it.
Yeah, really big round there from Sage. He had a massive impact. He got the first kill, so +1 on the entry. And then he found 2 important picks in denying the plan and really stalling out Wildcard to the point where they actually couldn't recover. So really well played there by the Knights. In fact, that round gives them the lead. And look, I know it's it's difficult to say this with any real certainty, but 3 rounds straight, they've won all 3 sides. It does feel like this is running away a little bit. Wildcard, they're just unable to close out these rounds.
You say that, and I'll give you a counterpoint, which has been throughout the night. We've seen teams win 2-3 rounds in a row, and then it just flips pretty quickly in the specific half. But I will say it's usually the attacking team that we've been seeing, especially back over on those maps of Clubhouse. It's usually the attacking team that was getting, say, like 3 rounds in a row, and then the defensive team was finally getting 1 or 2 back, usually 2 at that, which is all Wildcard need to do here. They just got to get 2 rounds. They're not that far out of it. Yes, Knights have won the last 3 rounds in a row. They brought it back as expected on the defense, but Wildcard have been in these rounds. They haven't been far out. There was only that 1 round, the opening round of the half, where they got blown out, in my opinion, which they really did. They just couldn't really do too much. But the other 2 rounds, they were really close. They probably should have won Kitchen last time out. The last round was pretty close as well for Reading Fireplace. Now we go back up to Bar Cocktail. This was the embarrassing one. You tweak a few things, you perform a little bit better than you did last time. It's not that crazy to think Wildcard can then win it.
Yeah, the real struggle that Wildcard had with the last round was just flushing out Freezer, really, and making sure they could actually get the plant down. They did a decent job in opening up the washrooms wall as well as backstore, so they had decent lines of sight deep in towards Cocktail, but the Knights played it so well and just literally didn't peek them. As dumb and as simple as that sounds, they just elected not to overpeak, and they were able to win. They swung when required when the plant went down, dumped utility, and it worked out in the end, so they can't complain too much. Not sure if we'll see them change it up much here. So far the setup is almost identical with similar lines of sight being created deep, and Wildcard will probably have the similar, or will have similar hurdles to try and overcome.
Just got to pick up the pace. I mean, that was really the biggest thing, was just timing. You know, you mentioned all the things that Wildcard did last time out on Bar Cocktail, and all the good things, which they were good things, but then they had like 20 seconds left once they started to push onto site, and it's just not enough time, and then it just divulges into this mess. You're also funneling in from one side, and it's just not ideal. Maybe moved a few members of Knights around, but it's not like the Knights players were in this really horrible position because of what Wildcard achieved. Like, there was still, I think there was a player in backstore or freezer that just didn't even really have to move, watching Bar, ended up finding a kill or 2 and just making life very difficult for Wildcard. So let's see how they play it this time around. Do they try and get maybe presence in Cigar a little bit earlier?
Again, another top-down take here from Wildcard. You expect nothing less. Between these 2 teams, and I mean these teams that do have quite a bit of history, played each other in the major in August, where Wildcard bested them, and in every other playoffs at a national level, they also bested them. That was in the era, I guess, when Wildcard were basically unbeatable, but times have changed.
Are they going to drop down the skyline after Jer clears?
There's a chance.
Just don't usually see this play out too well, but they are in a better position than Knights when Knights tried this. Pat, though, losing a lot of health there. Gio's still unable to clear this player. It is going to drop down. Now Gio's going to turn his attention over to backstore and Freezer. Dino getting the kill onto Vinny. I mean, it's kind of strange, but in a way, Wildcard aren't doing too bad in this scenario for dropping through Skylight. Juicy top of white stairs. Josh has control of this diffuser as well. I mean, this is round over. Is it weird to say I didn't think that was too bad from Wildcard? They just didn't play it as well as they maybe could have, but the positioning and the idea was there.
I mean, the thing is, they called that last tack timeout, and I assume they probably thought about what they were going to do, because they would have been expecting Bar given the site rotations. And maybe that was just the call. Maybe they figured that last time when they attacked the site, they were too slow. They didn't really feel confident in speeding that up, expediting that process, and being in a better position for an execute. So they went, hey, let's just clear out what we need to, or at least attempt to, and go for the drop. Now, it didn't work out, but again, I like to see teams mix it up, and it wasn't a terrible attempt. They didn't just get absolutely slaughtered as they dropped, so it wasn't terrible. It was better than the Knights' attempt earlier in this matchup. That one was pretty bad.
That was one that the Knights probably would want to forget about. I think that the biggest thing for that, and it's actually credit to Knights, I think Knights' positioning was really, really good. They weren't in open positions. You know, Geo, as he sort of starts to sweep through backstore, no one's like randomly run out in front of him or peeked in front of him, allowing some easy kills to go the way of Wildcard. So credit to Knights for their positioning in that round. And Knights, look, they've earned this match point, which is what they've got. They've got an opportunity now to get all 3 points, to put the pressure onto Wildcard when it comes to the standings, to get out of the bottom 3 into the playoff 5. Yeah, it's a cool name. We call it the playoff 5, you know? Wildcard will drop down to 6th position. ROFLCOPTERGG would go down to 2nd last, and Knights jump up to 4th. They would be on 8 points. A big jump.
Such is the nature of the league. A couple points here and there can give you a big boost. Still need to close it out though. Wildcard looking to hang on, wanting at least 1 point in this matchup, but they're yet to win an attack. I was going to say that might be a bad start, but Pat hits the flick. That's Juicy off the board, and a good start for Wildcard.
Juicy could just switch between his cams for a bit. Try and help out. Still a long way to go in this particular round, let alone the fact that it's 2 match points for Knights. Service cooking. But taking that player off the board, I was going to say, just having that advantage on a site like this is massive. But Hayward finding a C4 onto Pat.
Out the window, perhaps, from above? I don't know. Bit wild. Nonetheless, though, it does equalize this round into a 4 versus 4. Skeleton Key rains out. That's Geo inside of backstore, looking to cut off a lot of the key rotations down below. And he does so. Time management, though, I think that's really the key thing to keep in the backs of our minds. Just how efficient a Wildcard going to be here. It's not really an alarm signal for them to be going for late round executes normally, but tonight they've really been struggling in clean executes, especially late rounds, so they'll probably be wanting to speed it up a little bit.
Yeah, and usually in these late round executions, what ends up happening for Wildcard is like the numbers aren't that bad, but they end up like the player that's on the diffuser usually dies. Just say in this case Silex, right, usually dies early on. Then someone like either Geo or Vinny has to sort of take that diffuser and start sticking it themselves. So then you've lost them as they're sticking that diffuser. That's basically down a player. And then what we're seeing from Knights is just their ability to again stop that second player from getting that plant. So we're not even seeing the diffuser actually stick. And so for Wildcard, they're just getting slaughtered in the execution phase, which again is what's going to play out here with 35 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be another late game rush push from Wildcard as they drop down into freezer. This is pretty much identical to last time out, which played out as I sort of pointed at before. Silex went for the plant, got denied, and I can't remember if it was either Vinny or Geo went for the pickup, got denied again. 4-3 though, Geo did find a nice early kill. Stage watching from VIP though, captures Vinny. Silex, can he stick it? This is the big question. Geo watching, unfortunately losing though. This time Silex will actually stick the diffuser. Emerin catching one back, Sage close by to freezer. Has Hayward as well in cooking at the moment as a triple kill from Sage, who catches Silex coming out. Emerin from above makes it a 1 versus 1, but Sage will know he's above. He's either going to go for the stick, or he knows that he's got to go up to the top, so why not just go for the stick? He may not have the angle. Oh no, he's got it. Oh my God, I'm done. I thought maybe there was a chance that Emerin had an angle onto the diffuser.
Wow, look, I think if there's any round that really summarizes the struggles that Wildcard were having on the attack, it's really that one. They were really just finding it difficult to position themselves late round on those attacks, but the Knights, props to them, they made them suffer. 7-4 victory and 3 very nice points on the standings.
Certainly did. Knights, that's probably the best we've seen from them in OCN thus far. Big win, 7-4. Gets them out of the bottom 3, and as you said, propels them up the standings. Unfortunately for Wildcard, you know, improvement is not linear. sometimes, it's not a straight line. Sometimes you're going to have some dips in form, and tonight was one of those. We've seen Wildcard improve, and that probably wasn't the best we've seen from Wildcard in recent weeks, that's for sure. You can't take anything away from Knights, though. They played perfectly. They made it very difficult for Wildcard to actually play their game, and I think in the end they just looked a bit shook, as Specker sort of alluded to before. It's all about the mental game, guys. All about the mental game.
Yeah, the mental game was put to the challenge. It was important that you and I, and the players in the server more importantly, didn't jump to any conclusions after the first half, because it was a 4-2 in favor of Wildcard. But it really didn't turn out the same in that second. It was really one of those matches that was a tale of two halves, and Wildcard just really struggling to get their teeth into those attacks.
Yeah, and look, it started off well for Wildcard. They got off to some pretty good starts. Knights did throw a couple of crazy rounds at them, especially that Skylight hatch drop. But this is why we didn't get too ahead of ourselves. I think we actually, pat on the back for us. We pretty much said that Knights would be able to bring things back on the defense, and they did just that. So I feel pretty good about myself there. That was one of the rounds. There was a couple like that where Wildcard had some good positions, had some good opportunities, got denied. There's the second one as well with another C4. So 2 big C4 kills, stopping Wildcard's attacks there at the late rounds. They were never able to get that diffuser down, and Knights were just always one step ahead. Here's that kill from Pat. Oh my God, that was nice. And unfortunately, in this very final round, Imran just did not have sight onto the diffuser. Nice easy stick in the end for the Knights, who 100% cost for Juicy, and it felt like that, absolutely having an impact in every single round. Besides Imran, Vinny and Pat did all right. Unfortunately for Silex, definitely one step back tonight, but he had a job to do on that Hibana, and a lot of the times was just sent in to just try and get the diffuser down, and as we saw, wasn't really working out too well. So sometimes, KDA doesn't always tell the full story, Guz.
Yeah, the one player that's really sticking out to me is Dino. I don't know about you, but I feel like we just never said his name tonight. Like, he just flew under the radar, but he was getting massive numbers on the board, and I've been really gassing him up in Stage 1 across OCN and APAC South. The man's cracked. He's looking so sharp. Mechanically, he's probably the best he's ever looked. So again, props to him, +3 on the entry, and despite maybe having a quieter night because we didn't see all his kills or whatever the case was, yeah, he's posting up the numbers, 91% cost as well. So yeah, can't fault him.
I think the only thing we saw from Dino was setting his teammate on fire, and then after that we kind of moved away from watching Dino.
Didn't want to watch him
from that point onwards. I'm pretty sure we're gonna actually have him for the interview very shortly here, but actually apparently not. It says we've changed it up. He's embarrassed because of that bolt. Let's go to our interview for the night. I think it is Juicy. I hope it is Juicy.
Hey guys. Yes, it is me.
How you going, mate? How you going? Congratulations on the win, 7-4 in the end. A pretty good scoreline. You guys get out of bottom 3, which is absolutely amazing. You're into those playoff positions now. A good result, obviously, for OCN, where you guys have been struggling a little bit, and against an improved wildcard roster as well. So overall, a pretty good night.
Yeah, quite happy with the way tonight went. I threw a few rounds on the attack. It wasn't as clean as we'd like it, but yeah, I don't know. They're seeming stronger and stronger each time they come into the server. So it's good to get the dub tonight and face them on Thursday again. So it'd be good to get some info on them and play them then.
Yeah, talk us through that mental game a little bit. Specker mentioned it in his interview that it is critical. I guess, firstly, do you agree with that sentiment that it is really important? And secondly, you guys, of course, were 2-4 down. Was it really a concern to us on the sidelines? Probably wasn't really, given the cafe situation. But how did it actually feel in the server?
We weren't really worried that much. We knew our defense, if we just play them, we could stall them out and run down the clock on them a little bit, and so it didn't worry us too much. Like I said, we threw a few of those attack rounds, I feel, so I think we were playing all right. Just couldn't close out a couple of rounds, so we knew going into defense to be a bit easier for us, and we can just run it back from there.
Can take us through the Skylight drop round. what went wrong there?
We just took too long. That's all it was. I think we gave them a chance to realize what was going on, because there wasn't really much activity around Cigar, and yeah, we just didn't clear a piece of barb, and I think 2 of us dropped on were flashed, so we didn't really coordinate that quite right. But it's all slip up.
What did you think of Wildcard's attempt when they tried it themselves?
Considering we had full info on it still, I don't know. I think we're the kings of that one at the moment, but I don't know. They just don't give us much time on that round, so that's all it was. But yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Happy with how
Well, I guess we've wrapped up. I guess we've wrapped up that matchup pretty well. You guys have got Rhythm next week, and it's probably safe to say that you know, they're not the strongest team in the league, but they're also not a pushover. Do you maybe go into some of these matchups a little bit worried that an underdog will take you down? Because we have seen teams like Elevate, for example, struggle against some of these teams that you would expect to be easy wins.
I think we had that happen in the first couple of play days in OCN. So I think for us, it's just we're trying to work it out from there and get the balancing act between the two comps. And I think we should be right from here on out. We've worked out how to deal with it and either get our prep done right and work out scrims around it. So I don't know, feeling confident for the rest of the games going in.
Good warm up for tomorrow night, yeah.
Yeah, looking forward to tomorrow night. It'll be fun. Good game. Should be a good game against them boys. So really looking forward to it.
Any final thoughts that you want to mention before we let you go, mate?
Just always thank you to everyone. The support means the world to us. Keeps going each play day, especially at the moment with it being so hectic. So yeah, just thanks to everyone.
Awesome. Thanks for coming on, mate.
Right.
Good to see
Thanks,
you guys
boys.
performing well in OCN, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, the Knights of old just making an appearance tonight in OCN, unfortunately for Wildcard, who probably ran into the best performing Knights outfit we've seen this season for OCN.
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair assumption. I'd also say, to be fair, like if you want to take Wildcard's attacks out of the question, maybe, but it was actually not a bad performance from Wildcard themselves. I feel like that was probably one of their stronger performances. Last week, maybe a little bit better taking down Ruffle, but if the Wildcard of Playday 1 had have taken on the Knights, it probably would have been a 7-0. So they're definitely on the up.
Can you believe it, though? We're getting to the end of the night. No more matches to come, so we can start to sort of break down this play day. Let's go and have a look at the recap of the schedule. 8-6 it was. Team Bliss, #Bliss up, beating ROFLCOPTERGG in what was a pretty enticing matchup. Rhythm snatching a big victory over Elevate, who continue to have inconsistently average performances for whatever reason. They're a great team, but they've just got to get over this little hurdle. Order coming up big against an LFO team that certainly tried their absolute best to get back into it, and they did by forcing the 7-5, and then Knights too convincing, too good against Wildcard.
Yeah, I'd say both. I'd say most of these matches played out as we expected. The first one, a 50-50 coin flip there between Ruffle and Bliss. The only real upset was probably that second one where Rhythm managed to edge out in the 8-7. So a really valiant effort from them. And who knows, Rhythm, maybe they're a serious shot at top 5 for the playoffs. We probably would have penciled them in as, you know, a bottom 3 team, being the invited team and based off their 2020 form. But again, just considering how close these standings are, teams like Rhythm might be able to just squeeze in. LFO probably disappointed they missed out on OT because that would be important for them. So yeah, interesting stuff. I'm very excited to see how the standings are shaping up, honestly.
Before we get to that though, let's go and have a look at the predictions and how that has now obviously been impacted.
Not these standings.
It was basically only the Bliss and ROFLCOPTERGG match that had any sort of impact, unfortunately for both of us, plus Robert Monday. Yeah, we got that one wrong. The Bliss boys do get one up on us, although last place is still me, Rob, and of course Dev, all tied 8 top. It's a very, very close standing. I don't know how Raven has gotten out to an 11-9 lead. That's a strange one. You're not too far behind at least, guys, as well. So it's certainly shaping up to be a close one for the Snowball esports predictions in the back end of this season.
Yeah, mirroring the actual league itself, I guess. Don't know. Maybe Raven has been putting less time into casting now because he's not casting OCN and instead spends his days meticulously predicting the matches. I'm not sure, but definitely a surprise to see him up there.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. Although, I mean, like, in fairness, the APAC South predictions is what really matters, and that's where me and you are number 1, I think. Yeah, so...
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
That's definitely what matters the most, surely. Let's go and have a look at our MVP for the night, though. Shouldn't be too much of a surprise. It's the super sub. It's Nate who came in with a banging performance for Order. And in a way, maybe just highlighted by the fact that, of course, being the sub, as well as he played, it's always really nice to see.
Yeah, Nate looking fresh in the Order kit, that's all I'll say, looking real nice. And yeah, not only did he step up, but being in that sub role as well, I think only exemplifies his performance. A 69% headshot ratio as well. That's nice. As we have a look at his replay package, I think really the one play that sealed it was that one, the wall bag. Not exactly sure what that was all about, but yeah, just a good solid performance from Nate.
Yeah, and when the going got tough and when Alivo were making their comeback, Nate was still able to step up. And
did you get Elevate and Alivo merge?
I said Alivo, did I not?
No, it sounded like Alivo.
Alivo. Okay, whatever. It's been a long night.
It's a long night. It's a long night. He of course continued to make some big plays. So big credit to Nate, who is our MVP for the night. I don't think he wins anything, so pat on the back.
Just a little clap. There you go, Nate. Big Nate. I'll tell you what, it gives Specker some more time to find out what's in that magic box and something about mental issues. I don't absolutely know. I'll have to watch back that interview with Specker because that itself was outstanding. Let's go and have a look at the standings tonight and see how everything shapes up, because it has been twisting and turning and changing. Knights go from second last to fourth. ROFLCOPTERGG, they've gone from first to seventh, Gus.
Yeah, in the space of 3 play days, which is look, not ideal for them. But the thing is, you look at these standings. We've got 2 play days left after tonight, and I don't think we can safely say that any of these positions are locked in. Like, it's not like LFO are 100% not making the playoffs, or Roffle, for example. If they have 2 wins over the next 2 play days, well, again, it'll probably depend on how the other matches play out, but they are still a fantastic chance of making the top 5 for the playoff gauntlet. So you can't have a sleeper week. I mean, that's basically the best way to describe it. You just cannot afford to be off for 1 or 2 play days.
If you look at the standings as is, and let's just say the top 4, we give them the benefit of the doubt and we say that top 4 makes it, and it comes down to Rhythm versus Wildcard, and maybe even ROFLCOPTERGG. Wildcard have got Bliss, and then they've got Elevate. Rhythm have got Knights, and then LFO. ROFLCOPTERGG has LFO, and then they've got Order. Now, no disrespect to LFO. They are down the bottom. They are last. And if you're going to want to play anyone heading into the playoffs, you are going to want to play LFO. So the fact that the 2 teams next to Wildcard still get to play LFO says a lot. It means Wildcard as a team are going to have to win out against Bliss. They are going to have to win out against Elevate.
Yeah, definitely a tough run for Wildcard, but I would argue that they're on the up, and who knows, maybe they can miraculously find some crazy form in a week's time and take down both Bliss, who, you know, don't look perfect all the time, and Elevate definitely don't look perfect all the time. So again, if you have a good day, those could be wins. Maybe OT wins. Maybe that'll be enough to squeeze into the top 5. We don't quite know.
Yeah, might be. Let's go and have a look at the next Playday, which will be Playday number 6, the second last Playday of the regular season. For stage number 1, it's gone by pretty quickly. It's been a lot of fun. ROFLCOPTERGG versus LFO. We kind of already briefly touched on that, but it's a must win at this point for ROFLCOPTERGG. Have to win that game. Unfortunately for LFO, who showed good signs against Order. Obviously for LFO themselves, I mean, they've got ROFLCOPTERGG and Rhythm. They'd be looking at this as like maybe 6 points. What's that? That would put them on 9. That might be enough to secure 5th place. So for ROFLCOPTERGG and LFO, massive game to start Playday 6. Cannot wait for that one. Because really, if LFO lose that, they're out of playoffs, and that means ROFLCOPTERGG are heading back into the top 5. Elevate then versus Order. Huge game at the top of the standings. Winner of that all but secures playoffs. Then Bliss versus Wildcard, which if Bliss win that, they secure playoffs. If not, then Bliss may be still sweating a little bit as to where their future may lie. And then Knights versus Rhythm, the battle between 5th and 4th there to close it out. I can't wait for Playday 6.
Yeah, the TLDR really is that every single matchup is critical to the playoffs standings. Like, they literally just are. Often towards the back end of round robin competitions, you can go, this match doesn't really matter, that match doesn't really matter, but literally every single match is critical. So yeah, big stakes for all 4 games, and all those teams will be wanting to bring their best, especially I think the teams that are really right up there will be under quite a bit of pressure because gauntlet format, right? The higher you are in the standings, the deeper you start. So a bit of that pressure can be alleviated.
Especially the fact that there's only then one more play day to come after Playday 6. It's a couple of must-win scenarios involved in there. You know, you got Clash of the Top as well, so it's got everything mixed for it, of course. But tonight had everything as well, just about. We had a bunch of overtimes. Unfortunately, the Knights wildcard match probably didn't live up to expectations in being something that we thought could close the night out. But outside of that, it was a really nice night, and I'm glad we could spend it together for so long, and with everyone in Twitch chat. A big thank you to everyone for watching and to all our sponsors. Just such like what is it? It's Easter, right? It's the holiday of giving. Or is that Thanksgiving? I don't know. We don't do that in Australia.
I don't know. Yeah, it was a fun night. Bit of I don't know. Just felt a bit weird. Must be a full moon outside. I don't know. Just a bit. How you going? But yeah, I'm ready to. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to hit the hay and go to sleep.
Yeah, I'm definitely ready to hit the hay. It's been an absolute blast. We've absolutely enjoyed having you all tonight. You know, myself, Guz, we thank you all for sticking around, especially throughout a lot of the rehosts. You guys are troopers, champs, best viewers in the world, just bar none. But we are, of course, going to close out tonight. Playday 5 in the books. Make sure you tune in next time for Playday 6. You don't want to miss it. Be there or be square.
I'm running out of time. I'm running on a feeling so. I'm running out of time. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Will you follow me under? Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. It's time to let it go. It's time to lose your inhibition, developing a blind ambition. If you got a match, just go ahead and light it. I wanna see where this is going. We're done with playing games, not knowing, yeah. We've nothing to lose.